and welcome to the RPG of the Year episode of the Tetracast. This is our end of year episode where the staff and contributors of RPG Site come together to decide our RPG of the Year for 2025. Speaking now is Brian Vitale, and I have a long list of folks joining me today. If you're a regular listener of the Tetracast, many of these names will be familiar, but in no particular order, let me introduce everyone with me today. Joining me, we have Josh Torres.
Hi, hello. Sorry about my voice, a little bit under the weather.
We have Mikhail Manani,
Hello.
Adam Vitale,
Hello.
James Glizio,
Hey, folks.
Xiaomin Wu,
How's
and joining us, we have Alexander Donaldson.
Hello. Oh, Alexander. Hello. Hello.
Do you go by Alex? Alex Donaldson.
Well, yeah, it doesn't. I go by anything.
There you go.
Only his parents call him that.
But yeah. So based on everything, how everything lined up today, you probably already noticed that this is the regular Tetracast crew plus Alex. That's just how things shook out this year. Obviously, it's always difficult to try to align multiple time zones and availabilities and weekends in December, which is a very busy month for everyone. But this is how it shaked out for this year. If you're listening to this podcast, what that means is that we've already published our RPG of the Year 2025 list on our website at rpgsite.net. So anyone listening to this podcast is at an advantage compared to us because you already know all of the outcome if you want. Of course, if you're diligent, you could just listen to this podcast, then pull up the feature, and then you'll be on the same page. But what we are doing is we are going to record our deliberations for making the decisions of our RPG of the Year for 2025. So that's what we are recording today. This is something that we've been doing for several years now, so that if there's ever any questions about how did they end up omitting that or selecting that, or why did they pick that one, or was that one even considered, that's what this recording is intending to do, is state and show all of the deliberations that go into the decision making that resulted in the list as you see published on our website. We're also going to be publishing our staff most anticipated list for 2026. That's a quick little feature we do every year about what we're looking forward to next year. And of course, we also have our reader poll, which is conducted through our social media channels, where we also compare our results with your results, where you can vote for your favorite RPG of 2025, as well as your most anticipated RPG for 2026. So that'll be a separate feature on the website being published at around the same time as well, though typically we'll let that poll go throughout the month of December, so it might come up just a week or so later after our decisions are made. For the RPG site selection, as we speak into the microphone now, we don't really know what our ultimate decision is going to be, but let me kind of just tee up the way that we're going to do this. It really hasn't changed over the last couple of years, but for those that are new or need a reminder, first we're going to go through just a few categories. We don't have too many, but we have a handful to kind of platform games that have some sort of very specific excellence. These categories are re-release, writing, art, music, and design. And we'll go a little bit more into the detail of each category as we get to them. So we'll do that first. So after the categories, we're going to then go into our main list of RPGs. So we're going to look at all of the RPGs that are kind of in consideration for the year. We're going to look at the merits and I suppose the demerits of every game in the list and narrow it down from that point forward. So our goal from the full list of games released this year is to select a top 10. Then from that top 10, pick a top 5, and then an overall winner. So by the end of the deliberations, we will have an RPG of the Year for 2025. We'll have effectively our runners up, those that made it into the top 5. And then we'll also just kind of list which ones made it into the top 10. So very, very strong contenders that didn't quite make the cut to the top of the list. And then obviously, as we go into each category, we'll have every single participant of the podcast with familiarity of each game talk about whether or not it should or shouldn't be in consideration. And then obviously we're going to have to make some very hard selections. Usually at every single cutoff, we have very spirited arguments about what should or shouldn't be in the running from that point forward. And it's always a really good time. And usually we have to have someone get convinced that their game either is or isn't worthy of being in the top 10, top 5, or the overall winner. So I think I covered everything that I intended to at the start out here. Alex, as a guest participant of this podcast, just wondering if you had any other final say before we kind of get this ball rolling.
No. I think we're prepped. We've got a good document here that hopefully gives us a good starting foundation. But we always end up going off into detours, don't we? So we'll see how we go.
Josh, just curious. Just you've been on, I think, more of these Game of the Year podcasts than anyone. You and Adam. You, Adam, and Alex, of course. So I was wondering if you had any individual thoughts before we get into the deliberations here.
A pretty interesting year for RPGs. Definitely some that came out of nowhere more often than not. I think what we thought was going to be strong this year potentially, might not make our top 10. I think there's going to be a lot of things we didn't expect making the either winning like the side categories or making that top 10. I think it's going to be a very surprising year for our Game of the Year discussions.
Adam, you run the day-to-day operation of the site. I don't know if you had any other thoughts before going into the deliberations here.
I hope I'm remembering this correctly. It's when we have our top 10 at the end, we don't rank it, but our 10 games, it's
Right.
always that 11th game that kind of feels like,
Yep.
do you remember what our 11th game was last year? I think I do.
I don't. Did you look it up?
I haven't looked it up. This is going by memory. I think it was Unicorn Overlord. We felt so bad
That
that
actually
it
sounds
could
that
that
sounds
could
familiar.
that it couldn't make our top because it was just we had to pick
And that's
something.
something you won't know unless you listen to this podcast. Like, didn't they even think about this game? And like, the answer is probably not
It was so
necessarily for
hard.
sure, but probably. Yeah, and then I guess that does bring up one, one just I think obvious but still worthy of shouting out piece of consideration is that all of our choices, this is an imperfect system. It's going to be weighed by the participants in the podcast, the strengths of the arguments. Because obviously we have a lot of contributors to RPG site that do not make this podcast who might have a completely different top 10 to what we agree to. So it's imperfect in that way, but in the same way that any video game review is an opinion of a single writer on behalf of the site. So it's a sort of thing where if a game that you really like as a listener doesn't appear in our top 10, there might be someone on an RPG site that's their favorite game of the year. It just all depends on the timing of this podcast, the strength of the arguments, who's able to participate, who's not, all those sorts of things. Whether or not we've played it, that's a pretty obvious one. So just obviously keep that in mind. This is not like the definitive list for all people on RPG site to all agree to unanimously. This is just kind of more of as close to a consensus as we can get to. But I think that'll make itself self-apparent as we go into the deliberations here, because the arguments are always spirited and really cool to listen back to from year to year. So without further ado, I'm going to move on into our first category section here. And this one has been our first section for 5 years now, 6 years now. So for any longtime listeners, this shouldn't be a surprise. Our first section for category awards is Best Remaster or Re-Release. And why do we hold this section first? Well, I think it's kind of self-evident. The answer is that a lot of games are remastered, reimagined, re-released in any given year. And the sort of thing is that if these games appeared in our top 10 list, we would be offering kind of similar praise to games that are releasing across multiple years, whether or not it's being remastered or being ported to a new platform or having voice acting added to it or having an additional Atlas Girl added to it or whatever. So what this is to try to compartmentalize a game that we've seen before in some fashion, but has been re-released or remastered in some version in 2025. We want to make sure that we platform that excellence, but not have it crowd out the main list. And but by the main list, I mean like new releases for 2025, not because they're lesser than or something like that, but because if we have a very strong game released in a previous year and then it's re-released with some new content chapter 2 or 3 years down the road, just to say like, well, now we're obligated to put it back on the list again. It's like, no, we want to champion it and talk about whether or not what it did was good or not good or less good or whatever. But I want to make sure that we call that out here in this section of the podcast. And as well, if we have a remaster that kind of falls into that gray area into like a full-fledged remake or reimagining, we can make decisions about whether or not this game is sufficient enough to be on the main list. So we'll have definitely those discussions here, and we've behind the scenes we've kind of had those discussions prior to this recording for two games in particular, which we'll get into. Before I list off the nominations, one thing I do want to remind people of is that our current window for nominations, what we go is we look at December through December. What I mean by that is that for every category in this podcast, we are going to be looking at games released from December 2024 through November of 2025. That cutoff was just kind of the most both arbitrary and fair cutoff that we could think of to make sure that those late releases don't kind of fall through the cracks. So what that means is that games that released in December of last year will be in consideration for our awards this year, and then games that were released in December of 2025 will be in consideration next year. So what that means, like one of the big ones for this year is Octopath Traveler 0, December release for 2025. It won't be on the list, any list, because it's going to be in consideration for next year's deliberations. As for December 2024, I think this remaster or re-release category has probably the biggest entry that released in that time window into to my memory right now is that Fantasian Neo Dimension, the console re-release of that game with added voice acting and like adjusted difficulties, will be in consideration for that category this year, even though it released in December of 2024. So with that programming note out of the way, the nominees that we have for Best Remaster or Re-Release from 2025 are Fantasian Neo Dimension, Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster, Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition, I should say Cross Definitive Edition, Saga Frontier 2 Remastered, Raido Remastered, The Mystery of the Soulless Army, Final Fantasy Tactics, The Ivalice Chronicles, and then System Shock 2 25th Anniversary Remaster. Now, that is not an exhaustive list of all games that got re-released or re-remastered this year, but we had to kind of like down select to what we thought were probably the best contending entries for this category. Otherwise, the list would literally be like 2.5 times as long. But that's what we kind of decided on, and that's what we're going to be starting out with. So our goal right now for any of these categories is to pick both a winner of the category as well as platforming a runner up. But before we go into starting to make those selections, Josh, you had an input for this category?
Yeah, I'm sure a good chunk of our listeners here are like, wait, but they're missing that one game. And yes, the we
Mhm.
did omit Trails in the Sky first chapter from this list because we decided behind the scenes that should be up in the main list. It's kind of it's an imperfect science, as Brian says, where do you the have the cutoff between what's a remaster and what's a remake, and a remake enough to make that new list, and because it's like it feels like a new game. So the two games that he was alluding to here was Trails of the Sky First Chapter and Raido Remastered: The Mystery of the Soulless Army, because Raido is still pretty much like the same game, but just with a revamped battle system and like a lot of like quality of life stuff, like objective markers in that game. But we felt that that was still enough of the same game to be in this category, while Trails of the Sky First Chapter is transformative enough to make the main list. So once again, it's like a really weird, blurry line, but that's kind of what we decided on, mainly through popular vote behind the scenes before this podcast was recorded.
Mhm. And I was talking to Adam before we started recording, like, should Raido Remastered be in the main list or be in the remake list? Or sorry, not the remake list, the re-release list. And Adam's like, well, a couple years ago we had the um Final Fantasy Crisis Core Reunion game, which was kind of a very similar, where it was the same game with a completely remastered battle system. Now, of course, the comparison's not one to one, but it was similar enough to be like, yeah, that game does kind of fall in a similar bucket where we at the time decided that that was a re-release and not a transformative enough remake to be a new entry on the list. And we felt that Raido Remastered kind of fell in the same window. So that was the decision. Again, imperfect, but it was kind of what we agreed to. And that's the whole point of this category is to take those games that we felt maybe were not transformative enough to be on the main list, but to still be worth shouting out and saying, like, hey, this is a damn good release of this year, making a release available to more people, having new quality of life, new voice acting or game modes in certain ways. So that's what we're going to from this point forward. Though deliberations could potentially move things between lists. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's always a possibility that an argument will be made to say like, no, this belongs not here, but in the main list. But with no further ado, uh, at this point, we can kind of pick any game that I've mentioned off to talk about first. And I don't really want to like make a decision in terms of like what's worth talking about first, but I'll hand the microphone off. How about to James, just because we haven't heard him yet? If there's any of these games on this remaster or re-release list that you want to speak to in terms of saying like, yeah, I believe this is a very strong contender for the category and worth winning, or maybe if it's not in contention, what it's done really well, but maybe if it had shortcomings or something it didn't follow through on, maybe something that might hold it back. So I don't know if you had an opinion about any of these nominees for best remaster or re-release.
Well, I guess the only thing I really wanted to say is that we've already given Fantasian its flowers in previous years, though I do want to shout out that the dub is actually a pretty significant change to the game's presentation, and one of the not so much complaints, but the quirks from the original release that we noted previously was that it had like a pretty significant difficulty curve that would have made it harder to recommend to folks. And that's still the case to an extent, but it's a lot easier too. So I appreciate it for existing so it won't just disappear on Apple Arcade one day. And I also appreciate it for being just objectively the best way to play that game now, which is very nice.
And the
One of
English
these
dub
days
is
I'll do a It's really good. Yeah.
it's really solid. I especially like Zinniker, whoever they got. I don't know the actor's name off the top of my head, but just overall, I think that dub was really solid. Like they could have,
Well, both languages was great. Yeah, both are really, really good. Yeah, I mean, Fantasian, like, I agree with James here. I think there are stronger re-releases this year in terms of like just platforming other ones that like were excellent this year. But Fantasian Neo Dimension was a really funny re-release because like the standard difficulty on the Apple Arcade was hard difficulty, which they when they added difficulty selection, it's like hard, quote unquote hard as the default difficulty, but then they added a patch like months later that added like an even harder difficulty, which was really funny to me. I'm
Apparently it was there from launch. They just didn't reveal how you unlocked it until that random interview on the Square Enix website, because it was one of those things you had to do like a in-game cheat code in the settings menu at the title screen.
That's funny. But yeah,
one
of
these days I'll do a replay to see exactly how fucked the super hard difficulty is, considering.
I can't even imagine. I'm like, that game's already hard as fuck.
Since we're on Fantasian, I think everything they did for this re-release was fantastic, but the addition of Final Fantasy music options for battles was, I'll just say that I still find that kind of insulting, because this is Uematsu's quote-unquote final full game soundtrack, and they let you just replace some of the music he did over here with random Final Fantasy game soundtracks for even stuff he was not involved
16
with.
music, yeah.
Yeah, just anything, like even, Final Fantasy, I forgot, I made a list of all the songs they added, but I just think that's completely insulting to do, even though it's an option. It's probably good for replays. I think they should have maybe locked it behind that or something, but I think that's the only addition I did not like with it. Otherwise, it's the best way to play it for sure. I loved it on Apple Arcade, but this is the way to play it now.
Yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from, and it's like it's kind of difficult because like if Uematsu was okay with it, and I have to imagine he was okay with it, like that it's kind of like,
or who are we to say how dare you?
Exactly. Yeah. But I totally feel you, Mikhail, on that one, because Fantasia has like a really fantastic OST, but I totally understand like the perspective of people. It's like they felt like maybe like some of the battlefields are too repetitive, because you do get into battles pretty often in that game, even if it's like you stored those battles to the dimension. Or
if anything, it made the dimension theme probably pretty pretty prolific.
Adam, I know you've played a lot of the games in this remaster category. I don't know if there's any specific one that you're looking at and saying like definitely that one or definitely not that one. So just curious where you're coming from.
Okay, I don't have any. Well, I'll put it this way. So Suikoden Remaster. Honestly, as a remaster for Suikoden 1 and 2, this is pretty much what I wanted. So like this doesn't add really any new content or anything like that, but there are two components of the Suikoden Remaster that I want to highlight. One, the localization. I'm actually very glad that they did more of just kind of an editing pass touch up of the translation rather than like an entirely new retranslation. I know some people wanted it just to be done from scratch and wanted it to be brand new and whatnot, because the old translation is, a translation from the 90s. It doesn't have the same, level of quality and variety that we expect, that we see in translations today. But I also am kind of glad we don't run into the situation like with Final Fantasy Tactics, where you now have like 2 or 3 different translations that, people can never agree what is best or what it should be or whatever. And in this case, we avoid that. They took the original translation, which definitely had issues, and polished it up, touched it up. All the main quirks are gone. Like, for example, all like the ellipses and things like that. So I'm kind of glad that that's how they approached it. Was it feels faithful to the game that you played on a PlayStation, but just improved, rather than something entirely different where, you might, I liked how the character used to sound, in the way they spoke earlier, and not in the remake or anything, or in the remaster, nothing like that. So I'm kind of glad that that's what they decided to do. And also, I want to emphasize that there are so many bug fixes in the remaster. We kind of take this for granted with modern games, but the original Suikoden titles had so many weird quirks, and just like they're just bugs. Like, for example, there's stuff like, you have to get this drop from this enemy in this location of the game first, else this drop from this enemy in this other location of the game will never happen. You have to have like the first one first before this one will even happen, and that's not by design. That's just a bug. Or don't turn in your items until you get this one, because then it might get lost from your inventory and then just gone. And just annoying stuff like that, quirks for the day. And all of that has been taken care of. And things like text boxes are bigger, so you avoid a lot of the like the truncated names
The
of like
overflow?
enemies.
Oh, that okay.
Yeah, so like I think there was like some knights that were just called like S Knight or whatever, but then now they're actually called like the name of the kingdom Knight or whatever. Like, just, obviously you have more room for, in the localization in the text, for like text boxes. So, things like that, again, we take for granted these days. A lot of those things were improved. And in terms of the visuals of the game, this is probably the biggest mark against this remaster, in that Suikoden 2, I think the way that they upgraded the backgrounds to that game and just the design of that game was really well done. I think it's really faithful, touched up, so now that it fits, a widescreen perspective on a modern monitor, TV, or what have you. Unfortunately, Suikoden 1 had kind of more work to be done, and it just doesn't work as well in the remaster. Some of those like backgrounds and tiling and things like that are just a little bit more jarring or ugly. It almost feels like 2 got more love and care than 1, which it's sensible why it would. But otherwise, it's more of like a touch-up remaster. But I think it feels faithful. It's the sort of game where it doesn't change too much, where you can play it, the remaster, now and feel like, yep, this is the game I played when I was younger, just, fixed and improved in small spots here and there.
Yeah, this I actually thought about Suikoden when I was playing Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake, which we'll talk about in a bit. And yeah, like it just reminded me how you have like a set of 2 releases here where one has gotten so much more care and attention, but like I was just hoping they didn't end up doing that with Dragon Quest, and thankfully that had its own, like everything got sorted over there what I wanted, and they did a lot more. So yeah, Suikoden, it's unfortunate that both didn't get as much care as they should have. It's just Suikoden 2 got the majority of the focus.
And you do bring up a good point. We did not talk about Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD2D remake. Those are in the main list, and anyone who's listened to our regular episodes of the Tetracast, we've already kind of talked about how Dragon Quest 2 HD remake is effectively like a whole new game in a lot of ways. So we didn't bring it up until now, but good reminder there, Mikhail. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that like they continue to update this game after launch too. Like one of the most absurd patch notes came from out of Suikoden this year. It's like, hey, they updated it so you could quit the game on PC, because normally you had to do
Hell
Alt
yeah,
F4
without
or
doing Alt
whatever.
F4. Yep.
Yeah, it was really funny, and obviously fixing the BGM playback speed. So because it would used to do like whenever you flipped on like speed up in the game, it would speed up the music too, and they had to fix that. I think ultimately though, for right now, I'd like to see Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remasters stay here for now, because I think I agree with that. Of like when it comes to re-releases, there are definitely more often than not when re-releases come out, they usually change enough significant things that bug me that like it's not really the game that I remember anymore that I'm fond of. This one is like it's largely, especially because of the efforts put into Suikoden 2, that like, hey, this is exactly kind of what I wanted out of like a re-release out of like really, really great RPGs. Yeah, it's a bummer that Suikoden 1 kind of got the short end of the stick, but still largely functional and enjoyable.
One thing that I find actually sort of impressive, and I know maybe this is a weird thing to look at, but if you look at the Steam reviews for Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster, it's sitting at overwhelmingly positive. Which
Oh, it's
is
good.
like,
Awesome.
obviously, Suikoden
Yeah.
2 especially is a great game, and both these games are well loved. But like, just broadly, I'm just speaking broadly here. Just people seem to be happy with, it feels like, people who have a lot of nostalgia for fan favorite games like this, they're going to be very, very sensitive to anything that is changed or adjusted in a remaster, or whether it's new lighting or new art or text or whatever. But it seems like this remaster, they did a pretty good job keeping it faithful enough that people who have decided to play it on Steam, whether they're coming back to it or playing it for the first time, just are really, it's reviewed well. That's all I want to say. Is that it seems like people are just pretty happy with the decision they made and how they decided to remaster this one.
So we do have a bunch of other games on this list, and not to paint anyone in a corner, but Chow. I know
Yes.
that you have strong feelings about Saga Frontier 2. I believe, I don't want to speak for you, that it's a game that you feel pretty positively on, and I know that you did a lot of work with Saga Frontier 2 Remastered. So I'm just curious just to hear your thoughts on that game when it got re-released this year for multiple platforms.
Like in the end, I think after the whole year, I think this is probably my favorite remaster out of the lot, just because
Okay.
they added all these new scenario and it just felt kind of seamless. It just felt like they just got the original writer and put it there, even though it's not the original writer. But it just felt very seamless to me, and I think that's what I like about it the most. It felt so seamless that I was just like, I want more of this. Give me more. So I think that's a good thing.
One super quick comment is I played Saga Frontier 2 Remastered. And that was the first time I played it, and just to your point, I could not tell which scenarios were new or added. So it wasn't something that was blaringly obvious that, oh, this was added after the fact. Adam, you had a comment?
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing you just did. So
Oh, okay.
Chow wrote up a guide for these games on our RPG site, going through the entire game, all the different scenarios. And I like you was coming to this game for the first time, and I was kind of walking through with Chow's guide, like, just kind of a test, if you will, to going through the game with the guide, playing it for the first time, like, how does this work for me? And Chow's guide actually notes like which scenarios are new or not. And I was like, wait, this one's new? Like, I would have no idea that this is brand new content made for this PlayStation 1 game, because it fit perfectly. And it, like, in terms of how that game's like scenario system are structured, like the new scenarios, like which characters they feature and how they take place and how they fit into the overall, like, the macro scenario of the game, like, it all seems to make sense. The only thing that was a little bit weird to me is there's one of the new scenarios where you have a 97-year-old Sielmer still kicking and participating.
Still
He's,
can't
yeah.
just to go to some place to die.
But like, hey, he is still pretty active in his 90th year.
Hey,
There's
Dick
all,
Van Dyke is still doing sit-ups, so
Yeah, he just hit
if
100.
he can do it at 100, Sealmer can do it at 97. Go ahead, Josh.
there's also something to be said about like how they recreated this game too. Like it's like people don't know Saga Frontier 2 had like pretty much like almost like painterly like backgrounds, and recreating
Mhm.
that like to upscale that is like it's no easy feat whatsoever. So there's something like technically and artistically impressive about just like, hey, re-releasing that game and having it support all these resolutions and having it like, it doesn't they didn't like it feels like they didn't take any compromises like the visual fidelity and quality of that game, because it is such a unique looking game, even by Saga standards. It sticks out when you see Saga Frontier 2 compared to like any of the other Saga games. That's the one that's like, oh yeah, that's Saga Frontier 2.
Mhm. Mikhail?
And I just want to bring up one thing quickly, that out of all the Saga re-releases, remasters, remakes, and all, this is the only one which I can say, like, without any issue, it just runs perfectly and looks as it should on every single platform. There's no caveat with, oh, if you want to play it here, you might have to just expect worse performance or something. Like, some of the games have input lag, some of the games just run poorly. Saga Scarlet Grace is like pretty shit on Switch, stuff like that. This is just runs perfectly, looks as it should, scales correctly, has a fantastic PC port, and yeah, you can just enjoy it on anything. It's literally on every platform as well.
I think it's a solid lock for now. I
Yeah.
think yeah.
All right, so we have a few more games on the list, and we have to start making some hard decisions. And one of the ones that I'm going to.
I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
trim one off. I'm gonna rip off the band-aid. I think Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive
I was
Edition
going to
should.
bring that up. Sorry, go ahead.
I agree. I agree.
So
I
actually, with this one, I do want to provide a little bit of
yeah, go
context. This
go.
this game was a tie winner for our most anticipated of this year. So when we do most anticipated list for the staff, we don't delineate between new release or re-release, but it was a tie between Trails in the Sky First Chapter and Xenoblade Chronicles Cross Definitive Edition, and I was one of the ones that voted for it because I know that I played this, Josh played this, Adam played this, I believe Child played it, and I don't want to
I played
discredit you
it.
if you played it. Okay,
I
James
played it
played
as
it.
well.
We all played it except Alex. Maybe Alex played it. I don't know. But I played this for the first time with the definitive edition, and talking about adding scenarios that don't feel congruent with the original release, Xenoblade Chronicles Cross kind of lies on the wrong side of that threshold, where
I
the
played
added
both versions.
chapter. Oh, you did.
I played
Okay. All
both.
right.
It's
I mean,
even worse if you played the original. It's even worse if you played the original. I think the
That's
additions
true.
and how incongruous it feels.
I'll be honest. There's like two reasons I haven't played the definitive edition yet, despite loving the Wii U original. It's like I don't know anything about the added scenario, but I have some things about Cross, like, and its narrative that I love. That just reading the tea leaves, like from what people have said about the new content, I'm not sure if I'm gonna like it. That's one, and also I'm waiting for it to maybe get a Switch 2 patch for like a higher resolution
I
or
think
60 FPS or something.
it is worth talking about, like, so people know why we're cutting it. Like, I'm not gonna get too
yeah.
deep into spoilers for it, but it is worth talking about. For first one, like, before we even get to the new content, just like even base game stuff, like, it was great that they added like a new UI to make it more readable. That was definitely a pain point of the original Wii U release, and having all the like all the different the chain stuff with the combat system being displayed on your screen during combat, very helpful, because that being omitted from the Wii U release made the combat system way more enigmatic than it should have been. So that's great stuff. But like the inclusion of like the fast cooldown, and like this is one of the things that Adam and I talked about with this new re-release when it came out. It's really, I don't know how you feel about this new like system that they added, which is basically like you're as you're collecting and exploring the map in that game, you gain a new resource that allows you to gain this new resource in the definitive edition that allows you to basically use any skill that you have, even though it's on cooldown, immediately. It'll consume a certain amount of pips. So you can basically speed up combat significantly with this new system, because you just basically choose whatever your most powerful skill is, and then just keep on mashing on that skill with the new instant cooldown until all your pips run out, because it refreshes immediately per battle. So like it feels like that resource is almost limitless, because you're just going from battle to battle, just mashing your most like strongest attack, because why wouldn't you? You're just trying to get that through combat as fast as possible at that point, rather than like encouraging like having a skill layout that like synergizes with one another. Now that you're disincentivized to do that, because you're just using your most powerful skill over and over.
The fast cooldown also, like, the balance of these games is always, a little bit weird, and I don't think balance is the end all be all, but because of how fast cooldown works, it's much easier to like take down an enemy who is like 20-25 levels higher than you, which the way that Xenoblade like EXP scaling works, it like you can like overpower very quickly because of fast cooldown, which is a new addition. So it just feels even weirder now. And that's in addition to just, your combat style mostly being just like spamming one attack. So yeah, not even talking about the new content, some of just the battle system adjustments are just a little bit strange. It feels like almost like a cheat code, but almost not even like just that. It's just like this is built into the combat itself now. It's just how it is, and it's weird.
Yeah, it's almost like the developers kind of gave up, like, what do we do to, like, should we make a new battle system? Should we try to, like, tweak the battle system? It's like, nah, just put a fucking fast cooldown. um, Mikael, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, as someone who I was literally that meme like Xenoblade Cross fan excited to play it for the first time because I bought the game on Wii U twice, played it a bit, but the Wii U I borrowed kind of failed, and I was just like, I need to play this, I need to play this. When are they porting it? And they ported it. I haven't finished it, I haven't reached the new scenario or anything, but I played whatever I wanted to, enjoyed it a lot, and yeah, my main takeaway is like I'm just happy this is available on a modern system, but it's yeah, like I'm not for it being on the final list in the end. Like despite how much I like it, I just feel like others have done more. Like other games which we're going to talk about have done more to deserve that spot. So I'm happy it's here, but yeah, that's about it.
Yeah, I think they also added like some new party members as well, and they're okay. Like their storylines are largely fine. Inoffensive. I don't really mind them that much. So, like that's okay, but like the significant new thing was like this new quote unquote epilogue at the very end, and like right after the game ends, like where the base game ends, they introduce Elma's like supposedly dead insignificant partner. He's apparently alive, and you go through this whole epilogue content, which is it's basically summed up as like this guy is good, glaze him up as much as possible, and that's kind of it's like yeah.
One thing that people always said, and we've said about Xenoblade Chronicles Cross, like the star of the show is the planet Mira. Like the world itself is what makes that game that game. So it's strange when the epilogue is like, we are going somewhere else.
Yep.
It feels like, oh, we're literally the epilogue is it feels so like disjointed because it's literally taking place in a different spot away from the big open world that you've been spending hours and hours and hours and hours and hours in, and you're now in like a more like segmented area of the game, and it makes it just feel more like it's like a weird attachment.
Yeah, it's rushing towards that too because like if you're everyone's favorite part, like about like the end of the like Xenoblade Chronicles X, the base game was like, oh man, this kind of super mysterious. They unraveled this crazy revelation, and then now this new epilogue content is rushing towards like, oh no, there's this new threat that's like basically consuming the planet of Mira. We have to basically build like a Noah's Ark to like travel to like another fucking dimension to get off of Mira. And the key to this is this Elma's supposedly, significant partner that came back kind of out of nowhere. And then you learn the deal, like what happened to him. And then there's a thing that I really don't like about this epilogue too. It's like they're trying to find ways to like get like the base Xenoblade games into this game. So how they do that is when they're talking about like where Elma's significant partner went, he like or significant partner, my bad, went. I forgot his name already. Um, he was like in between like these dimensions, and like throughout this dimensional like gap that he was in, he saw visions of like alternate realities, and that's where he saw like shards of like the other Xenoblade game cutscenes, like in this dimensional gap that he's in. I'm like,
They
what
never
the
need to do this.
it's really bad.
Yeah,
It's
that
really
felt
bad.
like complete fan service that was completely untethered. And like
Yeah.
Xenoblade 3 and Future Redeemed, I believe is its epilogue, was able to integrate it smartly, but Cross felt like, let's just throw this in here because people are expecting it. And it was like it didn't feel like it landed. So
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. It's awesome.
A game that many of us were very highly anticipating, an epilogue that didn't quite live up to expectations, felt like it maybe betrayed is too strong a word, but didn't fit the themes of the base game. I'm very glad that I played it for the first time, but yeah, when I think of my favorite Xenoblade Chronicle re-releases, it'd probably be like Future Connected from 1. I liked it wasn't a re-release, but the epilogue on 3 I liked. This definitely falls near the bottom of the list for me, so disappointing, but I think I'm on the same page as you all. Here's a trickier one. We talked about it when we were talking about both voice acting and talking about doing a translation pass. Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles. So we talked about this on our standard episodes of the podcast. A very interesting re-release because of the way it's formatted in terms of you either choose when you're playing this game to play it without voice acting with the War of the Lions translation, or you select it with voice acting and a newer rendition of the translation. So kind of like, well, then you can have your cake and eat it too, right? But I'm curious for Ivalice Chronicles, where this one falls when compared to things like Suikoden or some of the other remasters on this list. I don't know if potentially Alex or others would have an opinion on their final thoughts on Ivalice Chronicles as a re-release for a very well, beloved game in Final Fantasy Tactics.
I could speak to it. You sort of touched on it really, where I guess so much of it comes down to translation, really, and the willingness to go and do the full voice and stuff like that. Again, that's the impressive thing about it, really. It's quite a diligent remaster, I would say. In other ways, it's quite workmanlike. It does exactly what it needs to do. But it's sort of the inverse of Xenoblade in the sense that what we've just touched on is Xenoblade having almost a lack of respect for its own material, or perhaps not understanding the strengths of its material. Perhaps lack of respect is a bit harsh. What you have here is a game that absolutely is just like, we know what we've got is pretty damn perfect. And in fact, the argument they make is, they don't actually make this argument out loud because I think they'd feel like it was disrespecting other creators. But the argument they quietly make is that it was a mistake to mess with the base game before, which is why then you get a lot of the stuff that was added in War of the Lions getting excised. And so it keeps the base game. I think there's a level of respect and a level of appreciation that I have for them doing that and sort of staying pure, I suppose, especially in the context of what we've all just said about Xenoblade. And then it is that question of how much we value the translation. I think they got the right team. I think there is an argument for it's right and correct that they localized that game and recorded all that stuff in the UK rather than with a US team. It's the same guys basically that did FF16 actually. Yeah, I for me, this is one of the top entries in this category. I'm not sure if I feel like it's winner or not. I'm still hearing arguments, I think, but for me, I definitely think this is one of the top ones. I think because, like I say, with remasters and do-overs, there's often either you add stuff that's unnecessary, so you end up with a situation like you end up with Xenoblade, or you end up with a Persona game that's already too long, becoming 15 hours longer. And this avoids all those pitfalls and just refines in a really elegant way, which I think deserves a lot of respect.
Right, Josh?
Yeah, I think the main thing that works against Final Fantasy Tactics here is, besides the War of the Lions missing content, because they've explained pretty, thoroughly why it wasn't added, and people will have to live with that. Obviously, with the people have found ways to mod that content back in with the PC version and stuff, and they've done, besides that, a truly excellent job in re-releasing that, and the voice actors in both languages having it's stellar, nothing short of stellar on that end. But I think the main thing that works against this is this whole the two modes, the remaster mode and the classic mode. It's like we talked about this in the podcast before. It's like the classic mode feels almost redundant in a certain way. Like I don't know exactly why that is a mode instead of just having just all the efforts concentrated on the remastered mode, like the more refined version, because the classic mode is like, I don't know why you'd go back to that mode, because it's doubly weird, because it's the classic mode without that's based on the PSP version without War of the Lions on it. Mikhail, go.
I just
Go for it.
think.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I think to what you said, the logic is that they offer that classic mode in case you are a purist and you want to play it exactly as it was on the PS1. And you've got to think of it this way. You say, why did they do it War of the Lions style? why did they keep all the War of the Lions changes but get rid of the War of the Lions content? And the answer is really, if you're in Japan, classic mode is pretty much exactly the PS1 version of the game. So, but the way they view it obviously is that the War of the Lions content in the West helped to actually bring the translation to where it needed to be and stuff. I think that's the argument, right? Is that they kept that stuff in the West because they felt the original translation was insufficient, which, to be fair, was true of pretty much all the Square games released in like 97, 98.
Yeah, I can see that. Your friend Mikhail?
So, I agree with this about the classic mode. I feel like it was kind of half-assed how they released it in classic mode, because one, you missed out on like the speed up options and stuff, which would have made it a lot more playable and like fun to play, or even for a revisit after you finish like the main draw of this package, which is the enhanced version. But them including the classic with the War of the Lions script, I feel like it's at odds with what it wants to do, because the classic mode for Japan was how it was supposed to be. Like, you have the PS1 experience, but in the West, I feel like the people who had nostalgia for the PS1 experience are not going to get that in the classic version, because you're just getting a worse playing version with the War of the Lions script, which you kind of don't want. So I'm not sure who this satisfies in the end, so I would just not bother with the classic version at all if I was playing it right now. But on the other hand, as a pro for just having this still included, as someone who's played Tactics a lot, I'm just so happy this is now available on everything, and it's like straight up the best way to play it as far as I'm concerned. And they even localize stuff which we didn't get before across different versions. So you literally are getting like the state of the realm from Final Fantasy 16, like them working with the people who did like the voice acting and stuff there, and even the people like Mahiro and stuff. It's just paid off in spades with what we've gotten with the release. Like, there's just so much reverence for the source material and love they've put into this package that you just don't see this with the Final Fantasy re-release from Square Enix. You see this in like Saga and stuff like that. The Final Fantasy stuff, they usually just release it broken and never fix it, like the pixel remasters. But Tactics got its due, is how I see it. Tactics and Zodiac Age, I think, are the only two of the big re-releases or remasters that they've done which actually like did what I wanted to see out of them.
Yeah, like there are certain things that I kind of wish it was an option more than just like separate to the mode. Like Mikhail mentioned, the speed up option is like if you want that, it's only in the new Release Chronicles version, but also like the pixel smoothing style. Like the classic version has like the hard chunky pixels, where the Ivalice Chronicle version has, I don't know, it's not, maybe not smoothing's not the right word, but has like updated pixels. So it's kind of like an all or nothing, you know. And Alex mentioned why, like, it's the War of the Lions translation rather than the original translation. That's just the decision they made. But there are parts of me it's like, well, what if I wanted to play like with the new content but the old pixels, right? And you can't. And just that's how they decided to do it. And I kind of wish it was more just individual options versus just like all or nothing.
We have a
I
few
think that's
more
totally
games
fair.
that are on this list that I think a lot of these I think like all the remaining games on this list I've played, and I think highly of all of them. But in the effort of knowing that we have to make decisions and we have a lot of podcasts ahead of us, I'm going to look at System Shock 2 25th Anniversary Remaster. So I have not played the original System Shock 2. I played the System Shock remake 2 years ago, whenever that was, 2023, and then I played this 25th Anniversary Remaster. And so that means that I don't have like the one-to-one, like, oh, I've experienced it back in the late 90s, and then I've experienced it again in 2025. Um, and I can understand why it has like the legacy that it has. Like, playing through that, I can kind of see like how many games were inspired by it. Like, I don't know if it invented the immersive sim or, anything like that highbrow, but I can look at it and say like, "Oh, I this feels contemporary in a lot of ways," because a lot of games following the original release of System Shock 2 have utilized this in their own ways. And it was really nice to play the game. And, I played it with a mouse and keyboard, but knowing that it supports, modern hardware, you can play it at a high resolution, high frame rate. The co-op is fixed. I don't know like how many people played the co-op. I know Cullen, not on the podcast today, but tried it and had a good time with it. But I guess the co-op of the original release was like famously broken. So it was the Night Dive's, opportunity to fix that. And it was a really good game. And I really enjoyed playing it. But the remaster to me still kind of felt like, here's a patch that makes it work well again. and also it's on consoles. Wait, is it on consoles? I actually don't
Yes,
remember.
it
I
is.
played it on PC.
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay,
It
okay.
feels like the main draw of that was definitely like now it's playable on consoles. Now it has controller support, and we fixed up whatever was broken. That's kind of what they did with this for PC
Yeah,
players.
so I like it a lot, and like I'm really glad I played it. And if someone says, "Should I play it?" I'm gonna say, "Yes, you should." It's a really good game. But looking at like the contenders in this list, I'm like, it doesn't quite reach the next level. And the thing is like I'm not even sure I want it to. I'm not saying like it fell short, but it was like that wasn't in the scope. It was like, hey, now this game has a legacy behind it, and you can play it now. You could buy it, play it on Steam or PlayStation or wherever, and enjoy it. And you're not going to have any caveats. And I think that's really remarkable and really good and worth shouting out, but doesn't put it at the top of this list. Just to try to make one of those first hard cuts in the category. Adam, I think you're the third other person in this podcast who's played it. Any final thoughts on it?
I think I agree with you completely. Like it did exactly what they set out to do, and I think it was valuable and worth doing that. And have this, excellent seminal game available to buy and play wherever you want right now, and it works. And like you couldn't say that a year ago. Um,
Mhm.
and I'm glad I didn't like mess with it too much in terms of how it looks or whatever. Obviously they updated textures and lighting in places, but it's Night Dive, and they've kind of mastered making it look like you remember, even though it's not actually how you remember.
Yeah,
And it doesn't look wrong or different. It looks like System Shock. So I think it's pretty much in a way exactly almost perfectly what it needed to be. But does that make it one of the best re-releases of the year? um I don't know.
it's a hard category because you're like judging the original game strengths versus the remaster strengths, and what percent do you allocate to which category. So again, not a perfect science, and you could argue, well, based on that argument, therefore it's the perfect re-release. But always has to come down to having to pick a winner and a runner-up in each of these categories up along those lines. Last game we haven't mentioned, well, we've mentioned it in passing, but the last game on the list is Rido Remastered: The Mystery of the Soulless Army. This game we mentioned we kept here on the remastered re-release list because it kind of fell in that Final Fantasy Crisis Core Reunion category where it has a completely overhauled graphics and gameplay. It borrowed a lot of uh, mechanics and systems that didn't originally appear until its sequel back on the PS2 and kind of got backported. But I can't speak to that too directly because I've only ever played the remastered compared to I know people like Josh and Adam who have played the original. Uh, and obviously, of course, like the voice acting is a big key addition to the remaster. The fact that the side quests are now like clearly delineated in this like case system in a menu is brand new. I guess the demon roster was greatly expanded from the original game, which is a pretty key gameplay component of this. To me, having not played the original but playing the remastered only, I think what limits Rido Remastered is that the game that's being remastered, I enjoyed it, but I just don't think it reaches the heights of the other games. Just like if ignoring that it's remastered, if I were to rank Rido versus Saga versus Suikoden, I'd rank it third in terms of like how much I enjoyed just playing the game. But that's just
Of-
my personal take. I'm curious, like Adam, what you thought on this, and then other people can chime in as well.
yeah, I agree with you in that it's like I think the Rido games, especially the first one, have like kind of like a fun style and setting that make it
It's
unique.
that one really entertaining and like fascinating 7 out of 10 that you played as a kid that's like, yeah, this is really cool. It's maybe not the best thing I've ever played, but it sticks with me. That sort of thing.
Yeah, but it's like your as kind of maybe in the way Brian was phrasing it, it's like your starting point though is kind of lower, or this isn't an excellent game. I would not call it an excellent game. It's fun and it's got a cool style, but like yeah, and the remaster improves it a lot. But I just don't think just the game quality itself I think holds it back when it's it's fine.
It's kind of like how Night Dive operates. Actually, they do remasters and ports of these games which you probably would never have heard of, and maybe they weren't even looked upon fondly when they released, but they do it for preservation. So I'm happy Rido Remastered exists and I enjoyed playing it. But yeah, the source material kind of holds it back. So as an overall package, it's a good remaster and re-release, but it's not as good as the others.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I think it's cool that they did it, and it's Adam and I were when it was first announced, we're like, how the hell are they gonna do this? And they did it as well as they could. But the base game was interesting for its time. It's better now, but that doesn't make it like an excellent game overall. It was very much, it felt like a first entry of a new thing. That's totally fine, and we hope to see it continued in the future.
Not to tangent too much, but I'm curious. Like they have to do the second one now, right? And then
I hope
like,
so.
what about Digital Devil Saga? And then what? All these possibilities. But this is a fun
Yeah.
one. This isn't the sort of game I expected to ever get remastered, really.
Yeah.
So it's kind of an interesting game that they decided, let's do this one, and then they did a pretty good job with the remake or the remaster. Well, they call it a remaster. It's remade in some ways. We talked about this. It's the most borderline game here. But yeah, I feel like just the original game itself was just only so.
Yeah, out of all the ones that we this whole list that we talked about so far, like Right or quote unquote remastered is the most changed game out of all of them.
So that leaves us with 3 games that we've touched on that we have to pick a winner and a runner-up between these 3. It's Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster. We have Saga Front 2 Remastered, and then Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles. So this is a hard decision. Like I'm already looking at this and going, "Oh boy." And again, it kind of falls back to which one's the best game originally versus the best game, like in terms of the remaster fixing things. When I'm looking at these, I'm thinking about the arguments made for each of them, and I honestly think like the arguments made for Suikoden, I'm looking at that saying, like, it was the perfect touch in terms of changing just the right amount of things, modernizing it in just the right ways, preserving it in just the right ways, compared to, like, Final Fantasy Tactics, where they kinda took this approach that was like, well, you can either play the preserved version or the gussied up version, and that's it. No fidelity there in terms of having your options. So when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking Suikoden is the strongest contender based on my experience playing the game because I played all 3 of these. And then the the arguments against the other 2 for why they might not rise to the top. But of course, this is a group decision, so that's where I'm looking at these 3 games thinking if I gotta pick one, that's the one I'm picking.
I can co-sign that. The way I see it is that, well, maybe this isn't fair to make this part of my reasoning, but Suikoden has been a dormant series for quite a while now, whereas I guess you could say the same thing for Final Fantasy Tactics. It's Final Fantasy, but we haven't gotten a Final Fantasy Tactics game in since the Game Boy Advance, like 25 years at this point or something close to that.
A2 was DS.
Okay, A2. Yeah, but like Suikoden hasn't been around for a long time. So the fact that it's got this lovingly crafted remaster that really elevates these original releases to the best that they have been, I think is something that's noteworthy, and I do want to give it its flowers for that alone, for reviving a series in that sense. Like Saga Frontier 2 Remastered is excellent, but also you get multiple Saga games over almost every year. It feels like last year we literally got 2 new Saga games, so it's not really a franchise that's been out of the public eye for a significant, ever since Scarlet Grace, I would say.
The one thing that holds Suikoden back is that just there's a little bit of a balance issue where Suikoden 2 got that more attention than Suikoden 1, where Suikoden 1 just at a glance just doesn't look as good. And part of that might just be they had less to work with on that one, and it needed more help, and it just couldn't get it, or whatever, however you want to phrase it. So that's the one thing that is, I think, the mark against Suikoden in this category is that Suikoden, if it was just Suikoden 2, I think it's an excellent remaster, but Suikoden 1, it's it could have been better. So I just wanted to mention that.
I do want to say this wasn't on our list, and I'm not going to make an argument for it, but I did very quickly want to mention it because I did review it. It's not an RPG, but shout outs to the Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar remake for turning a very mid DS Story of Seasons game into one of the best in the series now. Just wanted to mention that before. Yeah.
So I've been thinking about Suikoden as well, because when we got it down to 3, and I'm like, if I had to cut something, what would I personally cut, and then what would I do with the rest? And yeah, the Suikoden package overall is a little not balanced, as Adam said. But then Saga also, like, I'm looking at James' point of view that, Suikoden's reviving a quote unquote dead franchise, but Saga we're getting so many. But then also, I don't care if we're getting so many Saga games. Saga Frontier 2 Remaster is just so good. The soundtrack, everything, I just love playing it. And I don't know if we're like ranking stuff, but like the way I see it now, I'm just balancing in my head either Tactics or Saga. So I've kind of written off Suikoden personally because the overall package, like if it was just a Suikoden 2 release and it cost less than it did, maybe I'd look at it more fondly. But right now it's like it's kind of they should have done a bit more, I'd say. While the other two, I guess you could make the same case for Final Fantasy Tactics. Like, is classic mode the Suikoden one of that release? Like, is that where we're at right now? Because that's kind of what it feels like.
I think we're thinking of when it comes to the category itself, right? This category is up for many, many and countless interpretations of like what you can consider your best remaster or re-release on that front. And like I think Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster is sort of the best encapsulation of that because it is coming from a point where like people at this point have had no expectations of future Suikoden releases up until they announced this sort of out of nowhere. Um, and there's so many ways over the years that we've seen re-releases done right and re-releases done poorly and re-releases that we kind of it didn't live up to its full potential. Like there's so many examples of that in each of those categories, and in that respect, like Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster has its hat in two of those categories where Suikoden 2 pretty much like the ideal perfect re-release in terms of like preserving the experience that people had with that original game and making it more available to the modern day. And Suikoden 1 where it's like sure it's not that original PS1 release and there are some most certainly obstacles during development of like how you bring that game back because you don't want to just re-release Suikoden 2 without Suikoden 1 because that just feels like an imperfect package because if they only did Suikoden 2 only people would be wondering well what's for Suikoden 1 so I think they really tried their best and you can tell from their efforts that they tried their best to bring both of these games up to speed while changing only what's necessary in terms of like getting it up and running on modern platforms, but leaving almost everything else untouched. Like it is if you want to get into Suikoden, like it's easy to recommend these HD remasters over the PS1 re-releases. Like almost no caveats, and that small caveat being, hey, the Suikoden 1 visuals aren't as perfectly preserved, but I think that's a small sacrifice to pay for the overall package of what you're getting from the Suikoden games in terms of what encapsulates best re-release in the spirit of the category.
I'm just thinking aloud here. How are we like? Literally, I don't have a thesis here, but how are we distinguishing between like Suikoden Remaster kind of touching it up perfectly as it needed to and being potentially a winner compared to System Shock to also touching it up where it needed to but not even being in consideration now?
It's true.
Good. No, that is that is a
Yeah.
good point. Um,
I think this point it comes just to like favorism right now. It's like personal. I think these things free is all good, but it's all about your personal favorism at this
Yeah,
point.
for sure.
yeah, I would say that I did enjoy having played both those games, Suikoden more than System Shock, but again, it's like still rating both of them highly. Looking at what we have, like I do think that the Ivalice Chronicles has the biggest caveat, the fact that it's like, well, you get what you want because of the way they decided to ship it with this decision that you make when booting up the game. Almost like it's two executables in a single package. That feels like it's I don't know, something about it rubs me the wrong way. And I know that's so like emotionally and not like, logically charged. Just the fact like, well, you get what you want as long as it's one of these two options. But if that's not what you want, then tough luck. So I'm looking at that one as like kind of like the odd man out here a little bit. Go ahead, Josh.
Like personally, if I were to like, if it were up to me on like on bizarre discussions, like it would be Suikoden as the winner. The two runner-ups are Saga Frontier 2 and System Shock 2. I think FF Tactics done excellently. I just think there's too many caveats and it's very messy. Like there's so many like concessions you have to make for that. It's like, well, it's awesome, but this and this.
Just one last thing about the different executable files. It is something I'm glad Brian brought up, because it is very stupidly implemented on PC, because I've run into DRM issues with just classic mode, which and not enhanced mode, where I've not been able to play classic mode on a specific device, and I had to boot it up on another device because it just gave me these de novo errors. So yeah, that's another like point against it. I just remembered how pissing off that was before.
Yeah. So
So I'm looking at our list now, and it seems like we have enough people, and all of these games are games we'd recommend. Again, I know it's a repeated thing at this point, but just because it's not the runner-up doesn't mean that we wouldn't recommend playing these. Like that's the level of decision making we're at. But I think we've had enough arguments for Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles, specifically the implementation being as it is, kind of holding it back from being in the top two spots. So I think that argument's kind of been made. And we've looked at again, Adam, to his credit, rightful point, saying like, well, we kind of made similar arguments for System Shock 2 and Suikoden, both being really good. And so we have those two and Saga. And as someone who's played all three of these, I'm looking at Saga Frontier 2, and the new scenarios we talked about and how well they fit in, and how well like me as a new player could not even interpret that they were new. They're still kind of a minor part of the game. Like they're not, they fill in some very small gaps, but it's not like this remaster is great because they added new scenarios that fit well. They did, and it works, and it doesn't blemish anything. But I look at it and I'm like, it's good. I'm glad I played it, but it doesn't really elevate it. Like it's not like the game, in my opinion, was like, wow, this thing is such a huge consequential addition that they made that I can't believe they didn't have this before. So I'm looking at these thinking like Saga Frontier 2 remastered, great remaster, glad it's available on modern platforms to play. But I'm looking at the other games. I do think I enjoyed them more. So I could see Saga Frontier 2 being the first man out of this list. I don't know if Adam or Chow feel anything about those.
That's fair. I do want to say there are gameplay changes to the Sega Frontier, such as like the inheritance, where you can get like
Oh, yep,
character
yep.
stats from other characters. So I know we didn't really touch up on that, but I don't think Brian can beat that game without it, in my opinion.
Probably.
I know he like gave me a message like I beat the last boss. And I'm like, yeah, it's like
You can
I only
no
last
longer get trapped in the final dungeon without the opportunity to leave.
yeah. I feel like it's like with that thing, it's like the last boss wasn't much of a difficulty anymore. So at least in my opinion.
Adam, any final decision making between these games?
I'm gonna be honest, and personally, I think I would actually. I don't want to drag on too long, but I would have personally cut out Suikoden and System Shock and have Saga as my winner and Tactics as my follow up. And
Oh no.
I'm in the same boat. I'm actually in the same boat. I do. I that's my
so for the tactics
personal favorite.
implementation thing, this isn't maybe fair, but like it's like I almost don't even consider the original version as being there. It's like it's so like I almost just like omit it. Like that's not even a factor. Although I know that's not fair. Um, like I just really love the Ivalice Chronicles version of it, and like oh yeah, there is this original version, but it's whatever. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm just thinking about the Ivalice Chronicles version. Um, as like the new version of the game. Now I do consider it a new version of the game. So I guess it's almost like a value judgment where I consider both these games like new versions, where I consider Suikoden 2 and System Shock 2 or Suikoden Pair and System Shock 2 more not as new versions but as like refreshed versions. So I guess that's like almost like a value judgment on what we put in this as winners in this category.
Yeah, I feel like there's like two pairings here because I feel like if you put Suikoden and or System Shock 2, they're both paired together. But if you put so it's basically picking which pair
If
you
you put
want
one,
to
how do
win.
you argue against the
Yeah,
other?
yeah. So yeah, it is definitely a value judgment of like where what you consider to be. Do you want it to be is best re-released to you based on like a purity scale or based on like an enhancement scale? I
Yeah,
guess.
increase and degree of improvement scale. Yeah.
Oh, that's so. This is a tough one, like because now
I'm
we've
just
like kind of
gonna
had like these two roads.
How about this?
uh,
We just vote for our favorite, and then we
Okay.
see how that falls.
Okay.
All right.
What do we want to
I'll go
vote?
first since like I'm gonna go first and then just go in order verbally. Favorite remaster re-release, and we're gonna have to decide based on the vote tally how we go from there in case of a tie. So we'll have to play it by ear to see what we get. All right, me first. I'm gonna vote for Suikoden. Go ahead, Alex.
Ooh, oh man, I'm. It's a testament. I'm very torn. Um, for me, I'm gonna go for Final Fantasy Tactics.
Josh,
Suikoden.
Mikhail.
I am. This is just what we would pick individually as what our winner would be, right?
Yeah, you're winner in the category.
Uh, I'm going with tactics.
Adam,
I'm going with Saga.
James,
I'm gonna go Suikoden.
and then Chow.
I feel like this is kind of a tiebreaker. If I go for Saga Frontier 2, then we have a tie for all three.
Then we re-vote for runner-up is what we do.
Well, wait a second. Isn't Suikoden in the
Like,
lead with
It depends on
3?
it all depends on where Chow puts his vote. Because if he puts his vote for tactics, then we have a tie for winner. If he puts his vote for Saga, then we have a tie for runner-up.
Yeah.
It's up to you, Chow.
I'm
I just
sorry.
want to mention we've been on this category for like an hour.
That's why I'm trying to make a decision with the vote.
Look, I don't hate the classic mode that much because I feel like everyone's giving it a hard time when Odin Sphere pulled the same thing. There's a classic PS2 version and nobody gives a shit about it. It's all
Okay,
about
Odin Sphere was a
PS3.
totally different thing because Odin Sphere actually let you do the original gameplay with the classic and with all the with the frame rate fixes and aspect ratio. That's a totally different thing. I played that game to death. It's night and day difference. Don't even with Odin
All
Sphere.
right, Chow. Did you put in your vote for tactics? Did I see that's what you
Yes, I
said?
did. I feel like
All right.
classic mode just tacked on, so it's just like whatever. Everyone's just gonna play the
Okay.
enhanced version.
So what that means is that we all
I
either
have to
voted for
choose.
Suikoden or tactics except for Adam. So no, Adam is the tiebreaker.
Oh
I'm
man.
gonna choose Saga, but it would have lost.
So I have to basically reposition my Saga vote to one of the other games to choose our winner.
Yep.
Okay.
This sucks.
Okay, I just almost to be consistent, I said earlier that it would, for me personally, it would be Saga and Tactics. So if Saga's not the option, then I have to pick Tactics. I really love Suikoden. I think I even made a very, very strong argument for it. Well, I don't want to boast, but I made an argument for Suikoden.
Anyone who's listened to this podcast knows that we basically had a game, 4 games that were like, all of these games are great. We got to pick 2, and the criteria is admittedly foggy. So anyone who says like, did you not even consider System Shocks? Like the answer is like, yeah, we did strongly. Same with Saga.
So
But the way the
it's a
votes,
tactics winner and then Suikoden runner up then in this case?
Yes, based on our votes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
yep,
Yeah,
based
that's
on our
it.
votes, like
That's
we had to make a decision. That's what it is.
And I
And
think for Ivalice, it sounds like, and I don't want to speak for everyone, we all kind of agree that the implementation of classic mode versus new version is a little bit wonky, but I think we're primarily weighing it towards what they did with that new version. Like,
Yeah.
I think we would all recommend that in a heartbeat. You know, what they did with the voice acting and the quality of life is all very, very good.
So I know, and again, not a perfect science. If we had different participants on the podcast, the outcome might have been different. If the arguments were made in a different order, the outcome might have been different. So we had some really strong contenders for best remaster re-release 2025 based after all of the arguments. We resulted in the winner of Final Fantasy Tactics, the Ivalice Chronicles, with the runner-up of Suikoden 1 and 2. I'm gonna get the full name now. HD Remaster, Gate, Rune, and Dunen Unification Warriors. That's the title if you go to the catalog, what it is. But the Suikoden 1 and 2 HD Remaster as runner-up. With Saga Frontier 2 Remastered and System Shock 2 25th Anniversary Remaster basically being kind of like runner-ups. So there we are. Okay, we're going to go quickly into our next category. This one is writing or storytelling. So for this one, basically writing and storytelling, we can talk about a lot of different things about, are we talking about the overall narrative? Are we talking about the themes? Are we talking about characters? It's kind of all encapsulating of all of those things kind of put together. Which one presented the best foot forward in terms of doing one of those things really, really well, or doing all of those things very well. So we have 7 nominees here for writing or storytelling. They are Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Trails in the Sky First Chapter, Inazuma 11 Victory Road, Clair Obscure Expedition 33, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Look Outside, and 100 Line Last Defense Academy. So all of those games are the ones that ended up in our nominee list for writing or storytelling. And this always ends up being kind of a long section of our podcast just because so much of what we like about RPGs are writing or storytelling. So the nice thing about having this category up early, relatively speaking, is that a lot of these arguments, in terms of once we talk about these games in a full RPG of the year context, we all have discussed: does the game have good characters? Does it have good narrative? Does it have a nice, hook to get the player engaged in, where the plot is going, or things like that? So all of these games are almost certainly going to be brought up in a later conversation once we have to decide an overall RPG of the year. But for now, we're talking specifically about the writing or storytelling. And the nice thing is that this is our first opportunity to talk about any of these games, which is probably why this category ends up taking a while. So I'm going to go ahead and start out. I've not played most of the games on this list, but I played about half of them. I'm going to start out with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which is a game that we could talk about for a while in terms of all the things that it does well. I'm going to try to very quickly focus on what this game is like in terms of writing and storytelling, and why I believe it is a contender for this category. Is that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a massive game in terms of the playable space, in terms of the systems you can engage with, in terms of, in writing and storytelling terms, the number of characters, the number of, narrative beats, the way that the plot is delivered through both gameplay and, cutscene direction, art direction, things like that. I think it's hard to boil it down just to a few minutes of me talking about it here, but if I had to for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I would say that the thing that it does strongly is that it tells such a lengthy, massive story over so much playable space, but every single scene feels like intimate and like handcrafted. It doesn't feel like anything moves too fast or anything escalates too quickly. It feels like you spend so much time in this world. It's a 100-hour game, but every single level of like every single environment, every single character, every single like plot beat, every single narrative thread is handled with so much care that it could be like an HBO miniseries in terms of like how much craft and artistry goes into cutscene composition, goes into voice acting, goes into narrative delivery, all of those things. So obviously, I'm sure that we'll go back to talking about these games in more context. But that I wanted to do just kind of like my statement for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I was the one that nominated and put it on this list. But I know we have a lot of other games on the list here. So at this point, someone can either bounce back their opinions on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 if they played it, or I'm okay shifting to another game and returning to that. So I will go to Mikhail first, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, so just quickly about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, because I've not finished it, although I have been like playing it a lot recently, and I absolutely agree with what Adam said in his review. It's a remarkable RPG, but specifically about the writing and storytelling, I think what you said about everything, the cutscene direction and every scene being memorable and detailed, this also stood out to me because this is the first time I've played a game like this where I can kind of see like some of the scenes feel like a Monty Python sketch you'd see on TV, but perfectly like realized in game form. And I've never had that happen before. Like the HBO series thing you brought up, it actually reminds me of like some older British TV in a way, which I've never had or I've never experienced in game form at all. So it deserves massive props for its cinematography, mocap, just voice acting. And I can't speak to the story at the end because I've not finished it, but so far what I've experienced, I absolutely see why you've put it into this category, and I'm for it being here.
Let me just chime in. First of all, this whole section we're going to be open spoilers. I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Oh, good shout out there. Yeah.
Yeah, for all these games. So like these games have, it's obviously the story of Henry of Skalitz, and this is a direct continuation of the first game where he is looking to basically for revenge on his family. There's a lot more to it than that, but that's like the base motivator, is that Henry is looking for a couple of different people for various reasons to find revenge. And at the end of the game, the scene with Markvart is like,
Mhm.
you get to Markvart and he is like already dying, and at that point, you're at that point kind of hit with a quandary of like, Henry is finally at his target, finally here and now. What are you going to do with Markvart? He's sitting there, helpless, defenseless, in his chair. And the cinematography in this moment is great. The music in this moment is great, and it's just like, if you want to be cynical, it kind of boils down to, are you just as bad as he is or not, or whatever. But like all the different components that build up to that moment after 2 games that are like 100 hours long to this moment, there's like a pathos there that's just kind of, and you're in control. It's an RPG, and it's up to you what you do, and there's different outcomes depending on what you decide what you want to do at this point. But it's one of those moments that just kind of stuck out to me. Is like, what is Henry feeling in this moment? What are you feeling in this moment? What are you even fighting for anymore? There's a whole other situation here with Henry's like brother, not brother, in this environment also, and like what you're trying to do. And so it's just, there are moments like that that I think the game does really well in terms of morals and what's right, what's wrong, what do you want to do, what do you think is appropriate here. And I don't know, I just wanted to highlight that one scene.
It's quite unlike anything else as well, I think, is the thing. And to what you say, it all works because Henry ends up feeling like such a likable character and such a real person. And part of that's about performance, but you can have a character that's got a really good performance where that doesn't necessarily come across in the same way. I mean, a really good example is, because it's a very superficially similar in terms of being about vengeance and stuff, but you can look at Clive in FF16, right? Where it's a really charismatic performance and really well written, but he doesn't necessarily come together in the same way as a real person. Henry, to me, really, really does. But I guess that's a broad part of the entire appeal of Kingdom Come, in the sense that role-playing games like this, where it's this sort of world, it's a quote-unquote realistic medieval world, not necessarily a Witcherian, Indian, Elder Scrollsian fantasy world. It's quite grounded, but they use that groundedness for more than just, gritty, dark, gritty. It's actually quite a funny game. It's got a really great sense of humor. And yeah, I mean, like, I'll put my cards on the table straight up, because I just think it's easier and faster. Whereas, like, I look down this list, like, I think in my opinion, the top 2 are obvious, in the sense that I do think it's Kingdom Come, and obviously everyone talks about the story of Expedition a lot, which I also think is really good. But what I'd say is, the thing I appreciate Kingdom Come for is it feels like it paints outside the lines a little bit. Expedition is absolutely hitting on all those tropes and pulling all those heartstrings that the genre has been good at in the past. Treads a lot of similar ground to Final Fantasy X, certainly. Kingdom Come, the difference too. I just, narratively, I can't remember the last time I played anything like this. It's not in something like a role-playing game. You can look to something like Pentiment, I suppose. But that's a very different proposition and a much cheaper sort of game to do it with. To do a big blockbuster, which has its Hollywood feel, but nevertheless feels so rooted, and to do it so successfully, I think is absolutely brilliant. Yeah,
And it manages
that's
to
me.
do it without like escalating to like world or even country ending stakes. Like it's city
That's what I mean.
altering stakes at the
Yeah,
most.
because that shit doesn't happen in real life. But what's beautiful is they managed to build an RPG where those are the stakes they've set up, and those stakes are satisfying. It doesn't feel like you're playing small potatoes. It feels like everything's a big deal. Because it
So
is
we'll
to
definitely
Henry.
keep Yeah, we'll definitely keep Kingdom Come on the list. I do want to look at one of the ones that are like games on the list that I haven't played, but I know that I've heard through, either the podcast or through social media, games that have really been championed as having really excellent stories in their own rights, even if like they are on a completely different set of scales than things like Kingdom Come or Clair Obscur. One of these games is Inazuma 11 Victory Road. I know that Josh has played a lot of this. I'm going to hand the microphone off to him shortly, and Mikhail as well, who have said that this game has some of the most endearing characters ever of any game. Period. And I don't want to put words in their mouth, but the word of mouth for the storytelling in Inazuma 11 has been incredibly strong. So I'm curious to hear the platforming of that game in this category. Uh, you- I'll hand it off to Josh.
Yeah. The When I went to Victory Road, I was not an Inazuma 11 fan whatsoever. I've heard of the series, I know about it, but I was like, I'll just go in, and see how I feel. And by the end of that story mode, I was like, wow, this is probably one of the best stories in RPGs this year. So it's very much, on the strength of its protagonist. You are this at the start of the story mode. Unmei is his Japanese name. He goes by Destin in the English script, but I'll go for his Japanese name. He's going into this like academy because he's like trying to basically escape the sport of soccer, football, whatever. I'll just say soccer here. Um, and the main reason is because when he was much younger, he was diagnosed with a heart illness. That means that he had to give up the sport of soccer, even though he fucking loved it. It was like his whole life, but it broke him, and to the point that like he wanted to escape from the sport. And the whole first part of this story mode was like reinvigorating his passion for it because like he's kind of been down and out. He doesn't want to, acknowledge reality that he can never play soccer again. And he starts, reconnecting with the sport after he um, meets this delinquent named Joji. And he recognized, he like Umi is a very, very analytical sort of person. He's a very like a tactician, and he recognized that Joji is has like pretty much a perfect body build for the sport. And they from circumstances that um brought them together, um have to basically help one another work their way back into the sport because Joji comes from the background that like he was forced to give up soccer because of his parents, because of his background. He comes from like a rich background, but societal pressure made him quit the sport and so forth. And you also have this overarching story of like the academy that they both attend has banned the sport of soccer because of an incident that happened 5 years prior. So a lot of the first arc of that game is uncovering why soccer was even banned on it. So like going beat by beat for the story is like way too long for the scope of this podcast. But essentially, the whole story mode is a comeuppance of like how do you reconnect with a sport, a hobby, something that you love, even though like your health and society like is trying to keep you apart from it. And so you start meeting people along the way in that story mode that either have a very little connection to soccer or like fell out of that sport for one reason or another, and examining various perspectives, very realistic perspectives, even in real life, of like why you're why you're pretty much forced to like give up something that you love. And it's like, is there a way to still participate in that sport, even though, like in this case, like you cannot physically um, participate in it. And as you form that soccer club, for get to know these characters um, through various walks of life, you start climbing up the ladder of like your soccer club, forming that soccer club, all the even the school politics of forming that soccer club because there's technically it's not supposed to be a soccer club at that school. So there's this whole mystery that you have to uncover to kind of clear up soccer's name at that school. But then going into like the next part of that story of like facing different opponents and adversaries throughout different academies to climb up the ranks of soccer. And one of them is very early on is like another soccer club that has your childhood friend that is well aware of your prior condition with the sport, and you get to see a little bit of like Unmei be in that broken shell state through the perspective of this once close childhood friend slash rival. So you get to see a different side of Unmei through this childhood rival that he's reconnecting with um, there. And over time, you get to see his character arc and progression, and people recognizing that, like, even though this this kid can't participate in the sport himself, even though there's a lot of very talented players. The most threatening part of that team is the heart of that team, which is Unmei, and he's very much the tactician of that team, and it's a very, very intimate, wholehearted like expression of like um just a very personal drama about this character, and also factoring in like the secondary protagonist Haru in that story mode, where I wrote up a little thing about Inazuma on the site, but Haru is like the direct opposite of Unmei, where Haru is the son of the first protagonist of Inazuma 11. You don't need to have played any of the Inazuma 11 games, but they do have some minor elements and characters that do play a role in the story mode. And Haru is pretty much gifted with like basically the best soccer player ever at this point. He's at the top of the top when playing for one of the best teams, but everything has become so routine to him that he's uh, been bored with the sport of soccer because he's so good at it that like he doesn't feel like he has to try his best. Like he's just kind of going through the motions. So when Unmei and Haru meet and they come to understand like where they are at their walks of life, like it changes their lives because they are direct opposites. With Unmei can no longer participate in the sport uh, directly, but he's still very much like the brains of that team and can analyze, um, situations and come up with counter tactics against it. And Haru is like he can do everything on the field. He plays his role perfectly, but he doesn't have as much of a motivation or passion to um, play it to his full potential. And those worldviews clash with each other constantly in the story, and it really forms this beautiful narrative of like this parallel like opposing sides parallel stories going on in that tale. Like I would like to see it like stick around for a bit more because I just think it's one of the more interesting stories that came out of nowhere this year for me, especially coming from a person like I'm not a fan of Inazuma 11. I'm not really the biggest fan of soccer. I'm well aware of it, but it's I think it's a testament to that game's story that was able to resonate with me, even though I was like coming at it from a completely fresh set of eyes on it. I think it's just like an incredible tale from beginning to end.
Mikhail, you had a comment on this? You also, I know, played
Just
a
just
lot of
quickly,
Inazuma 11. Yeah.
just quickly to touch on, since Josh went into detail about the characters and the flow, I just want to talk about how we've had like so many games over the years where they try to make it feel like you're experiencing an anime. Like, you even have literally anime licensed games, but this is the first one which actually feels like it went all the way. They turned it up to 11. They do not care that you're supposed to get into the action when you start the game. You will not play a full soccer game until like multiple hours into the main story. This is like you're watching a full long anime series on TV with openings, endings, whatever you want. And they also have like a ton of proper, animated cutscenes from like famous studios in Japan. I forget the name of the one which did it, but this is all like the stuff which they've put into this. Like I just don't know where they got the money to do all of this from, because this is the actual closest you've come to experiencing an anime in game form, and I appreciate it for that. I've not finished the story, so I'm glad Josh covered whatever he had to, and his article is fantastic on the site going into detail on that. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up, that they do not care that you're playing a game and you need to get into the action. You're experiencing an anime that happens to have some gameplay in it.
Yeah, there's also it also does like a great job like fleshing out its main cast too. Like there's like definitely multiple character arcs, and you come to understand like the problems that and the backgrounds of like each of your like main party members, your main soccer team. Like one of them has to overcome like this sort of like childhood trauma of like putting on like a fake bold face, like being like kind of like the chain that binds like that gets people together. Serving as like putting on like a fake smile to make sure everyone gets along, but in that respect it feels like they're robbing them of their self identity, because they feel like they're just an empty vessel that's only merely trying to get people to work and play together well each with one another, and having to go to this character's like backstory and flesh out like, hey, how do we like he becomes like sort of like this very very important character even though he's introduced way earlier in the story. his main character arc doesn't come for like several hours into the game, very deep into the game, and he becomes like one of the cornerstone main central characters in a certain upcoming match that has to like kind of get everyone together and trying to figure out, okay, like what's going on with this person and how do we address this? How do we overcome this?
And even though I have not played this game, like a lot of the things you're describing, I can see like just themes of like determination, earnestness, motivation, like a lot of things that can be, you know, sure it's framed around the game of soccer, but a lot of those things are enduring
Right.
in
Universal
its
themes.
for their own sake, yeah,
Yeah.
universally. So I'm definitely on board with keeping this here, because all the arguments I made for it, both now and in previous episodes of the regular podcast, have kind of endeared it to me, even just as an outsider. One game that was on this list relatively late that I know that two people at least here have played through a little bit that I'm curious just to hear more about because it's kind of an unknown for me is Look Outside. This was a game that we've never really covered on the site this year. It was a re-release early, I believe, in March that has gotten really good reception, but just kind of fell outside of our purview, not like deliberately, inadvertently. And I know that James and Adam have both looked at the release schedule and said we should take a look at Look Outside, so we can speak to it, and was quickly nominated for this category. So I'll go to Adam first, then James about Look Outside. Just quickly, if you could tee up what it is, and because it's not something we have context for, and then specifically why it's here in the best writing category of the podcast.
Well, what I will say is that this game was shadow dropped, and that's always tricky for us because we spend so much time planning like our coverage, and then sometimes a game like this just kind of comes out of nowhere, and we don't know what it is when it's just first coming out. Like, what's this? Look Outside, some game just came out from Devolver, okay, and then you kind of put it aside for. But anyways, uh, James is actually the one who nominated it. I'm assuming, so I'll let him speak on
Yes.
it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So and I have a feeling you probably will agree with me, at least on the nomination, even early on.
Hmm.
The main premise of Look Outside is you are a unemployed dude living in his apartment. You have a weird
This is too
dream,
real.
and then
Go
you
ahead.
wake up, and it's like you have a very strong desire to just look outside your window. But before you do, your next door neighbor, who's for whatever reason just looking through a crack in your two like apartment's walls, tells you, "Wait, maybe don't do that." And you quickly find out that there's something out there in the sky that if you look at does weird things to you, and nobody knows what it is exactly, and it's apocalyptic. So eventually it's supposed to go away within in 15 days. But for those 15 days, you either just hunker down in your apartment, wait for it to pass, or you explore the apartment complex and try and figure out what the hell is going on. And the reason I nominated it is that there's a lot of choices you can make in this game. There's a lot of characters you can meet, and the way you interact with them isn't really set in stone a lot of times. Anyway, so random people will come up and knock on your door, and they can be random NPCs that are like shopkeepers. They can be enemies, rarely. They can be other characters that will have something they want to say to you. Sometimes they'll ask, like, for example, there's these two teenagers, Monty and Ziri, I think. It's complete. There's some level of RNG who will show
I've
up. So
never
you're
met these
not.
people, so yeah,
Yes.
just to prove your point.
And they'll just straight up say, "Hey, can we crash at your place for a few days?" And you can say yes, and they'll like crash in your place, and they'll actually take over part of it, or you can just say no, fuck off. But if you invite them, you can add them to your party, and then when you're exploring and whatnot, you can actually use them in battle, and you can theoretically do the entirety of this game solo, but you really don't want to. And the choices you make with all these NPCs is really fascinating. I think the one that stood out to me early on is on the second day, you'll be woken up by your neighbor Sybil, and she'll tell you, "I heard a crash outside your door, and like looking through the peephole, I saw some sort of like teeth thing walking around. And sure enough, if you go outside, like your immediate, like across the like hall neighbor's door is completely busted open. And there's this monster who used to be a person that's like afflicted with all of these like teeth that's just walking around and very clearly have lost their mind. And what you could do, you can talk with them and they'll say things and you can attack them, or you can just leave them alone and go into the apartment and see what the hell is going on. Is anyone in that apartment, in that family, still sane, still fine? And most of them are various degrees of like still sane. Like there's Ben, the young, well, not the second youngest child, who basically what happened with them is that they're like adults and older children, they can understand, oh, you shouldn't look outside. But what about a baby, like in a crib, that isn't able to know what's going on? What if they look out a window and then all of a sudden they turn into this monster and they afflict their entire family? And I'm not explaining this great. I know this is something you've probably experienced, Adam.
Yeah, I'll jump in to assist. Broadly, this game is very, very, very open-ended. Like James was saying, you can kind of do whatever you want. And so, like, you can leave your room and you can visit this family on the other side of the hall and they have their own little story going on, or you can just ignore them entirely. And then you're going to, you can go downstairs and meet other people and do other things. And some of it is RNG and some of it is not. Pretty much any character in the game you can talk to or you can fight them, and it's one of those things where like very different things can happen on different playthroughs depending on what you decide to do. It's extremely open-ended. Maybe this is more of a design thing than a writing thing, but there are like, I think there's like 15 different characters that can join your party depending on like what happens and who you meet and who you talk to.
Yeah, and some of them are missable and some of them aren't. The main reason I nominated this was for two reasons. One, with the Teef family, there's actually the oldest kid, Joel. You meet him and he's like brushing his teeth, and you don't see his full like body at first, so you don't know the full like extent of his affliction. But you can talk with him, and he's very clearly, at least at first, sane. And if you introduce yourself as his neighbor, so you know that you're not a stranger, so he knows that you're not a stranger, and you get his teddy bear, because he, like, the moment you talk with him, there's like a series of like choices you can make, and then at the end of them, he just begins to fully turn, and it's like his sanity is like held on by a thread. You can run from him then, or if you had already picked it up, there's a teddy bear, and like the one thing he says when he turns is fuzzy, and that's basically him calling for his teddy bear because he's scared. He doesn't know what's going on. He's like 8. He just has no clue what the hell's going on. His whole family's going insane. His younger brother, Ben, hasn't gone insane, but he's basically just unrecognizable. And the way you interact with this entire family, like piecing together it, it's like, even though they've all turned, they're still themselves, or at least a shadow of themselves. And if you give a teddy bear to Joel, and if you hug him and say, look, you can't stay here, it's not safe for you anymore, this isn't your family anymore, he can become a companion. And
this is not obvious.
It's not obvious, but the thing that really messed me up is that if you do fight his father instead of running away from him, and you do fight his mother instead of running away from her, because both of those are completely hostile. You can't talk them down. Same with the baby that turned the whole situation in the first place. You can't reason with the baby because the baby is just like not even a toddler that's turned into this monster and has no clue what's going on. Isn't even able to understand anything. If you basically attack them in self-defense, or you could justify it as self-defense, when you go back to your apartment, like, one of the things you want to do is you always want to keep your hygiene up, because it's not enough to just stay healthy in terms of like your HP or your stamina. You also have to worry about your hygiene and you have to worry about your sanity. And one of the ways you can do that is by keeping a sense of normalcy, by taking showers, by watering your plant, by playing video games, by brushing your teeth. But whenever you brush your teeth, like the main character, he, he he's a very normal dude and he thinks about the stuff that he's done or the stuff that you've done. And one of the things that can happen is that when you're at the mirror, he might really get introspective about what he's done. And he, like, I had a scene where he's like, I'm a murderer. I went into my neighbor's apartment and killed them. And it's like, and worst of all, like I have, like Joel's now living with me. It's like, and it's this whole thing where it's like, as a player, you understand, well, you can justify it as self-defense. You could, but you didn't have to. Like you could have run from those fights. Most of them.
You could have ignored it entirely.
What you're describing sounds like a great like nominee for like best immersion, not necessarily best writing storytelling, in my opinion. But
I
like,
couldn't disagree stronger. I think that the character writing and the way that it interacts with the story as it unfolds as you're going through the game is actually very notable. But
yeah,
let's move on.
yeah, we need
I
to.
will say though that the thing that you brought up is emblematic. Like you can't just, even though we do it for the categories because it's nice and tidy, is that you can't always divorce them and say, well, this one had better gameplay, this one had better writing when the things are so interlinked. So definitely kind of a lot of decisions we made, not in this category, but across categories about where it should land. But to look at the rest of this list for best writing, I do want to take a swing at one, and I don't know how contentious this is going to be, but it might be. But just to try to shorten the list, I'm looking at one of the nominees for best writing, Trails in the Sky first chapter, and I'm thinking it was better told in the original. So I'm looking at the first chapter and being like, I get it, and it's a good story, but I don't even think it's my favorite version of the story. So I'm looking at it here and saying like, yeah, it's fine. I don't think it
Also, the
wins.
translation isn't as good, which
Well, that's a factor
yeah.
of it, right? So playing it in English. So I'm looking at Trails in Sky first chapter being like, it was okay. It's a very classic tale, like, and it's endearing for a lot of the reasons it was back when it first released and was first made in English. You know, when I first played it, when it released on whatever it released on first, PSP, in 20 whenever it was. But like I'm looking at first chapter saying like, I don't think it lives up to the rest here on this list.
I was actually going to bring this up if you didn't as well. Like, as much as I love Trails in the Sky first chapter, the more I sit on it, the more I cool on it, where I like it more as a remake and an overall game. But for writing, I don't know. I feel like it's near, like, not in my top three Trails games either. So I don't know. I just would not have it over here. And yeah, I'm with you on the translation, localization being better for the original, for sure, like, without question.
Does anyone
We
feel
safely
otherwise
knockout.
for
Yeah, I don't actually don't feel that strongly. Like it's one of the weakest Trails game when it comes to story, in my opinion. Just setting up things, so I don't feel like I didn't nominate it as a spot, so I would knock it down too.
I definitely feel like it's a good complete package, but looking at the writing on its own, it's good, but just I don't think it's up to par for this. So I think that might be our first casualty of this section.
Yeah, I'd also just say that with Trails in the Sky first chapter, besides the localization and like some side quests, the actual writing for this is not any different from the original. So I don't think it really should be notable for like a nomination for best writing storytelling for 2025.
I do want to say that I think first chapter does a really good job at all the setup. Like nothing else would exist had first chapter not done it so well. So I do want to give it props for that, but I agree that in terms of just on its own best writing, I don't think it's winner or runner up in this category this year. We'll probably revisit next year with second chapter and see how we feel, which is a direct
Yeah, for sure.
continuation. But as for first chapter on its own, I agree.
Mikhail, another late addition that was a nominee, a game that also had really strong word of mouth when it released about halfway through the year. The 100 Line Last Defense Academy. So I know that talking about the story of this game can be a lot, and to describe it all is an impossible challenge. So I know to try to be as like abbreviated as you can, or at least hit like the core sentiment, why you thought this was, worthy of a nomination for best writing.
Yeah, so like if I wanted to be very reductive, I'd say that to me, 100 line Last Defense Academy was 13 Sentinels done right and turned to 11. Like that's being
I
very
disagree heavily.
provocative and
I disagree
yeah, I
very
know. So
heavily with
that,
that parallel.
that's very provocative. Anyway, let me like jokes aside. The reason I put it over here is because like I've spent about 110 hours with it in the last 3 weeks, so it's kind of still fresh with me. I heard a lot about this as well. Like I initially just played it for like testing and was skipping a lot of the cutscenes, and basically I thought I'd get to it eventually, but it basically does what Kodaka has been doing for a while, except it turns everything to 11. Like it tells a very, very, very interesting uh, combination of, I'd say, a mystery game. It has sci-fi elements. It has basically he had his, what's the word I'm looking for? Each character trope. Also, everything to the extreme. So I'd say if you like Danganronpa games, this is that to the extreme. And what struck me the most is this is actually a game where like it gets, you can't say it gets better after like 30 hours. The real game starts after 30 hours. So what you experience initially, like you said, right, where I'm not going to spoil anything, but I feel like how they structure the story is just like the only other game I've kind of had a similar experience with is like Labyrinth of Galleria. Like nothing has come close to that. So you play through the first 100 days of this game, and something happens at the end and you get a choice where you can go back in time and try and do things differently. This is where the game actually starts. You get access to the flowchart. You actually make decisions now which will take you onto different routes and take you onto different paths and stuff like that. So what struck me with this is, first of all, the character writing is really good. The first, I haven't gone through all 100 endings. I don't think I ever will, but I have seen a few of them, and I have seen what is considered the truth ending. When I finished that truth ending, I won't say more about it. I just thought this was like, if I don't put this on this list, I'd be doing a disservice to myself, because it is like my favorite writing of the year for sure, straight up. So I put it on this for that reason. And one more thing I want to just touch on before Josh speaks on this is, if I had actually played it initially, I probably would not. If I would have played it like at launch or pre-release when we had access to it, I might have not actually nominated it over here, because they've done a lot to reduce the friction in revisiting it and playing more of the story with like quality of life stuff. I would have probably dropped it before, because I hate things that waste my time. And what I've experienced in 100 line with the character with Takumi, just the decisions you make, how he tries to do everything to live up to a specific part of his original life, and that may or may not exist and stuff like that. I just absolutely love everything about it.
If this category was most writing and storytelling, I think this would win that category. But I think in terms of like if we're talking about the best one, I heavily disagree. I think this game is interesting. I think this game has a lot of artistic merit to it. I think the first game run you do at the game, which is, hey, you're trying to survive protecting this academy for 100 days. You live out those 100 days with, as it's introducing systems to you, like the board game mini game to collect resources, spending time getting to know the other students, and then all the narrative build up to basically, hey, there's like this, there were things that happen, and you gain, and your main character Takumi gains the power to travel back in time, essentially, and redo that stuff. And then you have an interesting dichotomy between 100 Line and Last Defense Academy. The flowchart is split in between these two sections of the title to dictate, hey, these are the ones by Kodaka, and then here's are the ones by Uchikoshi. And it's interesting, like, it's definitely unique in the sense that, like, hey, these two writers were able to construct, their love letter to the visual novel adventure video game genre in general by letting you explore different facets and routes of how this whole thing could play out. Sometimes it won't even deal with the main conflict at all. It'll be more a slice of life and sort of scenario, and the actual UI will change at times at key moments to sort of pay homage to, like, say, the visual novel genre. So the way that the UI transforms is really fun in that respect, where it's like kind of paying homage on like say a slice of life, maybe more romance harem, sort of UI that's seen in other works in that genre, which is all really cool. But like it's sort of in a weird spot because it's doing so much. Like it's unfair to it to say that like all parts of it are equally good in that respect. There are definitely some routes that are a slog, deliberately so. Some are more exciting than others. Some play out are the length of them is shorter or longer than the others. But like you learn a lot about these characters. You see different sides of them, but in general, I just think overall, it's a really fascinating overall package that they were able to make a game like this. One that's really you haven't really seen in other games in terms of its scope, and it's like it's a miracle that it was able to finish and come out, and like it rightly deserves to be well loved. But I wouldn't say it would be the best writing and storytelling because it's juggling so much that like when it's bad, it's real bad and it's a slog to get through.
Quality over quantity, right?
Well, yeah, this one's quantity over quality for sure, but that's deliberately so.
So the one point against that I'd say is like I'm not viewing this as something where you need to see all 100 endings. Like, do you consider, like, say you have a JRPG like Persona 5 Royal, would you consider every aspect of it, like the social links and everything, as part of the main writing, or would you just consider the main story? So, like, I'm looking
I
at it from
consider
that
all of it. I
perspective.
consider all of it as an overall package because that's part of the like. I mean, your playthrough is like you can speak to your own playthrough, right? But when I'm thinking about like the overall package of a game, like of course all aspects of it should be considered. Like it's kind of like like if someone played Near Automata and they only got the first credits roll, does that mean that like that the thing that they only played should be considered then and not the entirety of the game?
Well, are you
No, I just
saying
mean
that
that,
all the other like non like Route A through E endings
yeah.
in Near Automata should be part of that consideration, even though like most of those are just jokes?
I mean, sure. I mean, like because a lot of those are like just alternate endings, right? But obviously, the meat of it is like, hey, those main endings. So it's up to you to see if you want to see the rest of the endings or just see the meat of it. And it's like those are done unlocked linearly, unlike 100 line, which is way more open ended, which is
Yeah.
cool. But
I will say that from my perspective, the thing with 100 line is that yes, it's a lot of quantity over quality, maybe, but to a certain extent, it feels like that was the point with the writing. Not in the sense of, oh, it was bad on purpose, but rather, like, with the truth ending, it kind of, like, the whole point is how, like, very different things can play out in anyone's lives just based off of few small changes. Like, the whole branching narrative is itself a narrative on how life can change depending on, like, these minute differences. And I think that that is, like, a narrative in and of itself that's worth considering.
Yeah, I just view it as like, if some of the endings I've heard are really bad, the ones I've not seen, and when I say really bad, I just mean like Josh said, it's a slog to get them, or those routes are a slog. I might end up just skipping them because I don't want to waste time on them. But like, when I was playing it, I was like laser focused on just getting what I wanted from it. And if I stopped playing it right now and never went back for anything else, I would be satisfied with what I got. And I just know that if I want to experience more from the world, there's a lot waiting for me over there for what if paths. So I'm
oh,
approaching it from that sense.
so if we're gonna do 100 line, then we're just gonna cherry pick like, hey, all the good parts of it, all the good stuff of it is awesome, and the rest of that like aren't that great.
I mean,
Shove
Josh,
it off to the side.
you were literally just like arguing against like when I said that the character moments that not everyone's going to see and look outside aren't really storytelling and narrative, when I feel like that's the core of the experience, where it's like the reactivity and your own choices. And that's the same thing with 100 line.
For what it's worth, I as an outsider having not played this game, I am compelled by Josh's argument. Like just there's a difference between, oh, I'm playing Nier Automata and I ate a poisoned fish and it got a gag ending. A very, very, very small part of the experience versus, oh wow, the writing in this branching story of Hundred Line was really bad and did not endear to me and I didn't like it at all. It was a slog. But this other ending was good. Like it's not quite the same, though I can kind of see the parallels. Uh definitely
I'm
different
kind
a
of
difficult game to
I'm kind of agree
put in
with
the
Josh's point
contention
of
here.
view too. I felt like Mikhail's experience, like he just went through like the best main course, and then he didn't went through the slog parts. And even if he did, he would just skip it. I don't know. That's the way I feel like I'm hearing it. It's like I'm just gonna skip and just
No, I
try to
mean,
fly
They,
by
they
to that part.
updated the game too. They updated the game post launch to be like, oh man, these repetitive battles that you're going through, you can skip them now, and that's like sort of an admission
so
that like, hey, like if you want to get like they're letting you skip parts of the game that are deliberately repetitive to like see the story. That's sort of like an admission, like,
And
hey, you
and to be
probably should have.
honest, if anything, this is a hot take. I don't necessarily think they should have done that because like the whole point of that narrative of like the route where it's like constant battles, it's like you're supposed to be in hell. You're supposed to hate it. That's the narrative of that route, and it's like, really? Fucking really?
I don't know. I just think from this perspective, it's like suppose you're playing an Assassin's Creed game and you finish the main story and you really like it, but the side, like the optional stuff to go for 100% is really bad. Would you say that the game doesn't have good writing then? Like it seems to me that that's the
And
Well, I
and
remember
to
when
play
Adam was talking
devil's
about
ad-
Assassin's Creed Valhalla very quickly, is that all of the side content he just thought was very boring and rote. And
I said this before you said Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That's exactly what I was thinking.
yeah.
yeah.
I know that's content versus story, but again, it's hard to divorce them completely. So we will get back to Hundred Line. I want to table it because we do have to
Sure.
make some decisions here. But I do think that the fact that that was a contentious discussion kind of is a knock against it in a way. At least that's the way I'm interpreting it. But we have a couple games that have been listed but not mentioned here. Here's a tricky one. A game that we're going to be talking about a fair number of times throughout this podcast, Claire Obscure Expedition 33. So I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about this game as a whole. This game, as we're going to bring it up in the final list and in some other categories, I'm thinking about the writing of this game and how it's very clearly inspired by, overtly what the studio has mentioned that they have been inspired by the talent at Sandfall Interactive. Final Fantasy X, I think Persona 5 were the big ones that they called out as inspirations. And I think especially in the term of Final Fantasy X, you can see the through line there. I'm looking at the story of Claire Obscure Expedition 33, just the story, nothing else. And I'm like, it's good. It's even great. But I do think of Claire Obscure is better as the complete package in terms of like the gameplay, the classic nature of it, the scope of it, the artists of it, the music of it, the story of it, versus the story itself. I'm like, it's good. It's even great. I don't know if it's transcendent. I don't know if it's the strongest part of the game, but I do like it a lot. So looking specifically at this category for writing or storytelling, I'm looking at Claire Obscure and I'm like, I don't know if it lands in the top two, specifically because I'm narrowing my focus only to its writing. So me off the cuff. But I don't know if other people feel differently or the same way.
My read is I think the writing of Claire Obscure is relatively. If you take the writing in a literal sense, it's relatively familiar. It's relatively, and this can sound so pejorative, but it really isn't. Relatively by the numbers to what we know, what we're familiar with, and that's fine. But I guess this category is writing and storytelling, and I think the storytelling element is exceptionally well told. And I do think no, it's not a game that can be written off from this category because you only have to look at public sentiment. It is the most talked about game story of the year. Now, and people, it's a story where people have got extremely attached to those characters because the character writing is excellent, even if the main thrust of the narrative, the journey they go on, is perhaps less interesting. Again, this is so classic Final Fantasy in that sense, in the sense that I think. Is there any Final Fantasy game really that has a truly great story?
Yeah, I
Like
get where
as
you're
in
going
the
there.
narrative thrust? Usually not. It's usually that the characters are fabulous and they sort of pull you through that. Oftentimes the Final Fantasy stories are quite messy. You look at some of the most beloved ones. You look at 6, 9, 7, 10. They're quite messy narratives, but the characters pull you through them. And that is sort of the case here as well. Like I say, I see this and Kingdom Come as the two sides of the coin in the sense that this is perhaps Clair Obscur is perhaps less interesting, but it executes well on these familiar concepts to enormous success. And Kingdom Come actually sketches out something very different.
We do have one other game on the list that we haven't brought up yet. If all the rest are still kind of to be deliberated, we do have Dynasty Warriors Origins on here. We've talked about this on the podcast about specifically what Dynasty Warriors Origins has done in a lot of ways on a narrative front compared to other, the mainline games in the series. Josh, I believe that you were the one. I think you and Chow have been the ones that have played this game. I always forget who's played everything on the list, but I do know that you played through this game very thoroughly and was our main coverage for it on the main episodes of the podcast. So, if you
Yeah,
can
I mean,
speak to its writing and storytelling here.
I think I'll probably push more for the best immersion because the storytelling it's a big step up from prior Dynasty Warriors games. Like you do have a more intimate look at the romance of the Three Kingdoms in terms of like you have like one-on-one conversations with them. It's a very more narratively focused compared to how the previous Dynasty Warriors games have been presented. And it's fun that they really went all in on like the presentation of the narrative and getting you connected with the characters. Even though your character yourself is more of a blank state, more of a silent protagonist, more of an outsider's look at the romance of the Three Kingdoms viewed through this like sort of like silent blank state protagonist. Um, but it's I was surprised that they decided to chop this story up. Like it doesn't even tell you like the entirety of the romance of the Three Kingdoms story. It goes up to like the Battle of Chibi, because they've done such a great job like placing such narrative weight and focused on like the drama of like why this conflict took place, why did it even split into three factions between Weiwu and Shu, and like the rulers of these three kingdoms, where their ideologies diverged, and the chemistry that they had with the generals and other people and their strategists underneath their wing, that really their ambitions and their goals throughout the era. Like it's like it presents it in a way more compelling way than previous games have had. But I think it excels more in the immersion factor than the storytelling factor. Even though it is compelling, I think I'm ready to talk about this game more in the best immersion rather than best writing storytelling. So I can let go of it here.
And again, it kind of speaks again to the thing where these things are interconnected, but maybe it more appropriately belongs in the discussion under immersion than it does under storytelling. Even though, like, I'm not saying one supersedes the other because you have to have both together. But in the imperfect art of assigning winners to categories that are not always defined in black and white, sometimes you just kind of have to go with your gut in a way and say like I think it works better in this particular lens or under this particular context. So we will definitely revisit Dynasty Warriors Origins in the later category of best design and immersion. And at that point, we've talked at least to every title in the storytelling, the writing and storytelling, as Alex keenly pointed out, category here. The five that are left that we've talked about that we now have to decide between are Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Inazuma 11 Victory Road, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Look Outside, and the 100 line Last Defense Academy. So I'm looking at this, and obviously we run into, and this is going to be a repeating theme throughout the podcast, is that not everyone here has played every game on the list. So at some point, there's strength of argument, and there's also just familiarity. And is that 100% fair? The answer is not 100%. But that's just kind of the world we live in when it comes to subjective awards like this. But we have to make a decision here. I'm looking at this, and based on the not to immediately just go back to it, but I do see it as kind of like the point that we can attack is the contentious view on the 100 line Last Defense Academy, how it does certain things extremely well, and on certain routes and in certain nuggets of the story are some of the most compelling that McHill and others have played this year or across multiple years. But with the caveats of the things that have been discussed about how the story is delivered, about how it branches out from things that are of differing levels of quality. So I'm looking at that as potentially the next knockoff, but I don't want to just decide that in a vacuum. But I'm just trying to figure out where to target, how to shorten this list.
I like for me, I'm just gonna skip to the to get through all the fluff and skip to like if we're doing it by like, hey, strength of like arguments and strength of like, hey, people have played this, like most of the people in this class. I think the top two for winner and runner up, considering all of those, is, as Alex mentioned, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Clear Obscure
I
Expedition
can agree with
33.
that.
Because I've only really played through the whole of Inazuma 11 story mode. Look outside, the only
Yeah,
only James and Adam has done it. 100 line is very divisive, even among those people who played it here. Like I think there's a general consensus that like those two, Kingdom Come and Clear Obscure, like are pretty much like well played among here, and also are exceptional. Both of them are exceptional in this field.
yeah, I
I will
can.
say though that you almost like, and I even say almost, maybe yes. Like I was thinking, like I was gonna have Inazuma 11 sneak in, and I'm like, the strength
I
of your
would love
argument on
that, but
that
it's
over
a
Claire
it's a tall
Obscure.
task.
But then,
It's a
but then,
tall
but then
Yeah,
task.
Alex,
yeah,
but then
yeah, yeah.
Alex kind of pulled me back a little bit
Yeah,
on
it's
Claire
a tall
Obscure.
Yeah,
task.
I wish that I had played like Look Outside earlier, so I would have had more time to fully digest, so I could fully explain what I love about the characters and story in this. But it's kind of like the same problem you had with 100 Line, where yes, a lot of those moments, like with the Rat Baby, you can't miss, but other ones like with Joel and like some of the interactions with other NPCs, you can miss. And for me, I think that's part of the beauty of it, where it's like you don't like if you never save the rat baby, you won't even know what's going on. Like in the end, where it's like it can grow up into your rat child, and it's like that. If anything, makes the fact that maybe you could have just sacrificed it all the more like depressing. But again, it's one of those things where I knew that I wasn't going to get the win on this. I knew it was probably going to be Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or Clair Obscure, but I had to mention it. I had to mention it because I do think it is one of the strongest like narratives in terms of like the way that the game is wrapped around it that has come out this year.
And I always walk away from this podcast with my backlog list being added to. It's been
For
they just
anyone
rev another
listening,
year's.
yeah,
It's been
for
Look
anyone
Outside this year,
listening, and
baby.
well, actually, I'm sure it'll be brought up later, but for anyone curious, Look Outside, a lot of the development team, and in fact, the creator and writer and the person who did the soundtrack was Chef Boyardee, who worked on Berkeley Shep and Jam Guide. And a lot of
I
the
don't know what that means, but it sounds interesting.
Pretty good.
yeah.
Adam, just since you're the other person that's played Look Outside, how like when you're looking at these four games, I'm curious where you see it looking at with Look Outside specifically.
Um, I think I would. I think I would categorize Look Outside strengths more into like design than writing, although writing is of course
Okay.
an integral part of design.
So we're kicking
But
this can down the road.
but yeah,
I'm saying that a little bit glibly, but
right.
okay. I
And
can
we
kinda
have
see it.
a design category coming up with plenty of nominees already.
Yep. Alrighty. So
I
we're
will say
down
one
to
last thing. I will say
yeah.
one last thing. I'm totally okay with 100 line getting knocked off this because one, Josh has played more of it than I have for sure. Like even though I did the routes I wanted to, and so has James. I will say that I'm with Alex on this one. I think just Kingdom Come and Clair Obscure. But if I had finished it, I would have probably pushed for Inazuma more. But like you said, right, every time we do this podcast, you come out with more games on your backlog, and that's the best part. And just a reminder that every game that is nominated here are games that we really really like. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. So yeah,
Mhm.
that's my piece with 100 line being knocked off.
There's a reason why Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 is not on the short list. Sorry. Okay, anyways, so we have to pick a winner
Yeah, it's
between
not an
Kingdom Come
RPG.
Deliverance. There you go. We have to pick a winner between Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Inazuma 11 Victory Road, and Clair Obscur Expedition 33. And this one's kind of interesting because like I look at Kingdom Come and Clair Obscur, the two I'm familiar with, and one of them is definitely like more blockbustery, got a higher high, ramps to the climax quicker. But then I think the other one, that's Clair Obscur, of course. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I think it just has such a persistent level of quality over such a long runtime. And I I don't know if we go. I don't know if we go to votes on this. Like that's kind of a last resort. But I'm looking at these. I already kind of voiced my my opinion on Clair Obscur Expedition 33, how it's a great but not transcendent story, even though I do think Alex is correct that the storytelling elevates it a little further. But for me, I'm looking at Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 as a winner, and I'm still on board with Inazuma 11 also being in either the winner or the runner-up category because of the strength of the argument
Yeah,
there.
I'm
So that's where I'm
looking
sitting.
at I'm looking at. I think Kingdom Come to me probably wins it because I think it'd be a tall order for Inazuma to even get to the top two in the first place. I don't think there's no fucking way in hell it'll happen. That's my gut. But I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is like such an exceptional game in terms of like not even just like the broader scope, bigger picture story, but it's like a lot of its special moments are in those like small like moments, like it like just having like little mini arcs in like the locales that you visit, right? You get to
Mm.
know those people there, and they have such like it feels mundane, but the way that you go about it, it feels like you forget that like you sort of exist in the real world sometimes with what you're doing in that game.
And there's also a lot of like quest design that isn't main story stuff. Like kind of like
Yeah.
what you mentioned. Like there's a whole sequence of quests and stories and characters all related to like the Romani people, and I think most of that is optional. But there's like a lot of story and writing and character stuff there that's all memorable, just as its own little. It's good quest writing. Like it's stuff you want to experience and seek out, and obviously it interfaces with the game's systems as well. But like, there's a lot of writing there too that is good.
It's very flexible with the way that like when you choose a response, the ways that can turn out to the way how you respond.
Mhm.
It's fun. I think Kingdom Come, in my opinion.
So maybe the harder decision now is runner-up position, Inazuma 11 or Clair Obscur.
Look, man.
And we and as it's
What do we think about Clair Obscur Act 3?
I
That's
think
the
it's
contentious
messy.
I-
It's messy.
No, I don't like that. I don't
I think
like
it's
that.
messy.
I know
I
Chow
don't-
wouldn't
I
like
don't-
it.
I don't
I-
think the story is I don't think the story and the narrative is the problem in Act 3. Like, they ran out of fucking money, right? But I think the story is executed. It's other stuff in Act 3, which ironically has been addressed a little bit by all the content they've done
Yeah.
afterwards. But
well, now we run into the silly thing. Well, that
Yeah.
was released after December, so it
That
doesn't
was
count.
that was released
But
2 days
well,
ago.
not just that. They did other things before that. But anyway,
they?
my
I
point
forget.
is, for me, I feel that well, it's my thesis. Posited right at the start of all of this, which was basically, that I think the top two is Clair Obscur and Kingdom Come, and the difference is Clair Obscur is like familiar, executed really well, and Kingdom Come actually has new shit to say, and I think that's far more interesting. Basically,
I have a
Like-
couple of thoughts about Clair Obscur's like Act 3. I did what's the best way of putting this? There was a post that was going around on Blue Sky a few weeks ago about how like you could read Act 3 like being sort of aimless as itself being like you know what you have to do and you're basically just delaying the inevitable, which is probably not what was intended, but there's that. And I just think a lot of stuff around the ending itself is a little bit messy. I don't know how I feel about the fact that there's like two endings and the developers keep saying, oh, we don't want to say which ending is meant to be the good ending. And yet you have an NPC right before the final boss, which straight up lays out, no, this is what Versa would have wanted.
but
I just-
what he wanted isn't necessarily the right thing. Like, that's the point, right? Like, that's just
I'm just a bit of a
will
realist
say
here.
that-
Like the Inazuma here is like it's cool, but like I'm the only one who's really gone through it beginning to finish, and the whole crux of it is you guys trusting me on that. I could lay out all the awesome story
trust you with my
beats
life, Josh.
that so I can lay out all the awesome story beats. Like I'm like thinking like even if I were to even detail like one of my moments of the year in that story mode, like I don't know if like my word is enough to like even get it over Clair Obscur, because Clair Obscur is well beloved. It's by the masses, and the more of you play it here, everyone's liked it here. It's just like I'm just going. It's just by the numbers here of like, hey, I know what my competition is. I know where I stand here.
I do have one
Yeah.
final comment with Claire Obscure, is that I do love that they attempted to go for an ending that was ambiguous in terms of like not good Paragon Renegade or whatever. I don't think they quite hit it. Like, I think I'm not gonna share it, but I do think that one ending is clearly better designed than the other.
Yeah.
I do think, and I think Alex will appreciate this, I do think Cyberpunk did much better with all of the endings are ambiguous in terms of like which one's the best, which one's the worst, which one's the most hopeful, which one's the least hopeful. I think that nailed that tone a lot better than Claire Obscure did. Claire Obscure. So when I think of Claire Obscure, I'm like, well, clearly this one fits the themes much better
I
than
mean,
this one. This one
Cyberpunk's a bit
feels
different in Cyberpunk's a bit different in that the beautiful thing about Cyberpunk is all the endings suck. The lesson
Yep.
is world is fucked. It doesn't matter how much what you do, it still be fucked in slightly different ways, or quite large different ways. But yeah,
I do
don't know.
think for Claire Obscure, like, yeah, so to try to reel it back to 2025, that's my fault for bringing it up. Cyberpunk, all of its endings were thematic. Claire Obscure, I really feel only one of them is. And people might disagree with that, and it's totally valid. But I do think that's still good, even if it doesn't reach the highs of Act Two. Um, and I do think that Inazuma 11 did make a really strong showing, and it's definitely like on my list now. But I do think Claire Obscure, even though like I think putting it in runner up after the arguments made, like why you put that behind Kingdom Come? It's like yeah, for this and this and this that we elucidated on during this deliberation here. So slotting it in the runner up slot, um, we all on board with that?
I'm on board with that.
I just want to say one thing about the ending of Clair Obscur. I'll be brief, I promise. I am glad that it was a bold decision to make that ending and the twists about what the game was actually about, what it was. It is a bit messy, and there are definitely tons of discussion to have about it that I'll spare you. But like, I am glad that it didn't just do the more boring route of we defeated the source of all badness and everything is good now, right? Like
Yep,
they didn't
for
do
sure.
that. They did something more interesting and makes you like chew on it a bit. It is a bit messy, but I do think it's interesting and it's people are talking about it and some people like it, some people really don't. So I think that's a better choice than making it just a safe everything is happy, 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 right?
For sure. Yeah.
Well, with that, for writing and storytelling of RPGs in 2025, we have a winner of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and a runner-up of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. With that, we'll quickly move on to our next category. This one is, I think, a little bit easier to latch onto, but even then still has some interpretation to be made, and that is best art. Now, that is a broad statement because we could talk about, you know, technical proficiency, which one has the most under the hood, but then you could also talk about art direction, artistry, design, like visual design, I mean. So there is still a little bit of interpretation here, but we're trying to bin that all into one category to see which of these games left us with the best impression due to its visual presentation, its artwork, etc. We have a lot of nominees here. I'll just go down the list in no particular order. The nominees for Best Art and RPG in 2025 are Trails in the Sky First Chapter, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Hades 2, Promise Mascot Agency, Citizen Sleeper 2 Star Wars Vector, Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, Inazuma 11 Victory Road, Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, and Demon School. So a couple repeats from the last category, and then a lot of new entries that we felt specifically excelled in the artistry category. So I opened up the last category immediately talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So I don't want to do that again for art. I'm going to hand it off to maybe Chow. I'm honestly picking out of a hat here to see like if any of these games in this list you feel strongly about either deserve to win or if you want to go the other direction, deserve to be knocked out of this category. As we have to whittle this down again to a winner and a runner-up.
I'm just gonna probably knock down Assassin's Creed Shadows. I don't feel that strongly about that one when it comes to art direction. It just feels kind of like generic to me, in my personal opinion.
I honestly think that one was put on there for completely the opposite reason, for being technically like the most cutting edge, bleeding edge in terms of what it's pushing, and less about direction or working within a confines of a smaller studio or
You
something like
know,
that. Because obviously that's like the biggest game on the
if
list.
if we were gonna have like someone like a game on the list for that, why isn't Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 here? Because like those forests in that game are genuinely the most impressive video game forests I've ever seen.
So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I agree with James that it looks excellent, and I love that game a lot, but I don't love it because it looks excellent. So I know that's maybe not a satisfying answer because it's not really disagreeing. Like, is Kingdom Come 2 a great looking game? The answer is yes, and I love it a lot, but not because like I love it for so many other reasons. And again, maybe that's not a satisfying answer, but that's kind of where I'm coming from for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Go ahead, Mikhail.
I think, like now that James brought up Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it actually deserves to be there more than Assassin's Creed. I think because Assassin's Creed, as much as I like how it looks and it pushes tech, Kingdom Come actually had the aesthetic nailed throughout. Like even the UI, all the menus, animations, every little thing feels like it deserved to be there. Assassin's Creed, you know how they have the modern day stuff where they just like the anime stuff, it just feels disjointed compared to the rest of the immersive
Yeah,
experience.
that's
While
that's a
Kingdom
really
Come,
yeah, that's a really good point with the user interface where it's like it fits thematically and artistically with the rest of the game. Like even down to the way that they shift around when you like go between different segments of like your inventory, your skills, your character sheet, that sort of stuff.
like I was going to bring that up when we talk about design and immersion, but I think it absolutely applies to just art and just general presentation as well because it is consistent throughout. And I saw your post on Blue Sky about the forests and how good it looks and stuff, and I think this also deserves, not something we always take into consideration for this point, but it deserves some props for being like a polished experience without any technical hiccups on any platform basically. Like it like as an example, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 on like say a low powered device like the Steam Deck looks and runs better than a lot of AAA games do in general. Like they've optimized it and it looks, scales well, the UI looks good. I just think it's just very, they just nailed everything they had to do with that game. It's polished. There's no uh none of the issues you'd usually expect for a game like this are in there. Like whatever happened with the first game, they learned and polished and fixed it up, and they nailed it here. That's how I feel, and I think it looks really really good. Like I'm replaying it now on PS5, but I think it just looks. Everything looks good about it. The character designs, the animation, the cutscene direction, how they've presented story moments, even like just basic stuff like sunlight rays and stuff like that. It's all, it does not look like Unreal Engine hire this man type. It looks like they executed what they wanted from the artistry.
Yeah, there's one thing to be said that I think we were talking about with the story where Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, a big part of it is the realism. And I think that's to its own credit that we didn't necessarily think about it in terms of artistry because it nailed it so well where it's like, yeah, that's just a game that's going for realism, but that's still something you have to aspire for, and that doesn't even take into account the like everything surrounding it that's not going for the realism, the map, the eye, like the user interface. It's like even down to the in-game maps you pick up for side quests and how those like fit into like everything else in regards to like the user interface, like mapping it up to here's these landmarks on this crudely drawn map, look at the actual in-game map and figure out where the hell that's supposed to be. i I don't know, I genuinely think if I was going to make a choice for this year, it would be Kingdom Come Deliverance 2.
I feel like this game is gonna be a game where we talk about a lot for the next couple hours. But all right, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Unless anyone feels strongly, I'll just plop that off the list. Um, we'll put Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 at the bottom, and we'll revisit that. Alex, I don't know if there's anything on here that you feel strongly about that you've played.
Um, it's a been sitting listening. I mean, probably I'm unsure about Kingdom Come. I'm unsure of what I've played of Trails. I like Hades too. I think the first game looked really fucking good. This is just like a great elevation of the way that game looks. That one's probably my favourite. I get the argument on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, though. So yeah, I think Clair I think has a great sense of art. However, I think presentationally it's got a lot of problems, which just comes from being um,
Yeah, you can tell it's like not a AAA game, right? And it's got
yeah, yeah. And so I don't know how much is fair to. It's sort of like I don't know how it's fair to. I don't know how fair it is to judge the art on those standards, but it's definitely something that impacts the way you enjoy the art. But I do really like the art of the game. I think they created some really. I think notably they created some very iconic stuff, right? So like creating the uniforms and stuff like that. They've created something that is actually properly like future of the genre iconic, which is not easy to do.
Yeah. I think the most notable thing about Trails in the Sky, just talking about that for a second, is really just the animations. And I think that's like the one thing really noteworthy about it. I do like the way that they've translated the character designs to this new art style in 3D, and it looks good. But I think that really it's just the
I think
animations that stand out to me as being like noteworthy.
I think the thing that works, like Trails of the Sky, like it's gonna happen again and again on this podcast. Where the thing that's working against it is familiarity, right? It's a game that's largely built off of a game that released many years ago, and you know the like Trails of the Sky first chapter, like in terms of art, is like it's beyond just like small details and body language and like how being animating all those cutscenes, like the one where Estelle kicks Joshua when he's like sick on the bed in the beginning of the game. Like that's a really awesome touch to like reinvent that like key scene in the game. But it's also the way that they reimagined each locale in that game and the way that it connects that world into one cohesive world. It's like when you're walking on foot from one village to another, you feel that way more than the original release because they now have the technology
Okay,
to connect those.
I will give it that, because I did appreciate how, like, especially on top of the towers, you can, in almost every area of the game, if you look closely enough, see the spires of Gransel Castle from pretty much
Yeah.
anywhere.
Yeah. And also the way that they try to like um reincorporate like the action battle system from Daybreak into Trails in the Sky FC and the way that translates and all the effects that happen with your arts in that process. It's like really genuinely cool stuff like rebuilt and reimagined for that game. I just think that the thing that works against it, it's like it's familiarity. We've seen this in a way before. Go for it, Adam.
Yeah, this is not really a positive or a negative. It might just be reiterating what you just said. But I think probably the thing about Trails in the Sky art direction that most stands out to me, the remake, is that everything looks right. We've seen remakes before where it's like, oh, that's not what I imagined that town would look like in 3D, or that character looks different in the remake than he did originally. And even though the original game just had like the blocky character models and like a portrait, that was it. Like every character and every location in this game just looks right. Like it's very faithful in that like it just seems like, yep, that's what that place looks like. This is Bose and this is Ruan and that's Grancel and everything's like laid out the same way. Again, I don't mean this as a positive or a negative necessarily. It's just in that sort of remake where it feels familiar, which is I guess what you just said, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah. So I don't know. I just feel like it's gonna suck crossing this off, but there's probably way more stronger games on this list than Trails. Even though, like, I totally agree with what's been said. Mikhail, go.
So instead of bringing up something which I want to like push forward, I'm going to actually tackle two or three which I think we can just knock off right now and save some time. So as much as I love Fantasy Life, I think if I had to pick one between that and Inazuma 11, I would push for Inazuma 11 more, because Fantasy Life, it transitioned the 3DS aesthetic, which I love so much, to modern like HD systems, and it looks nice and all, but it's like the visuals are not something I'd say are the strongest aspect of the game.
I
So
think its art
I'm
is actually its strongest aspect. Like, sure, like they might have like the like more like chibi models that you've seen in other games, but in terms of presentation UI, it's fucking gorgeous. Like they even went through the trouble of like each of the stickers, since it supports multiple languages, like 4 to 5 different languages. Each of the stickers, emotes that you can pop up are like each have their own unique language to it. So like let's say like uh a sticker that says like yo, for example, they have to make they went through the effort of redesigning that same sticker like 4 to 5 times to incorporate the like that language into it. So like the yo will be like, if it's in Japanese, if you have it in Japanese, it'll have like the character of Japanese in that sticker, for example, just one very tiny part of it. And in terms of like how the lighting uh like shines throughout like the world, like it's very very like well lit. Like one of the shiny aspects of that game is how well the lighting like affects like the look of that game. And every like as you're going through like menus and stuff, you can feel like the love and care and passion put into every single menu of that game to make it artistically coherent in the bubbly, cheerful nature of that game. Like no matter if like you're outfitting different jobs, whether you're like in the codex looking for like different monsters, the way that they're even putting up like the pad, for example, there's like distinct icons for every single icon in that. I think that game's art is like phenomenal. Like I just to only focus on like the character models and like is kind of missing the forest for the or whatever, missing the tree for the forest or whatever. Just I think the overall art presentation of that game is like so fucking good because they have to make it so coherent in every aspect of that game and it succeeds. Especially the way that they have like they created like if you consider music as a part of the art in that game, like they had distinct different songs for like when you level up each job in that game, it plays a different song for every job, like commemorating and cheering that like, hey, you got like max level to this job in that game. It's all different songs um commemorating that, and that's feeds into the art of that game, I think. Not just me.
Mikhail, you mentioned that you had like two other games that you were gonna like take a look at. If
Yeah.
we keep Fantasy Life there for now.
Yeah, sure. So, like, it just feels weird that I was the one trying to like put it away, considering I scored it 10. But yeah, like, yeah,
Nah, this happens every year, no worries.
yeah, I know. So the other game I was kind of thinking we might want to knock off is, as much as I like some of the art in it, is like I wanted to bring this up with both Josh and Chow. Like, what do you think about Wu Chang Fallen Feathers because of all the technical issues it had?
So
I
that's the thing, right?
mean,
Like if we're counting performance in this category, then like
I mean, that's
a lot.
general presentation, right? Like, I
Yeah.
count performance as part of the
Okay.
presentation in the end.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
so that's why. What do you think?
I mean, to me, Wu Chang like it has like great environmental art, like the way that it's interconnected and the way that they portray the locales in that game. It does such a phenomenal job, especially like the cavern section early on, that evokes a very haunting aura that few games like are able to like replicate that sort of like dreadful feeling. But they're just sort of like this enigmatic like sense of wonder, and the way that it encapsulates like sort of that time period, but in a way more supernatural, spooky sense of atmosphere. Especially like in that part of the game when you're traversing through what are like the balconies. What was it called, Chow? I forgot. Like the towers. There's a very specific term. Like it's like a Chinese architecture, but like you're traversing through
yeah,
that.
I get what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, like the way that they nail environmental and structure design in that game. Like, sure, it like if it's gonna get knocked off because of performance, I get that. That's fair. Like it went through, especially because it got patched to like because of the whole censorship issue that game went through. Like, I totally understand like why it should be knocked off. I get that, but I think it definitely deserves some props, especially to its environment designers and its level designers. Of like, hey, traversing through that game is very compelling. It's like interconnected in the way. Like I saw people, and I was too afraid to mention this in my review of that game, but I felt vindicated when people started comparing it to like the Dark Souls. Like this is like the Souls like the like one of the very very few Souls like that evokes the spirit of the first Dark Souls in terms of interconnectivity of its world and its level design. Like it's
Yeah, I
very
actually love the
compelling.
level design. Like you
Yeah.
know exactly the map in your head just based on
Yes.
how it goes, right?
Yeah, and
Uh,
it gives you that same feeling as in Dark Souls, where like a lot of that game is learning that map, and you feel great when you know when you have to get to somewhere, you know exactly the route that you need to take there because you went through that journey and you saw cool shit along.
And then Mikhail, you had one other game you had uh picked out?
I wasn't sure what we're doing about Demon School because I like the character designs and I like the use of color in it, but it has some annoying things in its presentation which like I've covered on the podcast before, but like with the character shaking and some of the annoying sound effects and stuff, so that detracts from the experience for me quite a bit. So I wasn't sure what we want to do about Demon School because I think, is it just Josh and maybe James who've tried it?
I'm
I have
okay with
not
letting
touched. I have
yeah.
not touched Demon School.
I'm okay with
Okay.
letting go of Demon School. Like it does have like an interesting look, especially like as they market it inspired by Italian horror, and like it's definitely has a interesting use of colors and the way that they pop. um with every aspect of that game and the way that they kind of transform environments, especially like except for example when you're getting into a battle in like the alleyway, like the environment folds on top of itself to be more like a storybook, um serving as the background of like that isometric battle. Like that's definitely interesting from an art perspective. But there's definitely way stronger candidates in this list, Demon School, so I'm okay with letting.
Well, I would say as someone who hasn't played Demon School, but has, seen it covered,
Mhm.
uh, I do just love their color palette, like the warm,
Yes.
like blues, purples, reds, grays,
Yeah,
less brighter like greens, yellows, whites. I know that's not 100%, but like I just love the tone they went for, and it's really evocative in terms
it's
of
really good.
y- yeah.
Especially when you unlock fishing in that game and they all the different like almost undead fish designs that they have. Oh, it's
Mhm.
really cool what they do with that.
One game that I'm really glad that I squeezed between last week's episode last week, and the time of recording, as, we recorded the last episode of the Tetracast, the regular season, last week. Between then and the recording of this Game of the Year cast, I played through all of Citizen Sleeper 1, and I wanted to get through all of Citizen Sleeper 2, but I only got about halfway through, like 6 hours in. I have, like, 4 crew members, and it's nominated here for art, and I can see why. It's a very like limited scope game in terms of its and again, you can't completely divorce it by gameplay or, structure or design, things like that, where you are selecting from a map like Persona 3 Portable style, I guess, where each area will have like you'll have nodes that represent different areas of in different in either a spaceship or a space station, depending on which game you're talking about. Just talking about specifically Citizen Sleeper 2. There's some basic 3D models for like the ship that you end up inhabiting and taking from place to place. And then the key part is that when you encounter characters, uh the the character art that you run into because it's a visual novel-esque in that sense where you'll run into different characters as you explore different places. You'll take these characters to different contracts. They'll be represented on the UI as like being a crew member on your ship. You can like select them, and I'm trying to speak specific to art and not gameplay. Um, and that's really the strength of the game from an art standpoint is that it's got some really unique character design that doesn't look like it's borrowed from anything else. Like, oh, it reminds me of this. Like, no, it's kind of like if I were to describe Citizen Sleepers and Citizen Sleeper 2's like art design in terms of its character design, I don't really have a good analog because it doesn't really look like another game I've played. And I know that sounds really silly, but almost like a late 80s but high production value Western show. But that's I know it's hard to say because so many Western animation in the late 80s were built on a shoestring budget, so they look terrible. But it's like imagine that only with good production values in terms of the artwork. So I do think that that's a really good strength of the game, but I also
Yeah,
just think that's what it's limited to.
yeah. The thing that's unfortunately like limiting it, like you said, it's a smaller scope game, so it really capitalizes on that smaller scope, especially like um Citizen Sleeper 2 expands the scope of Citizen Sleeper 1, where now you have a spaceship having multiple different locations to travel to, while Citizen Sleeper 1 was like confined like in the same locale for most of the game, like the same city, so you had a more intimate relation to that city unlike Citizen Sleeper 2. But Citizen Sleeper 2 really excels at that feeling of like expanding the sense of like loneliness and sense of um what's that? That's the word I'm looking at, like almost like a sorrowful atmosphere because you're trying to you're a sleeper that's trying to like find out what's happened to him. Very similar um premise to the first game, but the way that it unfolds is way different. And there's different moments in this game that really hit you in a way that no other game has. Like for example, Brian, like when you're trying to like mount a rescue on like this cargo and it's like it feels high stakes because you don't have a lot of like resources left, very little dice left to kind of secure this package. There's this moment in the game with the way that the game frames it where you have this lone like spaceship and this flashlight shining on like this locale, and then you see like this character's artwork speaking to you along with like the text box to the right. So you have like almost like this almost desperate feeling encapsulated in a frame where you have like this one lone light source shining on this like cargo, and you see that you only have so many resources left, and this character going like, "Are we doing this?" And you're like, "Oh fuck, what am I gonna do?" And it's like that's definitely a testament to its art of like making you feel a lot of different emotions in one frame of the game. That like it does it in a way that like very few games this year can do. But unfortunately, like you said, like it's only because the scope of this game is so small, it can only express so much within its limited runtime.
Mm. And it has if this design was best character art, I would like I know it's very, very specific, like handpicked, but like I think if the interior environments had more like I say CG stills, like I'm imagining like GBA Fire Emblem, where you get a little bit of that in Citizen Sleeper, but oftentimes you're just looking at the model of the station and then you get the text box and the character art, and that's kind of it. If it went one half step further, just like here is what the interior of this room looks like, and it's described very evocatively, like there's cables everywhere and there's like a half shut latch to the near the viewport on the left side, and it's very like it's fun to play, but in terms of art specifically, I just think it's a little bit too limited, though I'm glad that we were able to shout out that it does at least one thing very, very well on an art standpoint, and that's the
Yeah.
character design in combination with the soundtrack and the writing itself.
Mm.
Citizen Sleeper 1 specifically has kind of become like a work soundtrack for me, just to like put
Oh yeah,
on in the
yeah.
background to focus. But yeah, in terms of art, does one thing very well, doesn't stand up to I shouldn't say doesn't stand up to. That's kind of I don't mean it in such a judgmental way, but just like doesn't have the same level of scope that the other entries on the list do. So we got a few more entries on the list. Maybe Mikhail, I know that two of these games that you've played, Thomas Mascot Agency and Hades 2, are still on the list. So, uh, thoughts on one or both of those games?
Okay, so I'll start with Promise Mascot Agency. So the reason I put this here is obviously if you've played Kaizen Gameworks' original game Paradise Killer, everyone loved it for its art style. But for Promise Mascot Agency, they did something completely different. They tried to recreate this blend of like 70s Japanese cinema, Showa era aesthetics, Twin Peaks, but they also like did all of that with some influence from Atlas for their UI. So the UI is very stylized, and when you put the stylized and solid color UI against this I'd say this retro Japanese TV aesthetic thing, you'd think it would look disjointed, but I think they nailed it well with their post processing, which they did for just generally doing a lot with. They did this is an Unreal Engine game, but it doesn't really look like an Unreal Engine game when you see the screenshots. Like I'm going to post some of them in chat. But yeah, it's. I just think the art direction which they have for the character models with these solid colors and very stylized looks, when you take that coupled with this retro Japanese aesthetic where they wanted to like recapture vibes from like Twin Peaks, and everything is like very heavily post processed, but not to the point where it looks jarring on the screen. So they managed blending a lot of different, I'd say, visual styles together, and the end result is very coherent. And it's not something I expected in the end. So that's why I nominated it here, because I like a lot about this game. It has some issues, obviously, but just the art and the music are like top tier for this from what they've done, as far as I'm concerned. And also Pinky is very good. The mascot, the main, So yeah, the Pinky. So yeah. I think James is the only one who's also played this.
Yeah,
We
I've
still have
reviewed it.
right.
I gotta say that I wasn't the biggest fan of the aesthetics. I understand what they're going for, but outside the filter, I think especially like the overworld is just not really memorable. It's really just the portraits and the filter that really kind of makes it. It's
I mean,
fine.
the thing is that's valid for like a game using that strength as its visual
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
identity. But I could see how that, like, in the context of this discussion, kind of limits it potentially. Though I'm speaking as someone who hasn't played it, but I am looking at the screenshots being shared here. So we still have a bunch of games on the list, and now we have to make the tough choices as we always do. Um, we kind of had the late edition of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We talked to about Clair Obscur Expedition 33 about Trails. Uh, we kind
It's
of
time
had
to
the back
start
and forth
cutting.
about Fantasy Life. Uh, before we go to like a vote or something like that, I'm wondering if there's any way we can do to shorten this. Um, this is very tricky stuff. So I'm looking at Hades 2, uh, and I think it has some of the best 2D artwork in the business. Like the animated trailers that they do, obviously all the character portraits, and then just like the fluidity of the gameplay and all the art that goes into that isometric perspective and the hectic pace of how that game plays. Just I see that as a strong contender. I still see Trails in the Sky as kind of a I don't want to say like a weak contender, but just like it does the animation so well, especially compared to like where the studio was 5 years ago when that was one of their weakest links, and now it's maybe it's become one of their strengths. Like it's so
Oh,
faithful, like Adam said.
it absolutely has become one of their strengths, and I feel like this time next year we'll probably be talking about some of the cutscenes and Trails Beyond the Horizon, particularly at the end where it's like, oh wow, this is the same company that designed the Laura versus Fee fight in Cold Steel 1.
Um,
But
That's basically a slideshow in combat.
yeah, genuinely though, I do think, like I said, oh, like the main thing about Trails in the Sky is the animations, but like the game visually looks really nice. The way that they've really honed in on their shaders to find a solid art style between this and East 10 is commendable, and like the animations are incredible these days. But if we're talking about animations in cutscenes and during fights, I think that Expedition 33 just shits all over it. Like
It is
especially
still a
some of
lot
the
of like standing in circles.
yeah, but
Go
some
ahead.
of the penultimate fights, just the presentation of like the what are they called, the archons or whatever, or the two big boss fights and dungeons you have to do before heading to the end of
Opening the
Act 2.
seal. Yeah, I forget what they're
Yeah,
called.
but it's like those two fights, especially the dancer, is just still like some of the most striking moments in gaming this year, and it's like it's
Axon.
no surprise. Yeah.
Mhm. So maybe instead of cutting, maybe we just pick favorites. Like I'm wondering, like, well, how about this? Promise Mascot Agency. We had one person really speak strongly for it, and then James was really a little bit more lukewarm on it. So maybe we.
I think we have to cut it just
I
based
don't
on
want to just.
numbers.
That's kind of where I'm
Yeah,
at.
we have to
Yeah,
cut it
like
on numbers. Yeah. Yeah, just there's no two ways about it.
I guess we never really talked about Inazuma 11 specifically for art. I didn't mean to skip that. So we have Inazuma 11 that we talked about at length in the last section for writing, but we haven't really talked about it specifically for art. So I guess
This
we
is
can.
also like there's a tough one for you because if it was like most art, um, it probably would win. But in terms of like because there's so much, there's
Highest
so much
number
in
of
the game.
arts.
Yeah, then because there you have so many like playable characters, and then how they recreated like over 400 fucking abilities and performance or skills and whatnot, and all of them having different animations. The way that like the Chronicle mode is presented to almost like a board game format, to recreate a lot of almost every single fucking thing from the past Inazuma 11 games. Like it's just like there's a lot to it. Even them like creating like its own Google for Inazuma 11 to search up characters and their models in the game. Like there's a lot of fucking work they put in that game. But in terms of quality of it, it's like it's okay. It's really good. Don't get me wrong, but it's definitely more quantity over quality because that's kind of a concession you have to make because they made so much, so many characters and so many things for the game, right? That like things will slip between the cracks. Like I would rate it over, like I would rate Fantasy Life I over Inazuma 11 in terms of like best art in those games. If I was to choose one or the other, like it's impressive, but I would there's definitely other heavier contenders this year.
So we have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Again, that was kind of a late edition, but some spirited arguments made for it. Fantasy Life, Hades 2, Clair Obscur, and Trails in the Sky. Clair Obscur we talked about in terms of like you can see the seams in terms of like the the budget behind it, the studio behind it. But then as James said, like what they were able to execute with those limitations still was very striking in terms of the the iconicness, is that an adjective? That, like, people were immediately trying to, like, cosplay these characters, make these costumes, or design plushies based on some of the designs, in that game. Even just, like, the font that they use on the flags for previous expeditions, like, is something that is very striking and, like, had some really, like, design chops behind it. But also, like, in terms of visual presentation, like the lip flaps not being quite as high up to par as some other higher, higher profile. I don't want to say high profile, but like other releases have been. The world map is like deliberately kind of painterly and like limited in terms of you see everything from that skybox perspective. But again, I don't know if I want to judge that if that was the design intent around the constraints that they had. So very tricky. Mikhail, what's your thought?
I with Claire Obscure, there's a lot which it does right with its artwork and general presentation, but there's also a lot which I don't like about it. Like I'd say a lot of the enemies are kind of generic and forgettable. There are some I remember mostly because of the mechanics in the fight, not that their design. Uh, the characters themselves, like Esqui and all, obviously, like you said, people are making plushies cosplaying because they like the characters. I don't know whether that's just so much because they are well designed or because they just latched onto the characters for their writing and their voice acting and how the story was told in the end. And there are also some locations which I thought were like really bad, like Forgotten Battlefield I think is awful. So but then you could say that that's probably the intent of the location and stuff, but it's not as consistent, I'd say, as a lot of the other games that we're talking about. So it has higher highs but it also has lower lows.
That's a good way to put it. Like some of the things in there are like some of the best in the year, but then there's some things where it's like, well, don't worry about that because it does the other things so well.
Yeah, Mikael
Yeah, go ahead.
basically like said what I was gonna say. Is like it already has high highs and low lows. Like I think about the thing that always sticks about in my mind is like when they kind of slapped on that quote unquote social link system with the characters that like feels like a very last minute add on to that game, and then like but after you speak with them, it does has like the very generic like you've now your
Bond
bond
level
to this
increased
person is
or
not
whatever it was.
one now two.
Here's a
It's like
question. So I mentioned the user interface for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and how that was like artistic and it was like a merit to that game's presentation and art. So
I think Expedition 33's UI in general is kind of a mess. Like when you're doing
yeah,
like the
that's what I was
windows
gonna
and
say.
photos,
That's what I was gonna
like it's
say.
a fucking
It's a
mess.
demerit.
Because what we said is like
Anything in a menu in that game is actually miserable.
yeah, then it can't be the best because like genuinely, I know I have friends that were playing it and then dropped it because they did not want to deal with that user interface anymore, and I can't blame them. I can't blame
Yeah.
them. Uh,
I
I
Go ahead.
think
Sorry.
like I said earlier, I genuinely think I would give it to Kingdom Come again.
I would. I personally I would take off Expedition 33 and Trails in the Sky so far in this list. That's
I
my
I
think
agree.
that's where I was leaning towards as well. Like, still, they do things very well that's why they were here in the first place, but they just don't quite do the full package, or they come with caveats. So the one here that we really haven't talked to a lot is Hades 2. It does kind of often boil down to a numbers game. And Hades 2 is also kind of tricky because it does look like Hades 1, and I haven't played it, so I can't speak to does it look different or better or worse than Hades 1? I just don't know. Mikhail, I think you're really the one person that can speak to having played. I don't
Played a
know.
lot of it
Please
too.
correct me.
I
I've
You
put a
played
lot
Hades
of
I've
it
2?
too.
I've played Hades 2 as well.
No.
Oh, okay. I don't mean to misspeak. I apologize. But like Hades 2, I think it's been spoken to the least out of the remaining options here, and we agree that it looks good. Like even I can see that just like looking at the character art and stills and things like that. But anyone like when they look at this tiered up against Kingdom Come and Fantasy Life, how do we feel about Hades 2?
I would personally, for me, I would put Fantasy Life I over Hades too. That's me because Fantasy Life I kind of almost lives and dies by like how the strength of how it presents its art in the game. Like every single fucking menu and every single touch in that game is artistically coherent with the way that it presents. Even outside of the game, like this is not fair because it goes beyond the game, but like even the way that it markets itself, like on its official website, having like little mini like digital pamphlets, like like
There's the
presenting
streamer
feature.
kit that you
Yeah,
can set
yeah,
up for like your stream overlay. Yeah.
yeah, presenting features of that game like almost like a tourist guide. Like they didn't have to fucking do that, but they went the extra mile of like presenting like all these different marketing materials of like even outside the game. Um, I just like for me personally, in terms of like artistic coherence and artistic excellence, like Fantasy Life I for me is above Hades 2 and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 because it is a game that celebrates art of different fields of life, different jobs, and the way that it expresses that in every orifice of it.
I do want to say for
Mikhail.
like
Oh, James first.
I do want to say for Hades 2, it feels like it's not quite fair to it where the way I feel and I acknowledge it's not fair is that it's not meaningfully that different from Hades 1, which correct me if I'm wrong, but did Hades 1 win this category the year it was up? Because I want to say it might have.
I wasn't on the site at that time.
I'm gonna check.
And those things lined up.
Just
Full
2020.
release 2020. We gave best art to Star Renegades, and we didn't have runner ups at the time.
Hey, Star Renegades looks good. We did get
That's
Hades
pretty
best
good.
design.
Ah, but I agree with James who's coming from. It's that it's still very good. That's why it's in this category. But so are the other two, sort of
Yeah.
thing.
So
I don't know,
So
from my perspective, like I've played Fantasy Life on 3DS and Switch, like obviously 3DS and Fantasy Life I now, and I see what Josh is saying, but also I guess it's to me, I kind of expected it to be this in a way. Like it's not as surprisingly good to me as I'd say, but then I guess I also see the point of view that Hades 1 to Hades 2 is a completely different, like they went for this whole new different color scheme and they have new designs for the characters, menu changes and all. But I'd say that it's Hades 2 to Hades 1 is closer than Fantasy Life I to Fantasy Life. So I'm with Fantasy Life I on this one with that logic, if that makes sense.
well, I think you are the biggest potential champion for Hades 2. So if you're in Fantasy
I
Life's
know, and
corner, I
I
think Hades
like
2 gets knocked up.
Fantasy Life I and Hades 2 are like in my top 3 games of the year, like my personal list as well. So it's kind of like juggling your children or whatever. But yeah, like
is it the top two here are Hades 2 and Fantasy Life I then? Is that
oh
is that
yeah,
part of the
so
conversation?
no, for art, visual artwork and general presentation, like I'm like Kingdom Come Deliverance's menus are like just on another level. So like that's gonna be like my personal winner. So I'm just thinking about runner up right now between
Well,
these
like
two.
it's not just the menus. Like the menus are
Oh,
also
I know.
good. It's not like we're picking
I'm just
Kingdom
saying that
Come
like
2 because of its
that
menus.
aspect, like it's not, like we play a lot of games like AAA games which they push tech, they look realistic, they have good character models and stuff. But with Kingdom Come, it has all of that, and it has good cinematography, and it has good mocap where the characters look real. Everything you do in the game, like when you're like making your swords or whatever, everything feels real. And then you have the menus on
That's a
top
good
of
point.
that, which and you have the menus on top of that which like not only look good but they also make everything even more immersive. So for me, Kingdom Come is like straight up the winner if like I had to make a choice here. I'm just thinking about Hades 2 and Fantasy Life I, and like yeah, it's tough for both of them, but I'm gonna go with Fantasy Life I. I'm with Josh on this one.
I mean, we didn't bring it up, but you kind of brought up a good point with like it is an immersion thing, but it's also an art thing. The fact that like all of the different things, like the blacksmithing, or the different horseback riding or the archery, like all those things, like have like fully realized animations and systems, all from the first person's perspective too, which is part of the artwork of that game. It's not just like it fades to black and then you did a thing. Um, so we have two left. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Fantasy Life I. We have to pick a winner and a runner up. You just made a really good argument for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I think that's where I'm going to lean as well. I know Josh mentioned that his pick would be Fantasy Life. I wanted to make sure that everyone else on the podcast get a say between these two. So between Fantasy Life and Kingdom Come Deliverance, is anyone else? How do I phrase this most fairly? Alex, I guess just pick. Alex, between these two, which one do you list as a winner in the art category?
Ooh. Um. God.
Alex, I've also played Fantasy Life I, and I'm voting for Kingdom Come. So
I really liked Fantasy Life. Yeah, I suppose it's that grounded nature of Kingdom Come.
I think that's what makes the UI like stand out so much to me, is that they had such a like artistic focus on the realism, and yet with the user interface, like from the menus to the maps to even stuff like the reputation symbol, it's like they didn't have to do it that way. They could have just had it be simple, but it's like, no, that everything in the user interface, even down to the quest icons, they wanted it to be like that.
My brain is making the curse thing of like reputation with Ratte +1 or whatever, like the social link scenes in Clear Obscure.
I just feel like, but whatever I say about Fantasy Life, I think people are already pretty set on what they want to do.
But no, I think you've played it, I've played it, Mikhail's played it. Um, James has also played it. Maybe. Alex mentioned playing it. Like you made a good enough argument that I'm looking at it for runner up, and I'm like, yeah, I'm good with that. So, I think it's probably the first big surprise when I'm looking at where we come from for this podcast. But I'm looking at it and being like, you know what, I'm nodding my head along with that. So, for best art, we came across something that wasn't even originally on the list, but I think we're all looking at it and seeing how we arrived at this point as a winner of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, with a runner-up of Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time. So with some spirited arguments made for games like Hades 2, Trails in the Sky First Chapter, and as well as Clear Obscure Expedition 33, all just not quite making the cut. With that, we'll move into our next category, which is design and immersion. Now, this category has been on our list for the last several years, but just to tee it up, this is something you've heard us bring this up in the last couple categories, where we're trying to highlight a game that maybe isn't the whole package, or I shouldn't say it that way. It's a game that does one specific thing very well, and we want to platform that. It's a gameplay mechanic, a way that it tells its story, something to do with how you react to a game or are immersed in a game, hence why it's design and immersion. So, trying to say like these games are doing something neat and we want to platform them here and figure out which game has the best in terms of that specific scope. So not story, not narrative, not artwork, but design and immersion. So with this one, not only do we have a list of nominees, but we have a few notes about like specifically why it was nominated. But just to start out, I'm just going to list with the games, and then as we go into the discussion on each game, we can talk about specifically what we're talking about when we talk about why is this game nominated for design and immersion. So a lot of these are repeats, but a couple of them are new. We're going to talk about the nominees for design and immersion for 2025 are, in no particular order, Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Digimon Story, Time Stranger, Clair Obscura Expedition 33, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector, The 100 Line, Last Defense Academy, Inazuma 11, Victory Road, and Trails in the Sky, First Chapter. So a lot of repeats, but a couple new ones sneaking in. Actually, is it just one new one sneaking in? Is it just Digimon? So it's Digimon and a lot of things we've also talked about before. So let's start with Digimon. Adam, I think you played this most recently. How do you feel about Digimon? And tee us up a little bit about what this is, since we haven't spoken to it yet.
Okay, Digimon Story Time Stranger. we put it in this category. It was nominated for, quote, primarily the leveling system, constant change out of party members, evolution, de-evolution, attachment skills, and type system. So it's a turn-based RPG. I have played some of the old Digimon games, like on PlayStation. I haven't played really. This is my first Digimon story, so I didn't play like Cyber Sleuth, for instance. So I'm kind of like lapsed in a way. Um, to me, this is a comparison people have made before. Sorry if you've grown, but it does feel like, oh, it's like SMT, but Digimon flavored. Because you're collecting monsters, you're raising them, you're evolving them. And like an SMT game, you don't have like a set party really. You're very often, getting new monsters, changing them, switching them out. And it's like a constant evolving party configuration, coordination, and I mentioned in the nomination here things about your skills and your types. So skills, a lot of skills can be swapped in and out very very freely. It's a very very flexible system. There are the three main types of Digimon are Data, Vaccine, Virus. Right? There's other types as well, kind of like hybrid types or whatever. And then there's also like other like properties of Digimon, like that they're angel type or devil type or whatever, and like all of these play into a factor in terms of all the stats in the game. So a lot of the design in like approaching this turn-based game is sort of like stacking the cards in your favor to gain as many advantages as you can. And this is constantly shifting and evolving. So I didn't nominate this game, but if I'm understanding the nomination properly, that's where I'm coming from in terms of why it's in here. Some turn-based games, you just have like a set character with set abilities, and some people prefer that. This game is more of like a constantly, shuffling attributes and types and levels and evolutions and everything to basically come out on top.
So full disclosure, I'm the one that nominated this, but you basically hit it. Like this isn't like this is gonna sound like so like 90s coded, but whatever. It is what it is. This isn't like Pokemon where you pick some Pokemon, you try to make sure you got your types covered. You might look at some base stat totals to determine which ones you want to pick, like which ones are actually like well suited for their types. But then oftentimes, even in Pokemon ZA, like once you have like your favorite Pokemon, you don't change them too often. Not saying you never do, but compared to Digimon story where you're like you evolve and some of those stats carry over and then you cap at level. So you de-digivolve to a different Digimon and some of your stats carry over and it keeps like snowballing up, and then it might evolve into a different type, and then you might realize, "Oh, now I have a boss that's virus type. I need more vaccine on my team." So I might shuffle it again and shuffle it again and shuffle it again, and that's not quite like this that's the only game this year that I've had that feeling. It is very SMT-esque, in that sense, and I don't like, I didn't put it here saying like, "Hell yeah, that's the best design game I played this year," but it was good enough that I said I wanted to at least shout it out because it was something unique to this game for this year, something we've seen implemented in other series, and I'm sure it's also strongly present in, like you said, recent Digimon games that I haven't played. But played Time Stranger, thought this was really neat, figured I'd shout it out here. Um, and how it stacks up against the others, I don't know yet, but I think I have others also nominated here that I think are going to land higher. But I at least wanted to give Digimon like, hey, it's shown up in this category for the first time out of all the categories, and that's the reason it's here. So looking
Yeah,
at some other games here now. Oh, go ahead,
but
Joe.
yeah,
Joe.
I definitely want to keep these Digimon story here for the time being because it's not just
Yeah,
like
me too.
the gameplay loop, but also this is like kind of the first entry in the Digimon story series that like really fully realizes the digital world, like the locales in this game and how the way that they littered like say Central Town with all the Digimon in that and all the like the beach area, the factory machine area, like the way that they make it feel like a lived-in world is very very like endearing. Like it feels great to like navigate the digital world because it's so littered to the top, to the brim with like Digimon and the way that they interact with one another, and like of course subtle winks and nods of like certain Digimon formations of like, hey, there's a season one party, like chatting with amongst each other. It's like it feels like every environment in that game, like in the digital world, feels lived in, and it feels great to like kind of just explore around and see what other Digimon you can find in the environment and the way that like shifts throughout the game because there's a certain like point in that game where things get run down and there's like different sets of Digimon like get like litter the each of those like remixed areas. Like it's such a cool game to kind of come out this year. Big
No, good
comeback for
shout. I
Digimon.
agree with that.
Yeah, so I guess I was focusing more on design, and uh, Josh was focusing more on immersion, but that's this category is
How dare
design
they?
and immersion.
Yeah, there you go.
I remember when SMT5 originally came out on Switch 4 or 5 or 6 years ago. One of the things I said about SMT5 at the time was, "Wow, it's really cool for like the first time in this series to see just like you exploring a world with all these SMT demons that we know very well, like present and living and active in the world." And Digimon is better than that. Obviously, it has years of advantages or whatever, and it's on a higher ended system than this original Switch of SMT5. But anyways, it's a similar feeling where like every Josh cannot understate it or overstate it that there's so many different locations in the game, and it's like the Digimon are everywhere, and they're kind of just they're not just standing there, they're interacting with the environment. There's a huge variety of them off in the areas that you can explore, sometimes far in the distance. It just makes the world feel very immersive.
They're also like talking to each other and having little side talk conversations. Not all of them are like big meaningful ones, but they're chatting about, standing in front of doorways in Digital Town and, things like that. So, good shout. Now, all the rest of the games on the list are also games we've talked about. So, in that way, they've all kind of been teed up. And so some of these nominations, it's kind of self-evident like why they are here. Um, I want to talk about Citizen Sleeper 2 a little bit. So, I just recently played through both Citizen Sleeper 1 and most of Citizen Sleeper 2. And we talked a little bit about how it's set up in the art section. I'll have to see what Josh thinks about Citizen Sleeper 2, but I so the main difference between Citizen Sleeper 2 and 1 is that Citizen Sleeper 2 has you, the main character, the sleeper, kind of partner with other characters, and you end up kind of like forming your own crew. That didn't happen in the first game, and in addition to that, in Citizen Sleeper 2, you go from location to location. So the tone is so much different. It feels a little bit more like a starfaring trek, where the first game felt like you're on not derelict, but nearly derelict space station. It feels a lot lonelier. Where Citizen Sleeper 2 feels far less lonely because A, you're going from place to place, and B, you've got people that are along for the ride. And it's an interesting like evolution from the first entry, but I almost think it's to the game's detriment. Um,
I
Maybe
agree.
it's because my
Yeah, I'm with you.
oh, you do agree? Okay, because
Yeah.
if I played Citizen Sleeper 2 first without playing 1, I don't know if I would have come to that realization, but Citizen Sleeper 1, like, it was moody, it was evocative, it was somber, it was all these things that in good ways, and Citizen Sleeper 2 does have that still, but I don't think it's as strong.
The
It just feels
expanded
like,
scope is
"Oh."
like almost to its detriment because you're less intimately like familiar with the locations because there's such a variety of them to travel with. While Citizen Sleeper One was it had that um strength of like being confined to a single like place, so you got to get to know the citizens and the people and the locations more in detail compared to Citizen Sleeper 2, which is a cool evolution, but it does lose some of that luster of like being intimately focused on one location because now you're traveling in between different locations. So you do lose a little bit of that understanding of like a certain point in place and time, which is still interesting in that regard. But I think there are, like you said, if you came to Citizen Sleeper 2 first, you'd have a different probably opinion going from Citizen Sleeper 2 to Citizen Sleeper 1, and then vice versa in that aspect. But I think it's still awesome. But I think the pros and cons, right? Of like,
Yeah. I
um,
still think the core gameplay of like and this isn't gonna mean anything to anyone that hasn't played it, but the drives, the dice, the nodes, like the whole like playing the game is still excellent. It's still
yeah,
addictive. It's fun.
for sure.
I just think the tone and the mood lost something. You wake up and Seraphim is there from the moment you wake up, and he's always chiming in on your decisions and things you're doing. And it's not bad. Like it's like there's been worse characters, but it's kind of like I kind of the first game just kind of leaves you to your own thoughts. Where this one's kinda like, "Well,
Yeah,
now I've got a crew here, and they're chattering about what they think," and I don't know if I want that, at least not as often as it has it.
yeah.
But
I'm okay
still a
with
very
letting
fun
this
game,
go. Yeah,
but and I do think the core design is really good, but yeah, so doesn't
agree.
quite live up, so we'll put that off the list. What about, all of these I can kinda see where they're gonna go, but I don't know for sure. What about Trails in the Sky? So this one, obviously is, you know, faithful, well realized, full remake of a game that released several years ago. And we've already kind of talked about from an art perspective how that was accomplished in terms of being familiar despite being new, and not being new in a way that felt like it betrayed what it was. So the amount of detail put into recreating the world, we talked about how it's like not segmented into different trails and zones. How I mean it still is, but like more cohesively, where you can leave the town and go straight into the trail without going through a loading zone. All the areas are I won't say seamlessly connected, but far more connected than they ever used to be. Um, Obviously, all the characters are well realized. They're the story and the flow of the game is familiar. That's kind of like where that one's coming from in terms of design and immersion. Uh, so how do we feel about Trails in the Sky first chapter?
It
Tough.
wouldn't it wouldn't be my number one choice, but I do appreciate a lot of what it does in terms of game design. As a remake, I do appreciate that it had a lot of restraint, that it only added in a few extra side quests, and pretty much everything that they added feel like they could have been in the original game.
I remember some of the conversations like, "There's no Genesis was here the whole time" stuff or anything like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
I'm glad they
literally the
didn't do. I'm glad they didn't do what they did with evil versions, where like, hey, we replaced one of the NPCs with like a character that was supposed to be there in the first place, like the whole.
Yeah.
Um,
Instead, what they did is they added one NPC and a random CG off to the corner where if you had played the most recent games, you would be like, "Oh, that makes sense for them to be there." And if you haven't, it's like you wouldn't even know who the hell they are. So it
yeah,
it maintains the integrity of the original experience while still giving a slight nod that doesn't impact anything. But it's just like acknowledging it's like, yeah, if you're caught up, you would understand why this guy is here in this CG. That's
I do,
literally all.
yeah, though I do appreciate like the fucking stupid jokes and memes of like when they first announced this remake of the people taking old screenshots from the original and replacing one of the character models and portrait of like Reen. All of a sudden, just randomly there, it's like, hey,
Yep.
what's up? But yeah, I'm okay
How
with letting go
about
of Trails in the Sky. I'm totally okay with that.
and again, I'm just kind of picking out of a hat here. How about Dynasty Warriors Origins? We talked about how it was in the earlier section about storytelling, and you talked about why it was there, but then you kind of said, "But I think it fits better in the design section." Well, here we are. So, like specifically, Dynasty Warriors
There,
Origins, from what was teed up earlier, its nomination here in Best Design and Immersion.
we are finally at a point in time and technology where Dynasty Warriors can fully realize its 1 versus 1,000, um, promise since like the crux of that whole series, where every fucking screenshot of this game, every battle of this game, like there's like so many enemy soldiers and ally soldiers on the field that like at points of time in that game where like when you have like two massive armies like facing off against one another, it's like becomes an ocean of bodies, and you're just like hacking and slashing through hundreds and fucking thousands of them at a time, and at least for my system, it was able to like handle it. And I don't know like what the performance, if there were any significant performance problems like when this game came out, and obviously performance enhancements after it
The
came out,
PC
but
port the PC port for, we're still talking about Dynasty Warriors, right?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, the PC port was good. Like, out
yeah,
of all the Koei
yeah,
Tecmo games, it's the one that
yeah.
has been the most widely considered good PC port.
But
So
like, yeah, as you're like, obviously it's a way more earnest like RPG angle this time around than previous Dynasty Warriors games, as like you're enlisting between like one of three kingdoms after a certain point in the story, and like getting like these story cutscenes and going from um conversations, and then understanding like the lead up to battles and stuff like that. But the way that like you're immersed in that game, like traveling over this world map and the different locales, and finally like getting into the battles themselves and having different objectives as the battle unfolds, it's definitely, it puts you, like, it feels like you're making your way up to the top and command, and as you're gradually getting more bodyguards along the way, you're thinking about like, hey, what bodyguard formation should I have to like breach the defenses of this like enemy army, or like should I have them stationed here to fire a volley of arrows so I could like weaken and let's sort of like almost like kind of cut off enemy numbers before I lead the charge against them, and having that euphoria of like switching between different weapons and different skills and how you're getting into the heat of battle, and then sometimes if you're going up against like a different or key enemy officer, you have the option to like duel them, and then so you're surrounded by dozens of like your enemies and allies, forming like this circular arena between you and this other enemy officer, having this duel unfold. It's fucking unlike any other game on this list. It is like pure adrenaline, uh, straight to your brain. Like feels like action packed. You feel great when you like overcome odds in this game. It is freaking awesome, man. It is high up there for best design and immersion for me of like out of like most RPGs this year. Go on, Mikhail.
Yeah, you brought up the screenshot thing, and I want to say that this is the first time when you see a Dynasty or when you see a Warriors game screenshot, which usually they have these bullshot things where they show you like your main playable character, and you have a bazillion enemies there. No, this time the actual game looks like that. Those aren't bullshots. The game, they finally, like you said, they finally managed getting the tech right, and they had like systems which were powerful enough where they didn't have to half-ass it or like ship like a broken piece of shit like they did with Dynasty Warriors 9. Like Origins feels like it's like the biggest jump for the series, like at least since when I've been playing it. Like I started playing it with like Hyrule Warriors on 3DS and like the PS4 stuff. So like this is like the biggest jump the series has seen. And in fact, when I was playing like Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, I kind of felt like that was a step back from this in many ways. So just coming back
For
to
sure.
Dynasty Warriors, even the world map, how they implemented it, everything feels cohesive to their vision. The music, how it interacts with that, and the category we're talking about right now is design and immersion. I don't know if this was how it was on PC as well, since I played it on Steam Deck and PS5. But the DualSense haptics and adaptive trigger, not the adaptive trigger, the haptic feedback they did throughout with like when your weapons hit like other opponent weapons and all was just like fantastic.
Oh
They
yeah,
nailed
the
even that
sound
aspect of
design
it.
of that game is so. Oh my god, yeah, the sound effects.
So I think it adds to like being the most immersive Warriors game they've made, and also the one which does not look like it does not look low budget. Now it's not like we're giving these awards just for something which is big budget, but seeing Koei Tecmo finally invest that into a game which has always been like has had gameplay as its strength, to elevate it with all the other aspects also being at the same level now, just because they were willing to invest into this and push it forward, and they succeeded with it as well, because everyone who's played it loves it. Like you can bring up some like negatives against it, like the playable roster compared to prior games, but I don't know, like, do we just want them to keep making the same game with better visuals again and again? I don't. I'm happy with what they did with this. If
They
they
did
call
something
this
different.
Dynasty Warriors 10, if they call this Dynasty Warriors 10, I would be perfectly happy with it. So I think in terms of like design, the aesthetic and all, obviously that's art and all, but design and immersion, this is the best they could do with what they had, and they still managed to knock it out of the park.
Yeah, I think this is a very strong contender.
We also have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And I'm just picking out of a hat. Was a game that we brought up in every other category so far, and so we've already kind of talked about its world design, the methodical nature of it. We haven't really talked about like the role playing aspect of it. Um, I mean, we have on the standard episodes of the podcast about how it's not a self insert. You are inhabiting the role of a written character named Henry of Skalitz, but you do have say in his disposition, his personality, things like that, and also especially in the first game, how you come from nothing and eventually and very slowly and methodically and plottingly grow into something larger than the son of a blacksmith in a out of the way town. Um, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 obviously is a direct sequel, uh, but they design it in like a Metroid fashion where you have to kind of start a little bit over from scratch due to things that happen. Not completely, but they do enough that it's believable that you have to kind of like re-level up your combat abilities and your locksmithing and your horseback riding and things like that. This one, I think it's a little bit harder to latch down in terms of specifically design. It's more of a strength in terms of immersion for all of the reasons that we've kind of already talked about in terms of the storytelling, in terms of its presentation. Also, just the fact that it runs so well. I know it sounds silly to like boil it down to performance, but like very few games now run on Crytek engine, but they worked on an engine that they knew like that they knew the strengths and limitations of, and they did like I won't say they designed the game around it, but they designed it in its favor where you don't have to deal with the caveats of Unreal Engine 5 stutter or Unity, whatever. Um, even though I do think that Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a super well designed and super immersive game. It kind of falls into a Hades 2 category for art, where it's like a lot of it is iterative from what was on the first game, which is also very good, but maybe not as well realized, had a lot more technical issues, things like that. So I'm feeling strong about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but not like for sure this is my pick strong. So that's kind of where I'm leaning on that. Adam, I don't know if like you feel the same or differently about that game's placement in this category specifically.
I think Mikhail had a comment.
I didn't nominate this over here, but I think it's basically my pick for the winner if I had to do it, because this is like the jump from Kingdom Come 1 to 2 kind of reminds me of Dragon's Dogma 1 to 2, and Dragon's Dogma 2 was like a super immersive experience, and I feel like I had a more immersive experience with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 so far, with just how involved you are with everything and how all the numbers interact with each other. It's just like unlike anything else I've played. And I granted I have not finished Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. It has so many technical issues. It just pissed me off and I just dropped it. I never went back to it. So I haven't seen if everything over here, like you said, right? Is it the Hades 1 to Hades 2 thing where they're still trying to do a similar thing, even though Hades 2 all the art was new and stuff. So I don't know. I'm willing to push Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 quite a bit over here for immersion, because we've praised it a lot for its art, it's a lot of what else it's done, but I think its immersion is the strongest aspect of it, actually.
Yeah, like the forest. Like, not only do they look amazing, but it's like they are dark as hell, and like the lighting engine in the game and the way that interacts with the gameplay is like it's not even anything regarding stats, but just like if you're going out at night, you need to have a torch, and even then, you're not going to see anything.
So more of a design thing about like the quests. I said this in the original, like when we in our podcast when the game came out, but the game has a lot of different systems in place and a lot of variety in the quest design, that there are multiple avenues to like meet your objective. So a lot of games, quest design, there's a ton we could talk about quest design in RPGs where like it has to like fit within the framework of the game itself, right? Like usually kill some enemies or find a thing. I remember there's a quest in the back half of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 where there was like, I believe I needed to get a certain wine from like a wine cellar in a monastery. And there's like, you can just steal it, you can kill people, you can do whatever. But like the path I went was to like get hired on as just like uh like a farmhand or whatever for like the monastery's vineyard, and like you literally just spend a day in the game, which is I don't know, maybe like 40 minutes of you have to go pick weeds. And so I did that. I went down the rows of the vineyard picking weeds, just kind of nonchalantly going down the roads, like a very menial task. And because I did that, my boss or Henry's boss and that thing like, hey, you did a good job today. Want to share a drink with me or whatever? And like you didn't have to do that, but the fact that there's like these that's just one example of like different ways you can like achieve an objective in like the quest design. I think that's a part of this category too.
We've got strong arguments for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Dynasty Warriors Origins, and then Digimon Story Time Stranger also had a pretty strong argument for it as well. A couple other ones on this list. I'll start going from the order they're listed now. Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time. Again, we've kind of talked about how in this game there's the different professions that you follow. We've described it as similar to like RuneScape in terms of progression on some of the other episodes of the podcast. Which at the time it was described to me, I didn't think it makes sense, but upon playing it, it is an apt comparison, I think. A lot of gameplay systems that are like very synergistic in terms of the different lifestyles that you can like progress in. The I forget what it's called, but the open world zone that you can like slowly uncover more and more of, and all the way that interacts with.
Gynomotia.
Yeah, that one. How that like as you become more proficient in these different lifestyles, how you can like engage with that aspect of the game more and more. So that's kind of like how Fantasy Life is on here for maybe more design than immersion. Maybe splitting hairs between what's what and what's the other is not super helpful. But I do kind of feel like from a design perspective, Fantasy Life I is really cohesive. Even as someone who kind of bounced off the game a little bit, I look at the nomination here and I'm like, I understand why this is here, because it just everything seems intentional in terms of like they didn't accidentally stumble on anything. Like, no, we're putting this here and putting that there because this leads into that, which folds into this, which wraps into this. So, how do we feel about Fantasy Life Isle? I'll go over to Mikhail first.
I think this is also the, like, as much as I love so many of these games on the list, this is also the only game you can start playing and lose like 4 hours of your time if you like we're just playing it at like 12 in the night. You just play it till like 2 a.m. You'd actually be like immersed into the world and forget about everything else. Like, I've pitched this to people who ask me how the game is by saying it's like Final Fantasy 14 meets Animal Crossing being very reductive, because obviously I've not played RuneScape, so I can't speak to that. But I think all its gameplay systems, how they interact with each other, and you just have infinite things to do throughout. You never get bored of it. At least I haven't, and I've probably played like hundreds of hours now across everything. So I think Fantasy Life I should be here, but I don't know how many other people have played it who feel strongly enough about it to push it.
I mean, I would push for it as well. It's a very addictive gameplay loop, like you mentioned. It's very easy to just like fire it up and then boom, like 6 hours go by. Oh fuck, how'd that happen? It's like it's like you said, it's definitely not for everyone. It's for a certain type of person that really likes that whole grinding out your professions and leveling them up and getting higher rarity materials to work with, and the joy of like getting new like stuff to just basically craft, like whether you want to deck out like your like the little village that you're building, or unlocking like new skills, uh getting new building up new rods to get higher quality fish, which you can make into like different dishes. And like you said, everything feeds into each other. It's a very, very addictive loop if you are that type of person that likes to level up jobs and seeing how different materials that you make from different jobs affect different other jobs, stuff like that. It's a very, very easy game to just like lose your life to for a couple of weeks.
Next one on the list I haven't spoken to yet is Clair Obscur Expedition 33. Interesting one here, because we've talked about this game again, as all the rest on this list and the other categories. Clair Obscur Expedition 33, we've compared it on a gameplay perspective to like games like Final Fantasy X. Very classic look at turn-based combat, though it does have like I remember Adam, I forget Adam what you were citing, but during the development of this game, one of the designers really fell in love with Sekiro. So he's like, I want my game to have a parry system, and voila, it became like a cornerstone of the turn-based combat in Clair Obscur Expedition 33. So the parry system is kind of one of its foundational, you know, points. And then as well as like the Lumina and the Pictos, which are maybe a little less transformative. We've seen that sort of thing implemented in other games in slightly different ways. But other than that, very classic look at what a turn-based RPG can be with the kind of new wrinkles on top with the things like the parry system. So I'm looking at the other arguments here and seeing where Expedition 33 lands in terms of a design and immersion perspective. And what do we feel about this one? Maybe I'll go to Adam first.
So when I think of design in Expedition 33 specifically, it is like the Luminas and Pictos and kind of that alongside the parry system. They intersect, I guess, a little bit in that you get these Pictos and Lumina, and there's a lot of these. There's like 200 of these or whatever there are, and you pick them up over the course of the game, and they offer various bonuses. And then, like by the time you get to Act 3 and then like post game-ish stuff, um, the game itself, in terms of like balance, starts to burst open. They've said sort of intentionally in terms of you can kind of bend the game to your will, because you can start stacking these different bonuses and effects from all your different Pictos together in a way where your damage output exponentially improves and increases. And it's cool to like take those tools that the game gives you and figure out those tools alongside the different character like abilities and how you can like stack them in a way that works sense for you in terms of like beating anything the game throws at you. Is it balanced? No. But is it fun? Sure. So that's what I think of when I think of Clair Obscur. I don't know if it's a top winner or runner up in this game or in this category, but when I think of design, that's what I think of. What do you think of, Josh?
Yeah, like Expedition 33 is a weird one because, like you said, like there are certain spots of it that like it just totally slapped on and overshadowed, in my opinion. Like, hey, remember that super meter? How many people actually engage with that super meter in the game, for example? Or like this whole the illusion of like the variety of the weapons. Like a lot of those weapons, let's be real, didn't really matter in the short run, like in the long run. Like, does it provide variety? Sure, but are you really touching many of them? Not really. In terms of like how when you're unlocking like Pictos or Luminos, like the whole arbitrary, hey, get it, have this thing equipped for 4 battles and then you'll learn it. And it's like, okay, by that point in the game, and I'm like wanting to learn stuff, I'm just going to like the easiest battle in the overworld and getting it done in 2 seconds, so I can like have it unlocked for that party or that party member to equip. Like, there's like a lot of like unrefined stuff, and it seems like it has like great aesthetics and great design, and there's like this the way that it's like it has a very like emblematic look and feel of that game, especially like someone mentioned the uniform designs and the font on the expedition flags and stuff. But I think there's just enough unrefined things about it that take me out of it. Like, it's a really hard case for me for it to win best design slash immersion, because there's so many things about that game that take you out of that game. Like, I can't even tell you the final boss's fucking attacks because I killed it in 2 seconds, and that's probably like not like it's cool that you can break the game to that extent, but also like it's so easy to break that game accidentally that like you just latch onto it and then things are just over in like 5 seconds because you accidentally stumbled onto something that really works for universally, and then it's hard to like recommend like you know it's weird because like not many RPGs let you just like instantly end battles, because there's usually some forced like phase change that you get to see at least some attacks, because other RPGs are more expertly and deliberately balanced to at least let you see those battles more fleshed out. Unlike this game where Act 3, by that point, they give you the keys to the vault and you see very little things that the game offers at that point in terms of like enemy attacks, because you accidentally broke it. And the numbers are just stupid and meaningless at that point.
I have two quick comments. One, your weapon shout is a good one because you get so many weapons in this game, but like as you're going through the game, it's really like not efficient to like switch up which weapon you're using. There's like you get 10 different weapons for any character or whatever, but you're going to find one that you like and you're going to stick to it. And then by the time you get to the end of the game, there's like a very clear and obvious like best weapon, or maybe like 2 best weapons for each character. So it does feel pretty superfluous in terms of just like you have 20 different weapons to choose from, but 18 of them don't matter. The other thing I was going to say, kind of a joke, was this is true to its Final Fantasy X inspirations, where you could beat the final boss in 2 hits. So,
And only because there's a phase change.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I quite heavily disagree, but I come from the perspective of we say 10 there, and obviously there's a lot of 10 DNA, but actually I see 8. I see, and I see from the perspective of turn-based Japanese style combat system, it's one of the richest and most pliant around, which does mean, yes, you can break it wide open, you can crack it like an egg, especially if you're someone who understands basic precepts of this genre and these systems. What I'd say is, that's pretty much everyone in this chat. It's probably quite a small number, the 5, 6, 7, however many million people have played the game, much in the same way that there aren't that many people who are like deliberately not leveling up and finishing Final Fantasy VIII at level 12. A lot of people are playing it more in a baseline way. But I think two things. I think the way the Pictos stuff works is brilliant. I think the way considering the games that they were inspired by, way they nevertheless give the characters relatively defined roles is really strong. And then the way those roles, so, Miles stand stuff, Lunaeus obviously is the typical mage, Versa was doing a lot of mark stuff, the whole foretell thing, which is probably the weakest thing, but still decent. Where that stuff can then interface with the Pictos, with the skills that you choose to use, I think it's really interesting. I think it's really rich. Like, I fucking wish Persona combat was that rich. It just isn't. And that's by design, right? On both sides. And then, so from a design perspective, I love it that way. And then from an immersion perspective, I think that's where this decision to leverage parrying and make parrying such a core part of the game starts to feel quite genius, because I don't think I felt more immersed in a game this year than when I was really into that, and I was, you slip into rhythm game mode, right, where your brain is basically immune to everything else going on around you, because you're that focused in on the thing that's going on in front of you, and obviously that is directly linked to the design and all the prep that you do beforehand. It's a shame, we have to say, this is why it didn't win a previous category for presentation, but one of the most, the joy of the menuing in that game and walking around with Pictos, and to Josh's point, I think it's important, actually, and I don't think it's slapdash. I think it's by design that you can always learn the Pictoses very, very quickly by just heading out onto the overworld and slamming out a few battles, because they don't really care about how you learn them. Learning them is not meant to be a challenging thing. The challenging thing in many ways is meant to be finding them all, because there's so many. But once you've got them, the impression that I get is that they want you to learn it quickly, because then they want you to bloody well experiment. Which comes back to what I'm getting at, is that sense of experimentation, that sense of playing around, that sense of finding a build. It's one of those games that does something which I love for an RPG. I mean, it depends on the sort of RPG you're making, right? But where you'll come across an enemy, maybe a super hard enemy. I like how once you finish the first act, it opens right up and you can go straight to some super hard stuff. And I really enjoy how you can go to those super hard enemies, die to them, and in the process of dying to them, sort of understand the puzzle of that boss battle, whether that's weaknesses, whether that's the timing of the attacks for the parries, and then you can literally go straight back in after getting your ass kicked, having done 5 minutes of menu fiddling, and destroy it. And I think that's really satisfying. And I think that's really lovely, brilliant RPG design of a style that we don't often see. And I'm someone who also thinks the junction system is one of the best things Final Fantasy's ever done. So that's sort of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I really like the junction system from 8 too. Like, I'm a really big fan, but it's just, for me, Expedition 33, like, I really like it a lot, but there's a lot of unrefined things about it that drag it down for me. Like, for example, like, the dodge and parry stuff is like, one, if that pretty much becomes a requirement to, like, the master, like, once you get to a certain difficulty level in that game. But once you get good at it, like, stats like defense doesn't really matter unless you're scaling it depending on the weapon. For example, like, I felt like investing in defense in that game felt largely pointless. It's like, just get good at fucking
but this is what I mean. It's pointless for you. There were loads of people who, at launch of that game, were crying that the game was too hard because they couldn't parry. This is where the design of the game is relatively brave, I think, because Final Fantasy has tried to implement systems like this and done it in a really cowardly way, because they don't want to create a game where if someone can't parry, they can't do stuff. Final Fantasy always tries to find it. It wants action elements. It can't make it work. This is a game where, if you're struggling with the parry, obviously you've got the difficulty settings. In fact, you can obviously make the parries automatic, but also you can make a great deal out of just investing stats, messing about menuing, like I say, and create a situation where if you're not a very confident parrier, you can still sort of get through things. I think the danger is an assumption that everyone who plays this game plays the same way. And like I say, I think one of the reasons it's had a lot of success with audiences that don't typically play turn-based Japanese style RPGs is because it's sort of it's in its design, it is open to people in a way that even I think something like Persona isn't necessarily. And it's simpler though, so if, you know,
They try
it's a
to
This is
lot
really
easier to
tricky.
wrap
This is
your
really tricky because I'm
Yeah.
listening to Alex talk and I'm nodding, and I'm listening to Josh talk and I'm nodding, and I'm like, oh no.
It is unrefined. I'm fine with that. Sometimes a little bit of unrefined, a little bit of rough with the smooth can make a game really special. And again, that's to keep hammering that comparison. That's why Final Fantasy VIII is my favourite Final Fantasy game mechanically. Yes, I prefer the overall. I prefer 6 and 7 overall, and 9 is my favourite. And I've got a lot of respect for 12, and I got a lot of respect somehow for 15. But at the end of the day, 8 is the most mechanically interesting to me because it's true, they never really quite got that game mechanically over the line in terms of tightening everything up to where it would be its absolute best, and that means the game can turn some people off in some ways. But it's so interesting and so tactile when you when you get into it, and I get the absolute same vibe of Expedition 33. And in that sense, I genuinely do believe, like, I think all the narrative about this is Japan needs to look to this game for an example of what to do, I think all that's nonsense. Like, every game released, there's lessons that other games can learn lessons from, pretty much. The one thing I will say is, from that mechanical battle system perspective, yes, it's rough around the edges. It's a smaller game made by a smaller team as well, lest we forget. But some of that rough is in the charm. Some of that rough is the charm. Some of that rough is because a bigger team with more people doing shitloads of market research would not have made the game that way, and it wouldn't be as good.
I think we've all experienced this throughout the year, but always discussing this game, especially with a larger audience in mind, is almost poison in that respect, because the conversations in the wider public surrounding this game, especially online, very poisonous. Because unfortunately, a lot of it is kind of has racist undertones, in that front. But like, I'm totally fine with like a game having unrefined aspects. That's not like the bigger issue for me. I think the bigger issue is like, and I acknowledge like, hey, this is a studio's first time together as a team. Like, all certain staff members throughout the production have had prior experience developing games, but as a studio, their debut project, and of course, it's not always going to be like a home run this time around. Like I review games and I've often discuss games that are often unrefined and usually unknown by people. I'm used to this. I just think it comes to a point where there's learning lessons to be had, where especially in the realm of RPGs, where some of the more rookie mistakes, we'll say, can often bleed into like a gameplay experience that's compromised.
No,
For many of
absolutely.
them.
I'm just speaking from. I mean, from my perspective as an RPG nerd, I'm just speaking to the richness that I see in it, and also I think they understand that. Yeah, like, the game is built with a curve. It's an accessible curve, and they have, in the time since launch, gone pretty far to sort of put in a load of stuff. To, again, we use the comparison. It's like the version of Expedition we got at launch, in that sense, was more analogous to the Japanese version of Final Fantasy VII. And obviously, for the international release, and then obviously re-released it in Japan, they went back in and popped in the extra weapons and all that sort of stuff, and tuned some stuff up. And they've sort of done that post-launch with a bunch of free updates. And so I think if you want to appreciate the artistry of some hard as balls fights, I mean, I have to admit that, full disclosure, at the time of us recording, the bonus update has only just released. Although, from me having a glance on Reddit, it seems to be the game's most dedicated players saying it is hard as balls and might even be too hard. So it's sort of so then it loops back around the other way. I do think there is an argument though, just generally. I think your core critical path should be relatively manageable. And I think as a standard rule, if you do pretty much everything in a game, the final boss should be in a progression-driven game, as in a character growth-driven game. I do think the final boss should be relatively breezy if you've done everything, because that just makes sense, right? But then I also think you need bonus challenges and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. We come at this from opposite angles, but I just think it's as someone who really loves turn-based games, and I think that's sort of why it's become so totemic in part. It's because I think it's the most interesting one very long time, and from a design perspective, it's a wonderful amalgamation of influences, whether that's the Final Fantasy influences, whether that's the obvious Persona influences, whether that's the Sekiro parry influence. All this stuff is glued together in, I think, a really satisfying way. But yeah, I'm also not going to pretend it isn't shaking around the edges, but I'm not looking for a perfect game. I'm looking for something that ignites something in me. I've played plenty of games that are designed pristine and everything is absolutely fucking perfect and they do nothing for me emotionally.
Yeah, I agree with that. The two things I wanted to say. One, you kept bringing up Final Fantasy VIII, which is appropriate because when we interviewed the team earlier this year, they straight up said that Final Fantasy VIII was one of the biggest inspirations. Two, I think to Josh's point, I do agree that the final boss is a little bit too easy to break, and I think if we're using Final Fantasy and like as a direct comparison, like we've had Final Fantasies that have adjusted the final boss depending on how much side content you do. I'm thinking like 7 as one example. I think there's definitely some ways that they could have handled the overall path for just doing critical path for Act 3 a bit better. I think that the Alicia stuff should have been required, and I think they could have made it so that the more of the super bosses that you beat, they could have made the final boss a little bit harder. Maybe not enough to like make it super, super hard as balls, but just to make it so that, like, for example, like I went in, I parried once, it brought me to phase 2. I parried again, I'd beat the fight. And I didn't even do most very much of the Act 3 content at all. So I mean, I get it, but I feel like you should only be breaking it over your knee if you're doing all of these super bosses, which would require that level of power. But in its current state, like there's a reason why they hotfixed in a way to just cap your damage, like in between the stock cap and the unlimited cap, because they themselves probably realized that it was way too easy to just become absurdly overpowered.
Mikhail, you got a comment?
Didn't they, like just before going back to Alex's point, didn't they nerf Mael quite a bit with
They
her medallum or medal, however you pronounce that? Because that was the thing which broke the game beyond anything anyone expected. So they did fix that. But I'm kind of with Alex on this point because what I remember from this game when I like look back on it, the fond memories I have of it is literally that you can just do whatever you want. You can break the game. It reminds me of Final Fantasy X in so many ways, and Final Fantasy X is one of my favorite games of all time. So I think they managed blending in their influences really well and not like they. Let me put it this way: they actually managed doing like coming up with something unique while blending in multiple different genres together, like parrying and all that stuff. But it still feels like you're playing a JRPG in the end. It does not feel like you're just playing, oh, this game is like Chrono Trigger, this game is like Final Fantasy X. This feels like Expedition 33 because what you get out of all the influences together is its own thing in the end. And I just love having games which you can break however you want, if you want to do that. And just to, not my experience specifically, but I have a friend of mine who does not play turn-based games at all. He's only played two, Baldur's Gate 3 and Expedition 33. He found the final boss quite difficult when he played it the first time, but he sent me a screenshot of him having gotten all the achievements last week, so it kind of stuck with him, and it is hitting like for a lot of other people. So that's just like another point of comparison. But I like being able to break games given the option to do whatever. Like, oh, if you go here and do this and you get this specific weapon, you can like completely like steamroll this thing. I love having that option in games. So I think I'm pro Expedition 33 on that front at least, but I have some other issues with it.
Yeah,
Like
and I
we're
do
getting
want to.
we're getting too hung up on this. Like in
Yeah,
terms of, like,
yeah,
best
yeah,
design
yeah,
and immersion, like this is gonna this already taking a long time. Like if you want it to stick for now, that's fine. I'm just saying that like there's a lot of other more deserving candidates in my opinion than that.
I agree with that. I agree with that though. Like I just wanted to say my piece on
Yeah, yeah.
what stuck with me from Expedition
Mhm.
33, just the balance. I'm for it. But yeah, we can move on.
Yeah, the last two games, so Expedition 33 will table that for now, which I know is kind of the safe hourly rate out, but we got two other games that are listed here. 100 Line, Last Defense Academy, and Inazuma 11 Victory Road. So, um, let's start with 100 Line. So it's here for the same reasons that was kind of listed in the narrative section that I think a lot of people talk to it, James, Josh, and Mikhail, in terms of the game structure, in terms of it combining different genres. We talked about how it like played homage to like visual novels and changing its UI. In terms of how the game's narrative and its branching narrative is like core tenet to its style and its immersion. But I haven't played it, so I'm kind of just speaking based on other people's, perspectives. So I'll hand it back over to Josh to talk about 100 Line Last Defense Academy for best design or immersion.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, wouldn't vote for it, but I did want to give it its, flowers here. Like, hey, this is a game that's unique to basically any other game this year. This is a game that's a miracle that it came out, and it's also like one of the very, very few games that I can recall in recent memory where like it feels like it's almost a conversation between two creators because you have the Uchikoshi routes and the Kodaka routes, and the way that they transform the characters to the strengths of their writing style that are very emblematic of it. Where you can like I guess it's a testament to both of those writers that like, hey, when you get into this route, you can kind of get a sense like, is this an Uchikoshi route or a Kodaka route? And like, you kind of get those core tenets like, if it's Uchikoshi, but they get the very scientific terms and explaining like very sciency sort of uh like rabbit holes, while Kadaka is very expressive and very sort of like almost reactionary with how the characters sort of like bolt up in a very almost borderline schizo um with the way that events unfold, and it's very Danganronpa esque in that style. Like I think it's a very cool way to depict these characters that they are malleable vessels in which to express the core tenets of their um, writing styles and characterizations, which is a very cool thing to see play out from that perspective.
Mikhail, what are your thoughts on 100 Line?
I agree with whatever Josh said, but I think yeah, I want to push for this in this category because the way they, I guess, subvert your expectations, if that's accurate to what they're doing. Because Kodaka, like when you're doing the first 100 days, which is what everyone considers the prologue, he keeps like, for those who've played Danganronpa, he keeps dangling these things which makes you feel like how something is going to play out, but it doesn't play out that way. And he does this not only in the general narrative but also in how some characters behave with you, and I feel like that adds to the emotion. But that's something which maybe only hits for people who've played Danganronpa before. So he managed doing this and balancing, just making this being its own thing. I think that's also commendable. But then Josh has played more of the roots than I have, and I think James also has. So I want to know what your thoughts are on like, Josh has said that some of the routes didn't hit as hard or didn't feel as well realized as the others, or he didn't like them as much. So do you think that kind of hurts the immersion or it, or do you think that that adds to it because you're still experiencing the, like what happens when you make a specific decision, so it still has you in the world? What do you think on that?
It's kind of a weird mix because it'll make you feel all sorts of ways depending on what route you're going through, whether it's like the conspiracy routes, serial battles, romance routes, and so forth. And I think what really will take you out of that immersion is kind of the repetitiveness of what you're doing in terms of like, hey, there's a battle that you can't skip, so you'll do like a lot of like my battle strategies that came down to whatever her name, the girl in the jeep with the barf bag, just utilizing
Subasa. Yeah, you
building up
max out her
resources.
stats, and then after that you can just like ram it and
Yeah,
finish like a whole phase almost.
like at that point, if it was a battle I couldn't skip, I was gonna sweep the map with her as fast as possible because I didn't want to play that battle. Like, there's very little. There's like I'm there for the story and the routes and the characters interact with each other, not less so the battles. And there's so many battles in
Yeah,
in that game overall.
not to mention that especially once you've gotten a few routes under your belt, like
Yeah,
the number one thing everyone does is sacrifice a bunch of characters, and then so you're just the main dude, super powerful, and it's just like no def, just no def. It's like
yeah, like the battles are there as fluff at a certain point, and you're there's not really there's not really much tactical thinking at a certain point. You're just trying to
yeah,
get through it as much as possible, and you have a strategy, whether it's buffing the Shadow Tsubasa, Kumi, just like either Takumi because he's always your mainstay, he's always going to be almost in every battle, or Tsubasa will be in the majority of it, though sometimes she'll be locked depending on the route. Um, but
one
you're
one
you're you're taking out of the experience frequently. Go for it, James.
one of the things I kept thinking about when playing Hundred Line is Utaru Mano.
Yeah,
Which
yeah.
is a very obvious comparison because it's also like a long VN style game with these tactical RPG segments. And part of the reason I stopped going for any more of the endings when I did is when I realized that unlike in Utaru Mono, where the tactical RPG gameplay just kept getting more engaging the further I went, I reached the point where I realized it was just an obligation, and they like it works for the prologue and for a little bit afterwards, but I feel like it really starts to become a detriment to the game at a certain point.
It's hard for me to push for this in this category.
So with that, we'll take 100 Line off the list. Even though it did a few things very well, it sounds like some of its design just doesn't last its whole runtime, or kind of has a caveat for like, uh, you weren't engaged in the battle, so either you just did it, the way you described, where you sacrifice a bunch of characters just to get through as quick as possible, or what the developers did, and they made it so that you can even skip some of them in future routes.
Maybe it
The
would
last
be
one listed.
maybe it
Go
would
ahead.
have been different if there was more maps available, but realistically you only have two that you fight on regularly, and even then like it's just the one for like 90% of the game, so yeah.
The last one here in our design and immersion category is Inazuma 11 Victory Road.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be hard to push for this one because I have only really seen here like the full scope of it. But like it is 2025 super game in disguise, because you
Mhm.
have on top of the story mode, which is already like what 30 hours long. You have this whole chronicle mode that it lasts for many hours because you're going through every single like battle that was in like soccer battle that was in the Inazuma 11 series. On top of recruiting so many different characters. This game has like over like what 5,400 plus characters, and more to be added over time with the other like Inazuma 11, like Galaxy and Ares and whatever getting added to it. And there's like a town builder mode on top of like online PvP and and all the frequent patches and support that it's been getting on top of that. It's like there's so much they put into this game. Like, but what felt like a Doom project, they really turned it around. like I really, really got to give them big props for that. But I know it's also hard to push for it because, I'm the only one who's really seen like the full breadth of it, and like, yeah, and there's definitely stronger candidates on this, the ones that we have on hand right now that I'd rather push for.
And with that, we've then spoken to everything. And just to recap for listeners, we have to decide now between these six. So we still have a little bit of trimming to do. For best design and immersion, we have Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Digimon Story Time Stranger, Clear Obscure Expedition 33, Dynasty Warriors Origins, and Inazuma 11 Victory Road. I'm looking at this. A lot of spirited arguments were made for games like Clair Obscur, for Kingdom Come, honestly, for all of these. I'm looking at Digimon Story Time Stranger, and I don't know. This is tricky, and I know that's become a broken record, but I'm like trying to figure out which of these is the least good. Um,
Yeah, it's a very emblematic of PS2 JRPG, and like it's very comfortable to play, but it's not really breaking new ground in terms of like, hey, you've seen these in other RPGs before. It's really cool that Digimon got like a really great comeback game that's like well all around, but it's a very familiar territory that you've seen in other RPGs as well, right? It's like it's a great refinement of that, and the amount of effort that went into it is awesome. But I'm okay with it getting off.
yeah, like I'm very glad that I nominated it, but I kind of figured that it wasn't gonna win. But like, I don't not nominate something if I say, well, it's probably not gonna win, so I don't want to bother talking to it. So like, what it does well, it does really well, and for all the
Mhm.
reasons we stated and for what was nominated. But like you said, it is kind of a PS2 RPG at heart. It doesn't do anything new, but it does do what it does, and it's really to a high level, and it's really fun to see that in a 2025 release. So between Fantasy Life, Kingdom Come, Clair Obscur, Dynasty Warriors, Clair Obscur, of course, was the one that we kind of had the most back and forth. Though we had some arguments both for and against from multiple folks in the podcast. I think a lot of that is just emblematic. It's the one that most of us have played. All of these we've had a population of people have played, except for Clair Obscur, which I think everyone except maybe Chow has played. Um, right now where I'm standing is I'm leaning towards Josh's side of the argument that what it does some really neat things with its parry system, with its ethos of the turn-based combat, aligned with the narrative that it's telling inside the canvas. But also it is rough around the edges. It is, I think, almost too easy to break. And games we focus a lot of our effort on that because I think it's emblematic of whether or not a game is designed to a superlative extent. But when you can break the game accidentally without even trying, compared to like I looked at the gears, I looked at the options given to me, I designed a build or a layout or whatever, and that then allows me to break it versus did you select the right skill and the right weapon, and that's kind of all you needed. Like I used Stendhal with the whatever that pink sword was called, and therefore I have an I win button. It just felt to me like it could have been. I understand the accessibility comments or like getting people on board that maybe they're not as familiar with this sort of game, but I almost feel like you can just stumble into breaking the game rather than like um doing it with the front of your brain, like doing it with intent. You just kind of when you can accidentally break it, I think that's more of a design fault than a design intent. That's kind of where I'm leaning for Declare Obscure. I look at this list and I see that as the next one I'd be knocked off. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
but
Josh.
Brian, like, imagine if you could do like if one shot the final boss in Digimon Story and how less of a memorable boss Digimon Story's final boss would be, Time Stranger's final boss. Like that was a really, really exciting final boss in that game with all the things that happen and like the whole unique mechanic that it has because it's like a ruler of time and how it plays around in mechanics. Like I would be devastated if I could like beat that boss in like 1 to 2 shots because so many things that happen in that fight is like holy shit, that's exciting. That's an awesome final boss.
But it's not
Like a
just
lot of
can you
people
beat the
were
final
disappointed.
boss. It's not just
Uh,
can you beat the final
Oh
boss
yeah,
in
I
one
know.
blow. And I'm saying this, I'm gonna get to a point where I agree with you. Because there's a lot of games like tactics games where certain classes outperform others, or if you use a certain set of abilities that it has very hard to counter. Um, Even in Digimon, I know Adam recently played through it and got some really high leveled megas, and like eventually he basically was able in the back half of the game to not have to change out his crew very often because he eventually kind of like outpaced it. But there was intent there where I think where Claire Obscure falls apart is too strong of a word, but like we talked about the Twilight, what's Moonlight Twilight, whatever that is for CL's like mechanics, but you almost never engage with them because it's like you could stack up these, these stacking like I don't know what you call them counters, indexes, and then ramp up to doing a high amount of damage with CL, or you can just use my L and use Stendhal. Like it's just a sort of thing where like, other systems don't come to the forefront because the balance is uneven to the extent that other things don't get a look in. They might be well designed or interesting or even like creative, but when you have other systems that you can just accidentally stumble into, I just think it kind of pulls back from specifically looking at the design immersion intent of that game.
I'm
You
okay with
good
cutting
taking
Clear
Clear
Obscure.
Obscure off?
I'm okay with that.
I'm in the same boat, but like I don't know. I seen even my friends that had like no experience playing RPG. They just came across last boss and just one shot it too, and they're like, "Oh, that was disappointing. I was expecting more." You know, I'm in that same boat.
Which leaves us with Fantasy Life I, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Dynasty Warriors Origins. So at this point, we've had spirited discussions on all of these. I guess Dynasty Warriors Origins was the one that we talked about first for these three, I think. Uh, and then we went back to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Fantasy Life. I don't know if we're up to a vote at this point to try to make our final decision for winner and runner up.
Fine, but like for me personally, like I just think Dynasty Warriors Origins just it. There's nothing else in this entire year that really made me feel like I was like in a game. In that game, you get so swept up in like the massive battlefield and the amount of troops like firing off, and there's just a lot of things always firing off as you're traversing through battles in that game. Like it feels like we're finally at that point of technology, man, that like you can fully realize that 1 versus 1,000, like just an ocean of bodies as you're cleaving through them. It feels so satisfying. Like that's for me, that's like the perfect blend of like design and immersion coming together to form something beautiful and coherent and magical.
As rote as it is, I'm gonna throw in my vote with Kingdom Come Deliverance for a lot of those same reasons. So I won't repeat them, but that's where my vote's going. I was gonna see like, should we just do more votes? But then we run into the thing we always run into, where like not everyone's played all three of these, so some people either abstain or only vote for the one thing they've played. How about Mikhail? I'm curious for you because I think you're the one that's played through at least a little bit of all three of these. So I'm just curious where you stand.
I've played two of them completely and Kingdom Come 2 not finished, but I in terms of immersion, Kingdom Come 2 I'd rate above the others for sure if I had to pick one.
Yeah, if we're strictly basing it off of immersion, it has to be Kingdom Come.
Well, it's design and immersion, so like that's the tricky thing about this category. Maybe something to keep
Yeah.
in our back
I
pocket for
was
next
I
year.
was I was so entranced by the beauty of a forest, I didn't realize I was being surrounded by a pack of wolves. 10-10 would play 10 out of 10 would play it again.
Yeah, I think I think it's Kingdom Come at this point.
I
That a
think
lot of
Kingdom
people.
Come and like I would pick Kingdom Come first and Dynasty Warriors second for what it's worth. Just for
How's
immersion.
how's everyone feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm down with that. I mean, I probably go for Fantasy Life as my winner for me personally.
It's
The games I
really
played.
Man, at this
Yeah.
man, I know this isn't the point, but man, it's going to be really funny the next time someone tries to call us JRPG site after this.
Yeah. So anyone who's following along here is yeah. So as of right now, we've got listed in the winner position for design and immersion Kingdom Comes Deliverance 2, followed by Dynasty Warriors Origins. And then obviously anyone who's listened through this knows that that was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 also won art and writing. So very clearly a game we're going to be talking about in the back half of this podcast. So stating it one last time, design and immersion, winner, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, runner-up, Dynasty Warriors Origins, with some strong entries by games like 100 Line and Clair Obscure. We're going to go into our last category here, where this one is going to require a little bit of some programming notes. This category is for best music. So best music, obviously, a lot of games, especially in this space, music is a huge part of the whole package, the whole experience. Whether it's backing themes, battle themes, character themes, all sorts of things, menu themes, uh, tracks, motifs, all those sorts of things. About 3 years ago, I think, Adam, remind me if I have my dates wrong, we
Right.
we started we started inputting actual music tracks into the podcast, which was really fun because you could speak over explicitly what you're talking about in an audio format. It would fit like a glove. Unfortunately, when dealing with different studios across the globe, everyone has different rule sets about like what you are allowed and not allowed to use when it comes to using music in a format like this. So for this year, we're going to go back to how we did it maybe about 4 years ago, where we're still going to try to do our best to pick and describe a winner and a runner up for best music, but we will not be able to actually play the tracks in the recording. Now, we are going to link a selection of tracks in the upload on the site at rpci.net, and just some like YouTube or Spotify or SoundCloud links to whatever we can, but we won't actually have them be able to be put into the recording. So I know that is a little bit limiting, but it's just kind of like the boundary conditions we find ourselves in. So with that aside, we do have a lot of nominees here for best music. I'm just going to list them off in no particular order. So for best music in an RPG in 2025, we have Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Hades 2, Promise Mascot Agency, Monster Hunter Wilds, 100 Line Last Defense Academy, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Trails in the Sky First Chapter, Inazuma 11 Victory Road, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and Look Outside. So I think all of those games except Monster Hunter Wilds, we've talked about at least once. There's a lot of games in this list, and I could see us tackling this section in two ways, um, but I don't know which way is more correct. Uh,
We could probably just start
I might,
slashing things that we know won't make it. I feel like there's a lot here that probably won't make it.
Girls in the
yeah,
Sky.
yeah.
I
Go ahead.
think that most of the environmental themes in Trails in the Sky First Chapter are good remixes, but the core themes that they should not have fucked up, they fucked up. Like Silver Will it's not a bad song in isolation, but as a rearrangement, it's disappointing.
It's a downgrade.
And
Sorry.
the ending theme is the same thing, though that's mostly down to the vocals just can't match up with the originals. But it's like good soundtrack in isolation, but it isn't in isolation. Now, I guess you could say, oh well, it also has the original and the Evolution soundtracks as an option in the game, but just of the merits, basing it off of the merits of the new soundtrack, I think the new soundtrack doesn't deserve to be best of the year, especially with such stiff competition this year.
I still think Sophisticated Fight is a banger. I know even on the original release, I think not everyone like gelled with it, but I've enjoyed both versions of that fight
Yeah,
of
it's
that
great.
fight theme. One game that was on here when we were first taking nominations, and I don't want to sound too judgmental, but I guess that's what you say right about when you're right about when you're about to be judgmental. As I look back and I saw Monster Hunter Wilds. Really? So I don't know who nominated that, but I'm curious to hear the rationale for Monster Hunter Wilds. And I've clicked through some of these tracks and I've listened to them, but I'm still kind of
I
seeing it here, and I was like, huh.
I didn't nominate this, but I could speak to this, which is I think it's a really impressive, cool soundtrack in terms of it does something that the Monster Hunter series hasn't really done, which is introduces a load of like synth stuff around certain monsters, and I feel like it's so like you get this like crunchy, almost sci-fi-ish synth piano in some of the tracks, um, and similarly, it sort of plays with genre a little bit as well. Like some really great. I feel like Monster Hunter has typically all just been super bombastic, lots of brass section. And this game, they clearly thought about it more holistically. There's like I forget the name of it, but the spider monster has proper like horror movie coded sound associated with it, and I think it's a really and they do sort of lucky enough to go to the studio, so when they were making it, so I saw some of this firsthand. But they do some crazy shit with like experimental instruments that aren't even real musical instruments, where they made instruments out of like pipe and stuff like that to get really unique, weird sounds. And I think it's an excellent soundtrack. I don't think it's winner or runner up, but I didn't submit it. But my read is, I think it's really, I think it's really cool and really unique and quite different to the rest of the series.
Okay, so I nominated it, but I think as much as I like it more than most of the series soundtracks, I don't think it's a winner or runner up. So I would cut that off straight up. I think out of all the soundtracks they've done for Monster Hunter, usually in a game I'd latch on to like a few songs. Over here, I just thought the whole soundtrack was more cohesive than a lot of the other series entries. Like Monster Hunter World was the first time they gave it a proper orchestral budget and stuff, but I think Iceborne is where they hit its stride with soundtrack. But with this, it's just from the start. It's like absolutely what I wanted. But yeah, it's not winner or runner up, so we can chuck that. And while we're chucking stuff, I also nominated 100 Line Last Defense Academy. I don't think it's winner or runner up, so we can chuck that as well. But I want to ask Josh something now because I have not played every single game in the series. Was all the music in Dynasty Warriors Origins new, or did they rely on arrangements of older
No,
tracks?
there's a lot that was new, but there's about a lot of the music was like vastly different rearrangements of the old tracks to kind of commemorate. That's commemoration, like celebration of the whole series. So like they pulled out like some like the most iconic tracks from the games and put like an Origins mix on it, and they're all fucking well done. It's an incredible soundtrack for Dynasty Warriors Origins. Just like even among the ones that like are get you super pumped up, like on here, I put Wall of Fate, Vanish, and Eve. Like there's also like some more subtle, slower moments that like they really nail with the one-on-one conversations. I think in general, it's just like it's a soundtrack that fully it does its role. It fully realizes, you know, getting you pumped up into the fight, and it doesn't really like I wouldn't say there's like anything that's like weak about its soundtrack at all. Like I think it's a incredible.
Adam, before we started recording, you were linking to me a few soundtracks from a familiar title, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which uh I just want to hear your thoughts on that. Like maybe not specifically the theme that you linked me, but and we'll put again all these in the description. Just what you thought about that game and its soundtrack.
So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, its soundtrack, there's kind of like obviously I'm gonna oversimplify here, but a lot of the like the area themes like in the towns and as you're traveling and whatnot kind of feel like, um medieval flutes and horns and whistles and things like that. Kind of catchy. Actually, what's one thing that's kind of fun in the game is when you're doing the blacksmithing, Henry will actually start whistling one of the area themes to himself to like keep his rhythm while he's blacksmithing. I think that's really fun. And then like in more of the dramatic cutscenes and cinematic and narrative moments in the game, there's a lot of like choir Latin chanting, or not chanting, but vocals. That's just the type of like the tone and the style it goes for, and it's really well done. One track in particular, it's a Latin word. I'll probably mispronounce it. Agnus Dei is a track from a very, very. If you have played this game and you listen to this track, you know where it's from. It's tied to a very certain scene in the game, and so I think it's done really well. I actually don't think this game probably wins this category. I think there are stronger components, but I do think the music that is in Kingdom Come Deliverance is, um, for the type of game it is, open world, cinematic, medieval style. I think it's well done, very well done.
Yeah, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but that's kind of how I was feeling too, in terms of like everything that they put into Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 just fits it. In terms of like nothing feels out of place, nothing feels like shoehorned in, nothing feels like they skimped out or they just repeated a bunch of themes from the first game. Um, but at the same time, I'm not like whistling to them at myself at work, or I talked about putting the Citizen Sleeper soundtrack on at work. Like I haven't done that with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So I think it really is a really fitting soundtrack and something that is it's very like it invokes emotions in you, especially if you've played the game. But so do the all the best soundtracks. So I'm glad that it was nominated, but I'm kind of with you that I'm looking at other games on this list saying like, yeah, that's definitely going to box this one out, even though it is on its own really great. We do have a few entries in here from the game we talked about in our first category, Look Outside. So I'm curious about James or Adam, what you thought about some of these backing tracks from that game soundtrack.
Yeah, so the main theme for Look Outside is that it's not just an RPG, but also like a survival horror game, and so the soundtrack leans very heavily in the atmospheric side of things, and it's like very striking the stories that these songs can tell about specific areas. Like you'll notice that the first one I linked is Safe Place, which is the room theme for your apartment. And then Vacant, later on in the game, there's a moment which kind of peels back the facade and shows you like the full extent of what's actually going on, and you can see the safe room in a different light. And Vacant is a rearrangement of that theme that you can it doesn't immediately tell you what's going on in that specific room, but if you listen to the song closely and you put two and two together, it's like, oh my god, that explains these little weird things that were happening earlier in the game. And it just it's really like it's really fascinating how the soundtrack directly ties into the storytelling, and it's so good, really good. I don't think it's going to win just because only Adam and I have played this, but I do think that the soundtrack in this game is absolutely worthy of being a top contender this year. What
I
do you
was
think,
listening.
Adam?
I was listening to one of these tracks earlier, as someone who hasn't played the game, and they had some really fun. Like I don't know if instrumentation is the right word, but there was one of them I think had like a leaking faucet backing sound, and it was just kind of like creative. I just wanted to shout that out. Go ahead, Adam, if you had thoughts on Look Outside and its soundtrack.
No, I agree. And yeah, a lot of the game is like atmosphere. You're in a, you know, apartment building with eldritch horrors everywhere. And it's um there isn't a lot of there's a lot of ambient and like ambient music. So yeah, you get a lot of sound effects and things like faucets or like sometimes mutters or I think even a few screams. Um yeah, it's a lot of it's also part of just the tone of the game for sure.
Mikhail, I assume this one is one of your. I shouldn't assume that. One of the games listed here is Promise Mascot Agency, which I know is a game that you're pretty fond of. Were you the one that nominated it?
Yes.
So to speak to like some of the tracks that you selected here for Promise Mascot Agency and its OST.
Okay, so the reason I put Promise Mascot Agency here is because any issues I had with the game, like any mechanics which I didn't like jive with when I played it for the first time, some visual issues like James brought up he didn't like something. I think the soundtrack is the strongest aspect of the game by far, because when they wanted to get their like 70s Japanese TV thing, when they wanted to get the Showa era thing, when they wanted to get this Twin Peaks vibe going for it, the composer, they have two composers, I forgot the second one, but the first one, Alpha Chrome Yayo, he actually uses a lot of these traditional Japanese instruments like shakuhachi, shimasen, and also he has this thing where he gets these weird synthesizers and these like retro toys which they used to sell in the 90s for making music, and he blends all of that together. So you have this soundtrack which kind of like the art style, how you have these solid colors on this very like retro post process thing. Over here you have these Japanese instrumentation things, and you also have modern synth combined together. And I think the soundtrack is just unlike anything I've heard in games, and I listen to it so much outside the game. Like, how you said the Citizen Sleeper soundtrack you use for work. I listen to this a ton while just doing general stuff, and even sometimes while playing other games like maybe Earth Defense Force, I just listen to this on streaming or whatever. So I think the music, what he did for the game, there's a lot of stuff you hear repeated, and it does not bother me at all. I didn't get bored of it at all. It's just stuck in my head, and I think it's genuinely one of the best just soundtracks in general, not soundtracks specifically for a game this year. So just being able to blend so many traditional instruments, modern instruments, and stuff I didn't even know existed. Like I play a few instruments, but I literally had no idea about some of these different piano synths and stuff which like he's used in the soundtrack. So it's crazy to have all of that combined into music which just comes out so well. So that's why I nominated it here.
Yeah, I will say that though I did have some issues with Promise Mascot Agency, I think that the soundtrack, I do agree with you that the soundtrack is easily the best part of it, and absolutely the atmosphere and the vibes that the soundtrack like applies to the game. It's like, yeah, I still tough competition. We've been avoiding the elephant in the room, but yeah, I wouldn't cut it out quite yet myself.
Well, usually when we avoid a particular game in a category like this, it's because it's a bit of a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
Like
I
we
never
feel
want to go.
around, you know.
I never want to go into it like with that foregone conclusion mindset because you don't want to like underrepresent anything inadvertently. But
No, but
I do look
rarely
at all the things in
something is
Claire
so good.
Obscure's soundtrack, and I click on all these links and I know exactly where they play, and a lot of them are just whether they're vocal tracks or non-vocal tracks or dungeon tracks or battle tracks or whatever. Like I as basic or as normy as it might sound, I don't know. It's just like I can't see anything topping Claire Obscure for the winner position. I really do see this as a um uh who is going to get runner up. And even before this, like some of these, like the Lumiere theme or the Go Blue theme from the Flying Waters dungeon, like some of those we called out when the game first released. But even before like recording, Adam was like, remember this theme from one of the optional dungeons in the Act 3? It's a banger as well. I'm like, hell yeah, this is awesome. Or like Monaco's theme when you fight him before he joins is kind of like a in a class of its own. And I do definitely see this as Claire Obscure's category to lose, though I do still want to like give all of the attention to all these other games for that runner-up position, even if that's all I can do, just because I'm listening to soundtracks from Promise Mascot Agency, from Look Outside, and just all of these are so well done. But I do see it as Claire Obscure's category for whatever that's worth. Go ahead, Mikhail.
I think it's like, when people talk about how Baldur's Gate 3 is a game we might never see again because who's going to invest so much? Like, the budget for that is reportedly insane, and just how long they worked on it, so many people, and what they delivered is like just remarkable. I kind of view the Expedition 33 soundtrack in a similar way, in that when I look at what we've had in gaming in the last maybe 10 years, the only soundtrack which comes like which I mention in the like same tier as this is in terms of budget and production is the Genshin Impact soundtrack. You're just never going to see stuff like that for a game with so many songs of this quality. Like, obviously, you have MMOs that get like tons of music, or like live service games, but like I feel like this soundtrack and Genshin Impact are just the whole in the upper echelon of everything. So it's just, yeah, like you mentioned the Monaco theme, then the Flying Waters Rain from the Ground, which apparently was a song they weren't even going to use in the soundtrack, and it's my favorite song in the soundtrack, just straight up. So it's just like it is Claire Obscure's category to lose, like however sad or obvious that might be.
Happened before, and I think we have to interrogate the other options, but also every now and then, there's usually one category a year where there's a there's usually one category a year where the category is almost decided before you even go into it. And actually, music, it is often music. Like to be blunt, this time last year, I don't think anything other than Rebirth was going to win it. So,
Yeah,
I was thinking
so,
Rebirth when you said
it's a
that. Yeah.
repeat. Yeah, and actually, last year was another example where I don't think anything else was going to win Design and Immersion other than Dragon's Dogma 2. So sometimes that happens.
Did you have a comment, James?
no, just
No.
yeah, it's Yeah, Clear Obscure's soundtrack absolutely does remind me of Rebirth in a way where it's like not just the quality, but also the sheer quantity of songs and like the consistency of like just how damn good it is. It's like you can't beat that. You just can't.
It also has the variety, like, because you've kinda got, like, the synth stuff from Flying Waters, you've got, like, the very somber vocal stream from the Gamage at the beginning. There's the leitmotifs, like the Lumiere theme being, like, repositioned in some of the more upbeat tracks, um, and so it has, like, a through line where it manages to thread that line between, like and then the Monoka theme doesn't really sound like anything else, but it still sounds like it fits in a way, so, yeah,
Yeah, so I
I
linked onto this onto our document the Reacher theme, which is like one of the themes in the Reacher, which is an optional dungeon. And I also want to use that to point out like how each area in the game, maybe not every single area, but most areas in the game have like two different exploration tracks depending on like which part of the dungeon you're in. And then like usually like a unique version of the battle theme or like just a totally unique battle theme or sometimes even more than one. Like each area in the game has that, and that's like incredibly impressive.
and when we're recording this after the Game Awards, which had a few stage performances of the theme, but I'm gonna get her name wrong. The female vocalist Alice, like she is just a match made for what Loria and Testard was going for in terms of the not every track is a vocal track, but the ones that she sings in are just some of the best I've heard in gaming this year.
And
So
apparently the track I linked, Lost Voice, was the one that convinced her to do this. Apparently, when it was sent to her.
and just to give her
I'm
full
not sure
credit,
how true that
Alice
is.
Duport Percier. So
Yeah.
So okay, we'll keep Clear Obscure in kind of its in its spot where we have it listed, but we do have other soundtracks that we have not spoken to yet. We've talked about Promise Mascot Agency. Here's one that I'm also not surprised to see here because the first game had such a strong soundtrack, but Hades 2. Um, Not a game of play, but I was clicking through all these soundtracks that we have listed like before the recording, and it's definitely got like a much more energetic, much more like grungy, but in a good way vibe. But I believe you nominated this one, Mikhail. Like, speak to Hades 2 soundtrack.
Yeah. So I think if you just heard the tracks I linked, I specifically linked the varied ones because like if you've played Hades 1, I don't think you have played Hades 1. You mentioned that. So Hades 1 soundtrack was very consistent with what Darren Korb usually does, but it had a few standout tracks for like bosses or like specific battles. Which what they did over there is you had like a sort of scene, or not a sort of scene, the part of the song which was building up momentum, and then you had the second part which was like when the boss battle starts or after the cutscene, which gets like heavier. This kind of like, if you remember in Octopath Traveler, they had this loop before the battle, like for redemption or whatever for Olbrick, and then you had like decisive battle too. So kind of in the same vein over here, you have like a softer, more melancholy version of the tune which is going to play during a cutscene, and then it swaps over to the heavier thing when the battle starts. With Hades 2, what he did is, I think the success of Hades 1 allowed them to like just invest a lot more, and he just went wild with different influences and even guest musicians. So the tracks I've linked over here, one of them is The End of Time featuring Lewis Cole, who's a very popular progressive drummer with odd time signatures and stuff. And because Hades 2 is all about Kronos, the Titan of Time, it fit perfectly. You have changing time signatures and stuff. So in that fight, The End of Time, when it plays specifically, it's really good. Two of the other songs which I've linked, Rock and a Hard Place and I Am Gonna Claw Out Your Eyes and Then Drown You to Death, are from the Sirens in the game, who's like a memorable early boss, like a trio of them. It's kind of like the Fury sisters from Hades 1. So over here, they made them like live performance idols or whatever, and then they have their own band playing. And what happens in the boss fight is when you take out, like when you fight all three of them, when you take out one or the other, that specific instrument will stop playing in the boss theme. So that was very
Oh, that's
smartly
neat. I
done.
like that.
And the last track I linked is Reflection Affliction. That's the one which has Spanish guitar. They hired a Spanish guitar virtuoso. I forget his name. I should have put it in the doc. But yeah, like that whole song is like, when I heard it, I was like, what the hell? Like, where did he get all this stuff from? And there's also a song which plays because Hades 2 is kind of split up between you go underground and you go overground. So one of the overground boss themes where they got like this whole grand orchestra thing, there are two parts I want to cover here. One is because of his influences, this game actually has more of them than ever before. So you have like the normal Hades sounding rock or like, the grunge or pop stuff. And then you have stuff which is like black metal, which suddenly just pops into the thing as the second phase of a fight. And then for an orchestra stuff, he got Austin Wintry, who did the Journey soundtrack and a lot of other stuff, as like they both collaborated on that. So the one of the songs which you hear towards the end on the surface is also like just fantastic. So I thought just Hades 2 is like whatever you say about the art or the game just being like more Hades, the soundtrack is like 2 3 steps above that. So I still, in my review for Hades 2, I said instead of just doing like a sequel, they did like two sequels together, and I feel like that applies even to the soundtrack. So that's why I put it over here.
And with that, I think every soundtrack has been spoken to except for Inazuma 11 Victory Road.
Yeah, obviously, it's gonna be hard to really vouch for this because I'm the only one who really got to see most of this. But a lot of the like you guys talk about variety in this game. This game is pretty much varied from top to bottom in terms of like the tracks that it goes over. Like Strong Rival was the first track I listed here. It kind of gets like this triumphant sort of like comeback tone to it. Um, it's very, inspirational, very much to motivate you going. But then you have something like Rika's Dance Battle, which occurs pretty early into the campaign as you're recruiting one of your first like team members into the soccer club. Which this has this whole the entirety of this dance battle theme has its own like choreography to it because first Rika is up doing her dance routine, then it's Unmei because they're doing their sort of like dance battle to go recruit her. So it's all in the backdrop of that as they all have their dance animations playing. Then you have stuff like you know like the opening themes in the campaign that happen, which are like sort of like anime opening themes, which like are very fitting for it. Like the second opening theme that happens kind of as a surprise in that game. It's very much like Cromartie High coded in terms of like how it's presented and how it's um, sounding. And on top of like just the campaign itself, you have this whole Chronicle mode that it's pretty much has like the discography of every fucking Inazuma 11 game rearranged to like modern instrumentation, which is like it's incredible that they went to that extent to like you know make this as like the definitive celebration game of the whole Inazuma 11 franchise that I'm sure like speaks way more to like fans of the Inazuma 11 series than even me because they've been with that series for years and years. So I can only imagine their appreciation of like having some of their most memorable iconic tracks, like getting new rearrangements for modern day sound technology throughout that Chronicle mode. So like a lot of but the thing that works against this is that a lot of these tracks really only hit like the only way you can get a big appreciation for them is when they occur when you're in the moment of that game when you're playing it. Like that's when it's most impactful. So like to me, like when I hear these, it's like way more different than like when I'm sharing it with you guys. It's like you're just taking it in isolation. So it's a really really cool varied soundtrack. Um, but obviously, like the competition is very tough, and Clear Obscure is definitely in a class of its own. And I think I would rather if we're pushing for a runner up spot, there's other games that's going to be easier to push for than Inazuma 11, unfortunately, in that respect.
I will say that as you were talking, I was listening to Strong Rival, and it feels nostalgic to me, even though I have not seen it. Like I could see it being like a climactic or at least a very dramatic scene in like a in an anime of sorts. But
Mhm.
I'm struggling to think of like it sounds like this but different because I don't want to make an undue comparison, but it sounds nostalgic even though I have no familiarity with it. It's just very triumphant and bright, and I'm enjoying what I'm listening to. Even though you're correct, I don't have like the tether to where this plays in the anime or in the game to know like to have that deeper level of connection to it.
I was listening to Hopeful 11, and I just love how happy this song is.
Yeah, that
There
occurs
you
at a
go.
very awesome part in the campaign. Yes.
Alrighty, so um we have to pick a winner and a runner up. Just stating it candidly, Clear Obscure Expedition 33. I think most of us, to the level of consensus that we have, sounds like we see that as a winner in this category. But we do still have to pick a runner up. So, but for the two positions, we have to pick between Clear Obscure Expedition 33, Hades 2, Promise Mascot Agency, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Victory Road, and then Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Programming, no, we never really crossed off Look Outside. I did enjoy what I heard here. I don't want to just say, but did we intend to cross it off or whatever? Like I don't want to be that like judgmental. I don't know. Maybe just keep it in the list for now because we have to pick one of these or two of these if something obscene happens to go into the winner and the runner up spot. So I guess if we can't, if we like table Clair Obscure and we have to say from the remaining, what do we like? Whether or not you list Clair Obscure as your winner, we had to pick between these other ones. I guess Adam and I were talking a lot about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'm okay with dropping this one because even though it's
Yeah,
very
I think we
fitting,
can. Yeah.
okay. I'm glad we're on the
I was
same
actually
page. I don't
going
want to
through
like
this.
put
I
words
was
in your
actually
mouth.
going through the soundtrack before recording, and I do like a lot of the tracks, but I do think it is lacking a little bit in variety.
Yeah, yeah, I can see
Like a
that.
lot of the town themes are different, but they have like very similar instrumentation, which is it's very suitable for the game. Like they're instruments that you could imagine people having played during those periods of time. And then like a lot of the dramatic scenes are again like Latin vocals, and there's like different melodies, but again, it's like it's obviously the same choir doing the song and whatnot. So it's just like I think that's a knock against it is that it just doesn't have quite the variety. That's not necessarily like a bad thing, but I do think it helps elevate other nominations.
Mm. How about Look Outside between you and James?
I will fight for Look Outside because I feel
Okay.
like the soundtrack on its own merits is already really good, but the way that it enhances the game itself, like Look Outside would not be nearly as good if the soundtrack wasn't as exemplary as it is. It's just because of the type of game it is. It's like an atmospheric survival horror RPG. And the soundtrack, since that's a big part of that atmosphere. So I don't know if we're grading based off of how the soundtrack itself enhances the rest of the game, but if we were, I would genuinely say it deserves to be runner up.
I like the soundtrack a lot. I don't know if I have an obvious like actually I would pick this instead. Um I don't know, like Dynasty Warriors and Hades are pretty strong. I didn't play either of those, but just from what I've heard and listened to, those are also very strong.
I think out of the games that I haven't played that I've listened to, I do think I like Promise Mascot Agency the most. And I know that is that completely fair just to say like, well, you listen to three parts of three sounds and you're making a decision off that. It's like, well, in the absence of any other criteria, that's what I've got to go on. But like these are all great. I'm listening to
I'm
these
putting my
as
vote
people talk
for
about it.
the. I'm just gonna say I'm putting my vote for Inazuma 11. It has all those
Holy.
crazy songs like watching Uma Musume's Cinderella Gray. I was like, yeah, I'm putting my vote on that one. It's just
Oh
like all
man,
those hype sport type songs that I like. So that's my vote
what a
for
hero!
runner up.
What about you, Josh? Curious.
Ugh, I really like Hades 2, Dynasty Warriors, and Inazuma, but I would put Dynasty Warriors over Inazuma, I think, personally. And if it's between Dynasty Warriors and Hades 2, I would slightly inch it out the Dynasty Warriors over Hades 2, personally, but I really like Hades 2's OST a lot as well.
All right, what about you, Mikhail? Because I know you've played like Hades 2 and Promise Mascot and a little bit of Inazuma 11.
Uh, if I had to pick one as runner-up, I'd pick Promise Mascot Agency.
I thought you were gonna pick Hades too, so we'd have like a 4-way 1-vote tie.
No, no,
And remember,
no.
this
Like,
is for runner up, so
yeah.
it's a little bit less, I guess, consequential because we obviously we will shout out the runner up in like our published post, but like the big write up's going to be for the winner. Um, so we have
I
two
So I
votes
was
like
for
both
Promise
of the
I,
Matt.
soundtracks a lot in the game. I listen to Promise Mascot Agency more outside the game, so I'm using that to give it the nod.
yeah, I will say that, like I said earlier, the soundtrack is the best part of Promise Mascot Agency, and I do really like the soundtrack for that. So I know that Look Outside's not going to get runner up probably. So I'm willing to just shift over to Promise Mascot instead.
And then one of the whole points of doing this podcast is we can shout out all those other games. Like, how did we get to this point? Well, we talked about Dynasty Warriors and Inazuma 11 and Look Outside. But at this point, based on the votes, it looks like Promise Mascot Agency is going to slot into the runner-up position, which is kind of a surprise that I'm kind of happy with, just to see that kind of get that small amount of platforming underneath the runaway winner of Clair Obscure Expedition 33 for best music. So how do we feel about that? Feeling good?
Should have voted for Inazuma, and we would have had a more terrible decision. Not today.
Yeah. Music's always a big one, with a lot of great tracks that even people who nominate multiple ones have to end up picking, one of their babies to platform above the others. But for 2025, best music in an RPG, the winner is Clair Obscure Expedition 33, followed by Promise Mascot Agency as kind of a surprise runner-up. And with that, we've finished our categories. And as always, it was a long time coming, but it allowed us to speak to lengths on many of the strengths of these games that we're eventually going to go into for our grand finale of this podcast, the final list. But just to recap, we have 5 categories for best remaster or re-release. We had the winner of Final Fantasy Tactics: The Ivalice Chronicles, with a runner-up of the Suikoden 1 and 2 HD remaster. For writing and storytelling, we had a winner of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 with a runner-up of Clair Obscure Expedition 33. For art, we had a winner of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, followed by runner-up of Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time. For design and immersion, we had a winner of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, followed by Dynasty Warriors Origins as the runner-up. And then for music, we had the winner of Clair Obscure Expedition 33, followed by the runner-up Promise Mascot Agency. All right, and now we are moving on to the last section of our Game of the Year podcast, and this is where we're going to pick our RPG of the Year for 2025. If you haven't listened to this before, how we do this is that we are going to go down a list of nominated titles, and then from that main list of titles, we are going to pick a top 10, then a top 5, and then a winner. I know I kind of stated that at the beginning of the podcast, but just to reiterate, because that was several hours ago. Now, many of these titles we've already talked about in the context of the category awards, but looking down this list, a lot of these are actually games that we have not really mentioned so far on this podcast. So if you're wondering where something is, you might hear about it now. Now, after I go through the list, if there's something that you think is missing and it's not nominated, that means that A, we didn't cover it on our site. That would be like games like Ghost of Yotei. B, it wasn't nominated. That would be games like Bloodlines 2. Or C, we forgot. And hopefully we remember it before we get to the end. But anyways, I'm gonna go down the list, and from that point, we will start our trimming down. All right, so our nominated games for RPG of the Year 2025 are Assassin's Creed Shadows, Atelier Yumiya, The Alchemist of Memories and the Envisioned Land, Avowed, Borderlands 4, Citizen Sleeper 2 Star Wars Vector, Clair Obscure Expedition 33, Demon School, Digimon Story Time Stranger, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D Remake, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Elden Ring Night Rain, Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, Fuga Melodies of Steel 3, Hades 2, Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment, Inazuma 11 Victory Road, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, Look Outside, Monster Hunter Wilds, Pokemon Legends ZA, Promise Mascot Agency, Super Robot Wars Y, The First Berserker Kazan, The 100 Line Last Defense Academy, The Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak 2, The Outer
No,
Worlds
no,
2.
no, I think someone's trolling. It's like
Huh?
it's not last year.
It's well, it was this year for the localization.
Oh my god.
We had one game. I have one more game on the list that you interrupted me, Chow. Anyways, Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers at the end. So,
Sorry.
anyways, that's the list. No, we expect no less from you, Chow. But okay, so that's the list of games. And again, if it's not there, we didn't nominate it, or we didn't cover it, or we forgot. So we'll go from there. So at this point, what we typically do is we kind of go round robin. We'll kind of go through the participants in the podcast, and we will either have them say, I want to make sure that this one is elevated, kind of like promoted to being in the running, or it might be easier to do this starting out. Just speak to the ones that we think don't meet the criteria, things that we can kind of knock out of the running. So, obviously, some of the games that we haven't mentioned before, we might give a little bit more airtime because we haven't spoken to games like Pokemon or like Dragon Quest HD2D. But other games we've kind of already spoken to their accolades in some ways. So we might table those discussions once we're trying to align like what is top 10, what is top 5, and what is winner. So I'm gonna go. Let's go backwards through the list, and just the list of participants here. Dao, just because you were so eager to speak. How
Easiest
about
one to
this?
drop
Take
from the list.
Oh yeah, you could pick one to drop from the list, or if you want to, surprise us, you could pick one that you want to keep and promote to potentially keep on the list.
I'm dropping Daybreak too. I'm sorry, guys.
I think every single person on this call agrees with you. At least of the people that have played that game.
Like the people that are defending this game are not here, so it's gone.
Do we have anything nice to say about Daybreak 2?
Good
The
sound
final
effects.
the final boss is cool.
Yeah, the Vital Boss is cool. General battle system improvements in it are cool.
There are some cool story moments in the first half of the game.
Yeah, but second half is just not that good.
Yeah. So if you're wondering why Daybreak 2 is in our top 10, you got a little look in. Uh, it was definitely a filler game. When I played it, I think I played it later than everyone else because I played the official English release because that's that's where I'm at on the cadence. It's the memory sequence that you have to go through in the back half of the game is very tedious with very few benefits to it. So I am on board with saying that it doesn't live up to the par of its series. Let's go to next, James.
I'm going to elevate Look Outside because I do think I want to talk about more of the actual like gameplay elements of it later, and I do think it deserves consideration for the top 5. It's not going to win, but I think it can get into the top 5 somehow.
We've snuck games in there before that have been unexpected going into the recording. Adam.
I'll do an easy one and just elevate Kingdom Come Deliverance.
There you go.
Just to give us.
You sure about that?
Yeah, just get the easy ones out.
All right. Mikhail.
Do I want to kick something out or do I want to elevate something up? I'm going to do both. I'll kick out Assassin's Creed
Oh
Shadows.
wow.
Actually, I'll
What's the
kick
other
out
one?
one more beyond that as well. As much as I love Like a Dragon, Pirate, Yakuza, and Hawaii, I don't think it's going to be in the top 10. And I think only Josh, me, and maybe you played it.
I played it, yeah.
Yeah.
If you weren't gonna kick it out, I was going to. It's
Yeah.
fine, but it doesn't even fine, I feel like it's very forgettable. I don't think the character is really endeared to me. It feels like a direct to DVD version of a Yakuza game or like a
Yes.
Dragon game.
That's actually a really
Uh,
apt comparison. Holy shit. I love that actually. A direct to
and
DVD
like
Yakuza game.
I feel like Adam and I probably have the same idea about the next game to kick.
well, I get to kick one first. So
Yeah.
I'm going to kick or do I kick or promote? I think there are 2 Obsidian games on this list. I'm gonna kick Avowed because I think it's the weaker of the 2. Um, it doesn't do anything like poorly, but it doesn't stand out either. It's it's less of an RPG than Outer Worlds 2. The build craft in it, I think, is very limited. It's basically you got your melee. I forget the actual in-game terms, but you got your like melee range and magic. It's not even really skill trees. It's more like talent trees. Um, the the game is very arcadey in terms of like you have like a few basic stats, but you don't really have like skills or traits outside of combat. That is, there's no theft. There's no like I think of something like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and all the different gameplay systems that are like interweaving with each other and like elevating other aspects of the game. Rising Tide raises all ships or whatever. But in Avowed, it has like really good combat and really average everything else. So I'm gonna kick out Avowed. It's a fine game, but it's not anything more than fine. That's where I'm landing on it. Now we're up to Josh.
Elevate Digimon Story, Time Stranger.
Alex.
Let's I'm gonna do both. Let's kick Night Rain up. And let's
So keeping Night Rain.
yeah, let's Night Rain to yes. I totally
Okay.
think that's top 10.
Are we
And
doing that
let's-
discussion later or now with Night Rain? Because
It is an RPG. It's totally an RPG. It's a roguelike.
totally disagree. I totally disagree.
It's an RPG played at. I think the preview when we played the game early and I wrote the preview for the site. I think the preview covers it. It's RPG character building. It's condensed down to 1 hour with roguelike shit. It's great.
If this is considered RPG, then Mega Monk is more of an RPG than Night Rain. So I guess Mega Monk is on this list. Because Night Rain, like you're basically when you level up in that game, it's like automatic. You're not distributing stats. It's like, oh, I have enough souls to level up. Let's go press a button. Then everything's like automatic leveled up. Yes, you do have build diversity in terms of like what you find in the game, in terms of that. But in terms of like if you're thinking about what defines an RPG, like it doesn't really have like that. Like it does have a quote unquote narrative where you're fighting more about like your heroes along the way or the playable characters. But in terms of like what actually like is a RPG progression in that game, I would make it's a hard case to make to qualify that as an RPG, in my opinion. I don't think it's like it has RPG systems, but I wouldn't say it's an RPG personally.
It's I think it's a roguelike action RPG in my opinion. Like, yes, it's extremely light touch, but I think the thing that it does is it evokes the best of the role playing in Elden Ring in this extremely tight, condensed. And obviously, you do have the stuff you're equipping before you go in as well, the stuff you're gradually unlocking. You do have a little bit of leeway. Obviously, it's you are right. Like the genre definitions are all over the fucking place.
Yeah, that just opens the door. Then I guess, like if Night Rain is considered RPG now, then I guess this opens the door for a lot of things in the future. Because
in previous years we've had visual novels in this top 10, so there's a point at which it's like but again, even that is like I would put Dispatch in this list to some degree. I'm not going to. I don't know.
Okay. I'm okay with it being on yes right now, but I'd be if we're talking about like it should be a top 10. I'd be like, that's kind of a weird thing to put in top 10 for a RPG site top 10 best games of the year.
I think it's one of the best.
I kind of want to see where the
for
chips
RPG
fall.
fans this year.
I kind of.
Anyway,
I'd
also get rid of Age of Imprisonment because I don't think it's very good.
And by the way, if anyone feels really strongly against one of these, like I think everyone knows that, but like, hey, I would keep that or whatever.
I would keep Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment for now.
I would keep it too. Like,
Yeah.
I think especially the ending of that game is probably one of the best like endings of an RPG, not just this year, but the last several years. It really ends strong.
One would say it's more of an RPG than another game.
All right, let's go back through the list. Let's go back to Chow.
I am gonna knock Atelier Yumiya out of this list. I'll push it to no.
Agreed.
It's like there's lots of things that I do like about it, but things I do dislike is the combat system and the dumbed down alchemy system. Now you're just gonna auto everything. It's like, why bother learning when you can just have it just auto for it?
I think I liked the alchemy system more when I first played it, but then the more I thought about it, it's like, okay, the Ryza trilogy alchemy system was also very simple, but it felt like it really forced you to think about what you were doing more. But the combination of you getting way more ingredients because of the open world structure of Yumiya and the way they handled the alchemy, it just, I don't know. Like there's bits and pieces of Yumiya that I liked, but the more I think about it, it's like I really hope they maybe take a step back and reevaluate for the next one.
And let's just put Clear Obscura to yes. Of course, it's going to be yes. So we get this,
Yeah, see how
shorten
much
the
room
list
we have to work
timing.
with.
All right. I will. I guess we're all kind of doing two, but I don't want to go out of order. Though. We'll do James next.
Remove Fuga Melodies of Steel 3, and I would say bump up Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D Remake. That's one we haven't talked about yet, but I have a lot to say about it, and I would genuinely be shocked if it's not like the upper end of the top 5.
Adam?
I'll just say really quickly on Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest 3, when that came out last year, it actually was in our remake or our remaster category, but there's a reason why this one's not.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it looks maybe incongruent, like at a glance, but it's a different type of remake. Anyways, so I need to kick one or promote one. Now a lot of these I haven't played. What do we think about Demon School? I've actually played the demo of Demon School, but I never played it. It had so many demos.
I was gonna eventually knock it out. It's okay to
Yeah,
put it off. Like,
I think we should knock it
it's a
out.
really
Yeah.
cool game, but like, I think that's just it. Mostly because its battle system is cool, but there's a lot of things that I don't really like about it.
Mikhail?
I'm gonna rip the band-aid off now only because I'm probably gonna be the only one who's for it. Monster Hunter Wilds, everyone is gonna be against it, so we may as well save time.
I am actually mixed on that. I
will say no to that, but if you want to have that discussion later, I'm totally fine with it being a mixed.
You know what? No, keep it off. Keep it off. We'll see how we feel once the expansion drops, because they're starting to make the right moves to fix it, but they're not there yet.
Even outside of its like absurd thing of having a fucking PC optimization roadmap more than like 10 months after its release, like
I'm more alluding to like the content, like the stuff they've added is
low rank,
a lot
for example.
Better, but we'll see. We'll reevaluate it probably next year when the expansion drops, or 2027 whenever it drops.
Was just a random question, was Monster Hunter Rise the base game in the top 10 when it released?
Look, I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Okay, fine.
But yeah, I hope that Monster Hunter Wilds whatever expansion like ends up being in consideration, because I'm a no on the base as well. So maybe there's a redemption story in the making. Go ahead.
I wanted to knock off Monster Hunter Wilds and move up 100 line.
Yeah.
Not that it matters because time moves on, but Rise was top 10 when it came out.
Okay.
I guess we've kind of all been doing 2 votes, so I'll do 2. I'm going to elevate Outer Worlds 2. I'm hoping as like a fringe top 10. There's a lot of things I like about that as an RPG fan in terms of playing it. And then I'm going to knock out the first Berserker Kazan. I'm really glad that I played this because I had a hell of a lot of fun with it, but primarily only because of the bosses. Like the level design is very average. The music didn't stick with me. I was skipping cutscenes by the end of the game.
I'm envious.
I did like to shout out one thing about First Berserker Kazan, just to platform it in the opportunity that I have here, is that there is a boss fight in the game there's 2 boss fights in the game that are paced very differently from what I expect from Souls-likes, and I haven't played every Souls-like, but I played a lot of them, including like all the From Software ones. There's one boss fight where she takes in a defensive stance so often, so you've really got to time when you attack. If you try to attack quickly or like efficiently or like with like the normal rhythm, you will probably lose. So it was like frustrating in a way where it's like, why is it designed like this? But it forced me to play differently, and by the end, I
I
ended up appreciating it.
I just realized, and I am sorry for adding this in the middle of a conversation, but we were just talking about how maybe the Monster Hunter DLC will be a consideration next year, and we're talking about Souls likes. I am adding Liza P. Overture for consideration for whether or not it'll end up on the list.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that was one of the ones where I was joking that we just forgot about it. Well, we'll put it there. And then for First Berserker Kazan, there's one boss that has a second phase where in the second phase you are you are intended to just run for your life and just survive until it dies. And I really enjoyed like some of the twists on the boss fight, but everything else in the game was either average or below average. So doesn't hit top 10, but I'm glad I played it. We're up
Well,
to
I played
Josh.
that game before it got all the nerfs, so it was awesome.
Oh yeah.
uh,
It happened like 3
um,
times this year.
yeah, I know. Yeah, speaking of that, we can knock off No to Wu Chang. I enjoyed my time with that game, but there's some performance mishaps, and of course the big one being, hey, after release date there's full on censorship happening with that game. Like one of the very few times where there's an actual legitimate case of censorship happening to that game.
Yeah, it's so weird because like I had been wanting to play that game, and normally it's like if you wait, games get better over time. Usually, like okay,
Yeah.
it'll
That was
patch up,
literally the
but
that
no.
was literally the exact same situation with me because I was enjoying what I played of it. I put about 10 hours in. I was like, yeah, I'll get back to it. And then the censorship happened. It's like, well, I guess I'll never play this again.
Right. Yeah, crazy. And then I'll bump up Dynasty Warriors Origins.
All right, Alex.
Fantasy Life needs to go up. Like I'm sure that some people are deeply in love, but surely Super Robot Wars is not going to make it to the final 10.
Yeah, probably not. So I'm okay with that.
All right, we're at the point now where we don't have enough left to like go through the list again. But some of the games that are left, I think some of these are more obvious. Trails in the Sky first chapter, kind of put in the top in the yes category for now.
Yep.
And I'm not trying to declare for the group. Please speak up if I make a guess that is not in agreement. Um, I'm looking at Borderlands 4. I know a lot of us started that game, me included. I don't know if anyone like continued to play it outside of the release window. I don't
Did
end
you
up
beat
It's
feeling
it,
just
so
a
Josh?
much.
very competent. It's very like it's one of those games. It's well made. I find the tone of it to be grating and annoying.
Well, maybe we'll just not belabor the point and keep it as a no, a soft no. Citizen Sleeper 2, I kind of spoke to it in the art section. I'm really glad I played it, but I'm leaning towards it as a no just because I I don't like it as much as the first one. Like
Agree. Yeah,
I feel
I'm with you.
yeah. All right, just making yeah, but like, one of those games again that I'm really glad I'm playing it. Pokemon Legends, we haven't spoken to a whole lot,
At
at least
all,
not in the context of this
barely.
podcast. Yeah, so how do we feel about Pokemon Legends compared to the games that are already kind of waiting in the S category?
I think there is a chance it gets into the top 10. I don't know about the top 5, but we should at least talk about it
Yeah, I think
further.
it has a
Yeah,
chance.
yeah, that's what I was leaning to too. Like fringe top 10, maybe. We'll have to see once we start ranking these, but we'll put it in there for now. Inazuma 11, I think, belongs up there due to its
For
strength
sure.
of its uh, in the different category sections. All right, we kind of have an interesting trio left to decide on. We have Hades 2, a well-received game in all respects. We have Promise Mascot Agency, a game was represented pretty damn well in the categories, and then we have Lies of P Overture, the one we forgot that got added near the very end.
I'll be honest, it
Um,
wasn't so much that I forgot it. I wasn't sure if I should have added it to the list. But then once we started talking about like expansion stuff, it's like, okay, yeah, no, this I genuinely could see this somehow making it into the top 5 because I really, really liked this. Was I the only one that played Overture?
I played it.
I watched it
Yeah.
front.
I have not.
Adam, what are your thoughts on it? Just curious.
it's one of those expansions that it doesn't just feel like more Lies of P, even though it kind of is. It's like this is actually like a better version of Lies of P in a way. Like they took what
Yeah.
worked with the main game and they made just a few small adjustments to like level design and weapons and
The story is
yeah, the
like
stories. Yeah.
it's really, really good. It's one of those things where you play this DLC and it's like, oh, that Liza P follow up is going to be something special.
Also, the voice actor that they got for the I forget her name. The basically the DLC character is really good. The
Yeah.
English voice actor.
Yep.
Sounds like we'll keep it in there for now. Like, I don't know how it stacks up, but you both spoke very positively on it, so I can't see you turning around and saying, "Okay, therefore no." Hades 2. This one's interesting because Hades 1 we did rank in our top 5 in the year that it came out in 2020, but it was under kind of like this caveat that it's like, well, it's a roguelike. It has RPG elements, and therefore it's okay to be in the top 5.
I
Um,
love the gameplay of Hades 2, but for me, I don't feel too strongly about it because I still haven't gotten around to seeing the change to the ending. But when I played it, the ending was bad, and apparently they fixed it. But that my thoughts and feelings of that original playthrough still remain.
Speaking broadly, there's kind of this almost like this component that we do have to consider when we're in like this portion of our rankings where sometimes there's a game where it's like I think Hades when it came out in 2020 or it was 2020, right? Like we knew it wasn't really like a full-blown RPG, so it's like top 5, it's a very 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 good game, but we can't call it like the best RPG of the year. Like it doesn't quite fit like the genre scope so well. Like it's such a great excellent game that we wanted to include it and consider it and it like fits in like a broad sense, but like it wasn't like there's sort of like, oh, how much of an RPG is it or not? It kind of sounds sort of silly, but I think that was like a factor in its ultimate position.
Yeah. I think it's okay to put on yes for now, but
think-
depending on
I think
how things shake out, I can see it not being on the list.
I think a question is also how exceptional we feel the circumstances are. Because if we feel the circumstances are exceptional enough, there's space for a little extra commendation to say, "Hey, we didn't really think this fit the scope of the top 10. However, it's fucking excellent."
if we're gonna invent
That's
categories.
We used to have a non-RPG
Well,
category.
we did used to do, but that was a very broad category. That was like the best non-RPG that RPGs fans should play anyway. And I'm not suggesting we bring that category back, but I'm suggesting we need like the question to ask ourselves is how exceptional do we feel the quality is for a Night Rain or a Hades 2 if we decide they don't long enough. And if we feel that it's exceptional enough, then maybe there is space in the article for a little note about them. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, yeah, it's a pretty low hurdle to make a header 2 that says honorary mentions and then a thumbnail and then 200 characters
At the end of
of
the day,
we
they
think
are
this game
games
is
that
great.
we cover, you know? They are games
Yeah.
that we reviewed and covered at preview and everything.
All right, the last one on the main list that we haven't moved up or down is Promise Mascot Agency. I'm feeling like based on its discussion in the categories, it should move up.
Eh,
Hmm? Maybe?
I I won't fight for it.
James is always a little bit more mixed on it.
For what's happened so far, I think a promise mascot we can just put in no because I don't think it's gonna go above what's in yes already.
It's
So
to
we
plant
just save
anything
time.
else, yeah. All right, so let me in no particular order because I was trying to put these alphabetical, but then I didn't succeed. So in no particular order, sort of alphabetical. In the yes category, so these are the ones still in consideration for top 10 that we need to discuss further are Digimon Story Time Stranger, Look Outside, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Elden Ring Night Rain. More discussion on that one to be had. Clair Obscur Expedition 33, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D Remake, 100 Line, Last Defense Academy, Outer Worlds 2, Dynasty Warriors Origins, Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, Trolls in Sky First Chapter, Pokemon Legends ZA, Inazuma 11 Victory Road, Lives of P Overture, and Hades 2. So it seems like 15. I counted that very quickly. I might be off, but 15 or 16. So we now need to pick a top 10. I guess before we go into there, we still have this one maybe vote of Hyrule Warriors: Age of Imprisonment. Sounds like we had a couple people that thought, hell, this is a really good game and should be in the mix. We had one person say, no, it's not quite in the mix.
It's
It also kind of
it's the best. Look, I just want to say, because I said I thought it wasn't very good. It is the best expression of one of those Warriors games there has been. I will admit that, but I just think I don't know. It left me so cold. Certainly, it's a terrible Zelda game. Not from the point of view of being playing like a Zelda game, but from the point of view of making any decent use of the IP. Just don't get it.
That's fine. I mean,
when I look,
I'm totally fine with knocking it down because there's a lot of like pretty tough contenders. Like
Yeah.
I would fight for Dynasty Warriors Origins over it any day.
Same
I
here
would
for sure.
suggest now we go up and down again, and we just put something into the top 10, and maybe even specify if you think it's top 5 or bottom 5.
Yeah, maybe. Normally we kind of do this top 10, top 5, but I wonder it might be easier to do top 5, top 10. But let's see here.
I'm just suggesting we can always move stuff in and out of the top 5 or the top 10. But I'm saying, like, for instance, I mean, I kick off with the obvious, right? Play Obscure in the top 5.
So yeah, I was thinking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Clair Obscure pushing to the top 5.
We can put both those in, but it's clearly those two are the two, right?
Dragon Quest
Dragon
1 and
Quest?
2 HD 2D remake, probably.
So let's speak about Dragon Quest a bit, just because we haven't had the chance to yet. So Adam, you kind of mentioned this game being not in the re-release category. Speak to that. I know we all know in the podcast, but speak to it. So like why it's here, and then you can obviously dovetail that into your thoughts on it.
Yeah, so Dragon Quest. So we talked a lot about Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake last year. Of course, it wasn't in our main list. I think it was runner-up for re-release last year. Anyways, they made some changes to like obviously visuals and balance and things like that, but it was Dragon Quest 3. Like there wasn't any like new content or any like really new story. I mean, I guess it had like the monster tamer, but that's more of like a mechanical thing. But it was very clearly this is a remake of Dragon Quest 3. So when we talk about 1 and 2 HD 2D remake, we have two different components here, Dragon Quest 1 and Dragon Quest 2. And they're both kind of tackled a bit differently than Dragon Quest 3 was. Dragon Quest 1 had like less to work with because obviously the original game was very prototypical, just 1 versus 1 battles, kind of open world, obviously NES game from the late 80s. And they did what they could to like inject story into that. I think some of it was pretty fun. It is a little bit strange comparing it to the original. But really, it's Dragon Quest II that when you play Dragon Quest II's remake, it feels like a brand new game compared to the original Dragon Quest II. It almost feels like how long ago was Dragon Quest 11? Like 2017, almost 8 years. This feels like the first like mainline new Dragon Quest game since then. Even though I know it's not like brand new, it feels like it because it is so new. So we almost have to consider it like a new modern Dragon Quest, even though it's not. That's kind of the feeling that it gets when you play it, because it adds so much, especially to like the characters and like the scenarios that are in that game, let alone like the visuals and everything else. Obviously, the original Dragon Quest II, the characters had like very very basic, short personalities. Barely said a couple of words here and there, but here they're like fully fledged characters speaking with each other with personalities and motivations. The main character of the game is the Princess of Moonbrook, pretty much the way the game is framed, and I think is a really sensible and satisfying framing. So yeah, it's I think we were talking about Dragon Quest II specifically. It almost feels like this is a new Dragon Quest game, and it's a pretty darn good one, even though I know it's not new. Like, I know that, but it feels like it.
And I would say that Dragon Quest 1 is also pretty good, even if it more just acts as a prequel to Dragon Quest 2 this time. I remember when I first previewed this earlier this year, I was struck by the fact that it was very clearly going for something quite different from the original releases. And I think you can't recreate the well, you're not recreating the gimmick of you get to the end of Dragon Quest 3 and then it's like, oh, it's a prequel to 1 and 2 in 2025, or I guess 2024, because that's when Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D came out. I think it was very smart of them to realize that and basically decide, okay, let's just retool this trilogy so that 312 is the order, and what can we do with that? And if you're going, I look at this list and there's 2 specific games, and it's like a tale of 2 remakes. Trails in the Sky First Chapter, I think, is a good remake in the sense that it's very restraintful. Like, it has a lot of restraint and it tries to adhere to the original game quite a bit. But on the flip side, Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake is, in my mind, if you're going to go for a remake that's very radically different, it is the quintessential, this is the like platonic ideal of what that should be. I think it's incredible.
So that kind of talks about why it's on this list, and also I'm going to slot it into the top 5 for now, with the understanding that this is not the final decision. It all depends on where the other chips kind of fall in terms of always the 11th to 10th spot and the 6th to 5th spot are always like the big contentious ones. So I'm sure that's going to happen again. We just got to see where between what games is that gonna fall upon. Let's see here. So there's a few that like I'm looking at ones that, for instance, I'm looking at Outer Worlds 2 as definitely not a top 10, but definitely not a top 5, but maybe a top 10. So,
I can see
but
that
even
game as a 10. I can see that game as a 10.
But, like, even then, there's a lot of games that are kind of, I think, gonna be jockeying for that spot, so I won't be surprised if that one comes up later in terms of this or that. Something's gotta be in that position. How about this one? This Lies of P Overture. I know we just talked about it to put it in the S list. Of course, this one comes with the caveat that it is an expansion, though that hasn't stopped us before with, like, Witcher
We've
3
had
Blood and Wine.
and Phantom Liberty. So I think that is definitely a top 10. I think that Adam and I would agree that it needs to be in the top 10.
How significant is it?
It's like 2/3 of the
That's the only
length
thing
of
I'd
the
say,
base
'cause,
game.
like, it's what? Sorry.
It's like 2/3 of the length of the base game.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. I was going to say, because the thing about Phantom Liberty is that's a standalone game, right? Basically, it could be if they wanted it. If they'd wanted to do that, they could have done that. So that's fair enough.
Any of these other games, like, I mean, all of these are bangers at this point, and we all know that. I'm
Oh,
looking at
Fantasy
this and
Life
saying,
jumps out at me.
Yeah,
yeah, I was gonna say that and Trails in the Sky to me. Well, maybe
Yeah.
maybe Trails in the Sky. I'm not sure yet, but Fantasy Life for sure. Oops, the girl who steals Tim. I typoed it
Yeah.
here. There we go. Alrighty.
Tim
So we have we have 4 more spots, and we have 8 more games. Sorry, 9 more games because of Hades 2. Um, Tough decision times. I think Trails in the
I
Sky definitely is at least top 10. Like, top 5, we could maybe fall upon, but I don't see it falling out of the top 10.
yeah.
But I don't wanna be presumptuous. Is everyone on the same page there? And like I said, none of these decisions are final. We might say like, "Well, actually, looking at the rest, we'll see." What about Pokemon? I know I feel like I'm a broken record. What about Pokemon? Here's our
Iron-
chance to speak to it.
Ironically enough, I would have felt more strongly about it prior to this week, or well, last week. I think the DLC has been a net negative for the game.
I would put
But
Digimon
it's
Story above Pokemon Legends to make this
I
top
would
10.
too, honestly. Yeah, I'm on the same boat. Adam, what about you? I know you've
I
played
just think
Bulbasaur. Oh,
loads
no,
of
you
it
haven't
is
played
really.
Pokemon.
I just think loads of it is really sloppy.
Alright, sounds like
Some nice
Pokemon
ideas
doesn't
though.
quite make the cut. Yeah. So I guess I'll just put it at the bottom here. So yeah, Pokemon, I think it has a fun idea, but I don't know if the idea is good enough to last the length of the game. It feels like you're doing the same thing from hour 2 to hour 20, uh, which a lot of games do, but they change it up or they progress in a way where you still enjoy it. Where in Pokemon, I was getting tired of it more than
I feel
halfway
like
through.
I feel like with Legends Arceus, there was enough. The environments had enough variety to kind of carry that game across the finish line. Whereas I like the idea of Legends EA being all in the same city, but there's not enough stuff like the sewers or the final dungeon type thing to kind of give you that variety that it otherwise lacks. So
Oh, and speaking of that, I do think that I haven't played the DLC, but the ending to Legends EA doesn't hold a candle to Arceus. Arceus on a gameplay front was challenging. It was climactic. It was difficult. Or Legends EA of like, what am I doing? I'm not engaged with how this thing is wrapping up. And maybe that's just my opinion, but it sounds like it's going to be one of the first ones out for the top 10
yeah.
list.
I
I'd
would
like to see.
also I would cut Hades too.
I was actually going to say I think Hades 2 should be in the top 5, but if I'm the only one saying that, it's probably not going to be there.
I mean, I really like the game a
Well,
lot, but I just don't think it's like it's kind of a weird thing because I feel like we just be including it because Hades 1 was a legacy inclusion, because I just really don't think it's that, or if we're making borderlines of what's an RPG and what's not, I just don't think Hades takes that cut personally.
I feel like the fact that like Expedition 33 and obviously like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 have been such a behemoth in terms of like mind share for RPGs this year, it's kind of overshadowed the fact that there wasn't the sheer number of RPGs compared to the previous years, but a lot of them are really fucking good. And Hades 2 is a really good roguelike. I think taken as a whole, I liked it less than Hades 1, but it's not an RPG. Even if it is more of an RPG than Hades 1.
I
I was
feel
actually
quite
going to say
strongly that-
Hades 2 and Night Rain should both be in the top 10, but like I think both, I'm going to get pushed back.
See, I
for both
also
of them.
feel quite strongly that both those two should be in the top 10. Obviously, that's me working on the assumption that they do fit whatever definition we're deciding. And if we're deciding against that, then I think it knocks them both out. I feel like it's both or neither of them, in a way.
I voted both of them neither, because like there's so, like, for me, like there's so many ways you can like poke holes at Night Rain. Like, shouldn't Arc Raiders be an RPG then, because that has skill trees, you know?
If we're saying that too, this pains me, but I think that also should knock out 100 Line because it's a tactical game, but I'm not sure if I would necessarily call it a tactical RPG.
That's a good point.
Well, I was looking at
Oddly enough, the tactical RPG part of 100 Line in some ways is like its weakest part too.
Yeah.
I've not played these three games.
It's like
the ones I have
it's
highlighted,
like
100
one
Line.
year we had Lost Judgment. We had Lost Judgment in the top 5, and I think that is probably about as RPG as those two are in a way. It's the side of anything that's that side of the Yakuza series as opposed to the base side of the Yakuza series.
I agree.
With 100 Line, Dynasty Warriors, and Inazuma 11, based on the arguments made for these three games in the commendation section, it feels like to me as an outsider that 100 Line underperformed compared to these two. Like, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but there was really spirited arguments for Dynasty Warriors in Immersion and in soundtrack, for Inazuma 11 Victory Road in like 3 of the 5 categories. 100 Line did make appearances, but it felt like it came with some caveats, in whether it was the volume of content of varying quality. Like its highs were high, but it felt like it came, like, we use words like slog through or things like that. And again, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth, but it just felt like there were more caveats on this one than there were on the other two. Is that a correct like summation? I don't know, like, how people who have played these feel about these three, like how they would tier
This
these.
sucks because I've only played 100 Line, so I'm gonna
Ah.
defer to Mikhail.
I would put Dynasty Warriors Origins above. I haven't finished Inazuma, so I can't speak to that. But I would put Dynasty Warrior as an RPG. I would put Dynasty Warriors Origins over 100 Line, and this is RPG of the year after all.
Yeah, like I said, I admire the 100 Line dearly for what it's trying to do. I just think there's a lot of caveats that inherently come with the structure of it. Like, because of its scope and its volume, it's not everything's going to be great, you know, and that by its own admission as well. But you know, You gotta have all the good with all the bad as well.
So now we have kind of our dichotomy here. We have we have 4 remaining games, 2 spots, and the games have kind of like inadvertently been paired off because we have Elden Ring Night Rain and Hades 2 jockeying for this are they, aren't they? And then we've got Dynasty Warriors and Inazuma
There's also
11.
Look Outside.
Oh, sorry, I missed that one.
I
Did
think Look
not that
Outside
was
is top
that was
10.
that was unintentional on my part. I literally just my eyes just skipped through it. Like that was not
I'd
on
like to lock
purpose.
it in because I
Look
do
Outside's still
think
there.
there's like actual out of all of these games, Look Outside is the most explicitly an RPG, and the way that it like directly interfaces with how do you take survival horror resource management and tie it into an RPG is really fascinating. Like your weapons have like a chance to get damaged after use, and certain skills have a higher chance to damage your weapon, which means that you have all these weapons in your inventory, and sometimes it's like, okay, you want to save it for like your stronger weapons for it's kind of like Zelda in a certain extent if you think about that. But um I, I I already said previously why I like Look Outside from like a story angle, but also like from the soundtrack's incredible. The pixel art is insanely good. Like the enemy designs and the pixel art is insanely good, especially some of the bosses. The and the gameplay, it's fairly basic, but the way that the resource management ties into it, I think, is very good, especially considering like you have the time management, you have the like actual item management, you have your weapon management.
It's unquestionably an RPG. If anyone's doubting that, it like
Oh yeah,
not
I
a
don't doubt that
question.
at all.
Yeah.
I've seen it enough for sure.
So
Like I think it's
yeah, I really like the open-ended design of the game where you basically wake up and it's like do whatever you want to do, and there's a little bit of randomness to it as well to make like no run the same. It's not in roguelike, but no gameplay. The game is like less than 10 hours long, but um there's a lot of freedom in determining like who you talk to, who do you try to ally with, who do you uh, attack, and like there's different little puzzle elements in terms of like how you try to navigate through all the different little personal conflicts that are throughout the apartment complex, and so it's very open ended in that way. And like
And it
if
wants you
you
to replay it because it's like
yes
it's like games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill where it's like you learn stuff in your first playthrough that you can apply on repeat playthroughs to get a better outcome. So
yeah
yeah. I was gonna say I definitely think Look Outside is definitely at least top 10, based on what you guys have been saying.
It's also the sort of game where if you were to look at what James was doing in the game 7 hours in and what I was doing in the game 7 hours in, it could be like a totally different party in a totally different part of the game doing a totally different thing because it just kind of depends on what you do. It's very open ended in that way. So
I was like, I should grab this game. Like, wait, I'm a Steam family with Adam. I can play his
yeah,
copy. So,
yeah.
alrighty. So yeah, we're at a point now where, of course, these are all games that I think we're like at 2 or 3 people each on each of these. Um, so we're at the point where arguments do come into play, and I think you guys, James and Adam, have made a real strong case for Look Outside. Um, Out of the other games that are still kind of being decided on, we've heard Dynasty Warriors Origins from Mikhail and Josh, Inazuma 11 also from Mikhail and Josh. Elden Ring Night Rain, I feel like is the next one out because we have kind of the vote against it that the other two haven't gotten yet. And that's just me trying to look at it very clerically. Is that it's we have some feelings that this does not belong. Doesn't mean we can't potentially honorable mention it or something like that.
I also think
But
if it's that or Hades, it's Hades. Also,
well,
out of
yeah,
that
okay.
pit.
So
I definitely think
let's put
out of these left, like I think personally, I would put Dynasty Warriors up at that top 10, whether it's top 5 or bottom 5. We can hash that out. But
yeah.
like because if we're forced to like make decisions here, because I think that like for the same reasons, similar as 100 line, like Inazuma 11, because of the scope of it, there's gonna be things that are like kind of a slog, like kind of not ideal. Like for example, when you're going through Chronicle mode, yeah, there's like four technically 4 difficulty modes, per stage in Chronicle mode, where the first one is like the story difficulty, where you recreate the events of what happened in the respective game it came from, and then after that you have to do that same match with your own custom team to unlock the next node, and that repetition is kind of annoying when you have a well-built team already, so you're kind of going through the motions. Even then, after the patch like the advanced win, where you score 4 in the first half and get the automatic win at halftime, it's still adding extra time to that you're kind of slogging through. You're working through the motion, and you have to do that for a lot of stages. We have a built-up team in Chronicle mode already, like after like story mode, for
Yeah.
example.
So I think just gonna ask this to Adam. Between Look Outside and Liza P. Overture, which would you feel more strongly about potentially pushing up to the top 5?
I don't know if either are top 5, but if I had to pick one, Look Outside.
I would suggest maybe push up Look Outside and then put Dynasty Warriors Origins in the top 10 slot.
Mikhail,
Well,
what do you
before we
think
do
about
that, like well, I'll speak and then I'll let Mikhail speak. Like, I'm sitting here on Outer Worlds 2, but I'm sitting here thinking like this isn't guaranteed a top 10 slot. Like, I do like this game, but not I don't love it. So I don't know if Alex,
I
did you
really,
play this?
yeah. I mean, I played it twice. I really like um,
We haven't really spoken
the
to
level
it
of
yet.
choice and the reactivity and the really nice companions. The combat feels good. It's just a really nice build of one of those sorts of games, and I think it's the closest Obsidian or anyone else really has got to that sort of sublime combat factions chatter mix of New Vegas. That's the thing that really makes me go, yeah.
When we discussed this on the podcast, and I actually this sounds a little silly, but I watched some reviews like after, like I didn't review this, but after I talked about it on the podcast, I just watched some other reviews, and I remember the way I worded it was like, I enjoy playing this game more than I care about its story or characters, and it seems like that's a fairly common sentiment, which for an Obsidian game is kind of backwards. Normally, it's like, well, the game is going to be very jank, but you're going to love what you read and what you hear. Where here was just kind of like the faction system. I thought was very there, just like two groups that I really don't care about, and they're both like over the top caricatures, one of capitalists and one of fascists, basically. Um, and I really do enjoy the gearhead nature of it, where and like the choices, and not just like choice and consequence, but in terms of like, if you are a good engineer, you're probably a bad hacker, or if you're a good engineer and a good hacker, you're probably not very good with guns. Like, you got to make some choices, and then there's going to be quests that you can't do or things you can't access because you can't be good at everything, and there's no way around it. But that said, I think it's still too easy to get the 2 factions to work together. Like, I feel like that really should have been, like, a very hard thing to pull off, but it wasn't. Um, I enjoyed the moment to moment gameplay of Outer Worlds 2 in terms of, like, enjoying the planets, learning what my skills would allow me to access, slowly putting together, like, the story of each area, but I didn't really care about, like, the overarching narrative or the climax as much. It wasn't bad, but it just wasn't top 10. And, like, that's kinda like, even when I put it here, I was thinking, like, this is gonna be a fringe entry, but I'm looking at the other games on this list, I'm like, I don't know if Outer Worlds 2 really it feels like a game 11 to me. Like,
You
it
guys
really
are
kinda
knocking on
does.
Outer Worlds too. I'm nominating Inazuma 11 to make the top 10. Just saying, but that's just me.
I think
Go
that's
go.
fair though.
And yeah, because, like, Inazuma 11 made waves in, like, the categories where Outer Worlds 2 was in none of them, because and I think that's valid because it doesn't really it's good at a lot of things. It's not a bad game. It's a good game. It's even a fringe great game, but it doesn't like have that one thing it excels at. It doesn't have a super great story. It doesn't have a super great you've never seen before gameplay system. It doesn't have like, wow, this game is gorgeous in terms of art or anything like that. It's just kind of good at everything. Um, so I'm looking at that being like, I don't know if I'm married to it being top 10.
Go for it, Mikhail.
I'm gonna say something that might get me shot.
Okay.
I was thinking of I was actually gonna say Inazuma 11, but I haven't played as much of it as I have Outer Worlds 2. But I would, so I'm
Oh,
okay
you
with
played
this.
Outer Worlds 2. Okay.
I was actually thinking of like just finishing this off by like removing Trails in the Sky and putting both Dynasty Warriors at 5 and Hades at 8.
I don't.
No,
Because like
no.
the more I think about Trails in the Sky after I played it, it's like I've just been more and more thinking about how it's just not in my top Trails games, and I just want to, if I want to replay something, I'm gonna do either Crossbell or Daybreak. And I'm like, if I'm looking at the best remake, obviously this is RPG of the year, but I just feel like as a remake also, like Dragon Quest was like so much better. That's why it's like in the top 5 versus top 10. So it's just like recently I've been like just cooling down on Trails first chapter so much more. So I was just like, let me just rip off that band-aid as well. But probably not gonna happen.
I'm very in for first chapter being at the top 10 because
Yeah,
I've seen
I
how
will
bad Trails
defend it
remakes
too.
go. I've seen how bad Trails remakes go. It's not good.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely think the Trolls in the Sky first chapter has to be in the top 10. Like, and that's not even just out of obligation. I just think, like I said earlier, I think it's a really good remake. I think the only thing that really holds it back for me is some of the arrangements in the soundtrack and the fact that the people that were doing the translation had 4 months to translate the text.
Okay,
So we're still kind of
here's my politics. I got. Since we're at here, I'm willing to look outside of the top 5 if Dynasty Warriors Origins is at the bottom 5.
I think that's fair.
Since Inazuma 11
with
is also there now.
yeah, and what that would effectively kick out is Hades 2, which I think we're kind of like. It seems like that we're on board with that. That's kind of seems
I
like that's
think
where the
Hades 2,
conversation's going.
Hades 2 and Elden Ring Night Rain deserve honorable mentions for not quite being RPG enough for the list.
The
We
not
can do
quite
that.
RPG enough award.
And that's
And
not an
then
official thing, but I guess the people who are listening to this podcast will know before we do what we decide to write up for these. Because I can easily see us just like putting a little segment like, hey, we had a very spirited discussion on these two. And they're really great games in their own right. But in context of the rest of the list, they just didn't fit.
yeah, based on how many awards that it won in our other categories, I think Kingdom Come is just the undisputed number 1.
Yeah,
out
I
of these.
think we might already be done.
And what
well,
Are you feeling more for Clear Obscure for number 1 or?
I'm very torn on those two. I obviously we don't do an order, right? So we're just deciding on what the number 1 is. I guess when I think about my experiences with those games, Kingdom Come has better component parts for the most part. But there is something like quite magical comes together more than the sum of its parts about Clair Obscur. And so I think there's a heart versus head argument going on for me there, where on one hand I think it feels like it's Clair Obscur, on the other hand it feels like it's Kingdom Come. So I'm sort of, and probably my leaning, if I was picking, is probably Clair Obscur right now by a hair, but I don't know.
Funny thing is that if I was going to argue for something out of left field for number 1 that wasn't those two, I really liked Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D. I really liked them.
It's really good, but I'll be honest, I accept it, but I even am a little bit like iffy on, is it even new enough to be trucking around here anyway? So for me personally, I wouldn't put it in number 1, because for me personally, I'd sooner. I mean, it's done now, right? And I was happy. I was happy for it to go this way, but me personally, I would almost sooner have shunted that out and had space for Outer Worlds or an Elden Ring in here. It's not to disparage the quality, but I just think it is ultimately. Like, I think Trails does more as a remake, better
It
or for
doesn't.
worse.
No,
It
it
doesn't.
doesn't.
Um,
It doesn't. That remake added so much thing. It's not even the same game. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
I would vouch for the Dragon Quest over the Trails.
It's kind of weird because you try to have like these rules, but then it's like, well, if not Hades, then not Elden Ring. Well, if not Dragon Quest, then not Trails. So like, try to be logically consistent, but also it is a little bit of heart versus head. Like you're not wrong there. But what I was gonna say is before. Go
I
ahead,
love
James.
that you said that, but like that was literally Chow getting his last word in edgewise before having to leave.
Yeah. So, But no, I'm glad that Chow was able to chime in there. But before we make a decision between 1 and 2 or 1, 2, and 3, I just wanna make sure we're good with our top 5 versus top 10 because that's kind of like our, um,
That's
first
how it's
break
on the
in terms
site,
of,
yeah.
like
I have a
Yeah.
yeah,
I have a
so
genuine question. Like I'm being as honest as possible here. I'm always honest, but even more so right now. Are we sure that 100 Line isn't a top 10 game? Personally, that game does not appeal to me, but I'm fine with that. Like, not every game has to appeal to me. But, like, I just kind of felt that, like, people, including people in the chat, were really, really fond of some of the things it did. So it's kind of surprising to me that, like, we've kicked it out. And are we sure about that? If we are, we are. I have no, I have no
skin in
opinion
that
on
game.
this. So no skin in the game, right? So, but I'm just like, I'm kind of surprised that we kicked it out.
I think if it was a non-RPG like a Game of the Year list, it probably would have ended up in the top 10. I just think that if we're judging these on merits of games as RPGs, it really isn't. And especially since, like we said earlier, the tactical gameplay really does like fizzle out, but like halfway through, and then it's just like an obligation, and it basically just becomes a VN at that point, which it's a good VN, but historically when we've had like VNs that have gotten into this list, they've had like RPG elements. Or they've been like 13 Sentinels, which was a significantly shorter runtime, whereas the combat didn't overstay its welcome.
Yeah,
I thought
totally fine
13
with-
Sentinels combat was just like it was just there. I didn't feel like doing it, but here I still want to do it. But then, like, I don't know. I think we've just written off the bottom 5, and like I haven't played Lies of P Overture, so I can't speak to it. And Trails, everyone wants it in, so like 100 Line is probably like 11 if we had to, whatever. But yeah, I think as much as I wanted in, it would be in my personal top 5, but this isn't my list.
I'll put it alongside Outer Worlds 2 as kind of like a last game out for the non-award. But one last check. I wanted to say, like, so we have in our top 5 in no particular order, Clear Obscure, Kingdom Come, Dragon Quest, Fantasy Life, and then Look Outside is kind of like that surprise 5th spot. And we don't rank them, but we have Dynasty Warriors, Digimon Story, Trails in the Sky remake, Lies of P, and Inazuma 11 rounding out the top 10. Just want to make sure before we start making it the final decision that we're in agreement or consensus for what we have the split between 5 and 10. It seems like we are, but I just want to double check.
That sounds like a good balanced list to me.
All right, and now we already started this, but now we're really putting pen to paper. It's not ostensive. It's not between Kingdom Come and Clair Obscure. It's between all 5, but it's ostensibly between those 2. Even though James, you did mention Dragon Quest as kind of like a 2B or whatever you want to call it in terms of like being up there as well. But it's based on all the deliberations up to this point for the last 6 hours, however long this has been going. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, of course, showed very well in the category awards. Clair Obscure did as well. But I know these are both games that have had a lot of look in over the years from not only our publication, but across the gaming landscape. And now we have to decide as RPG site which of these is our RPG of the year for 2025.
I've been sat here
Alex
thinking
kind of said
about it,
his
and
piece.
yeah, I think I've been sat here thinking about it, and I think just my thinking, just over the last 5-10 minutes, while the other things have been settled, has settled a little bit. Just to say, I think where I'm at on it is it comes down to that. I think they're both absolutely superlative. I'm very, very, very much reminded of 2015. Yeah, where we
Long
were
time
sat
ago. Deep
here,
cut.
where we were sat here doing Bloodborne versus Witcher 3, and that was very much that same sort of heart versus head thing.
Bloodborne 1, right?
I actually think they line up quite similarly. But I think for me, it comes back to that thing of I do think on loads of the individual elements, Kingdom Come is actually quite a bit more impressive. But I think when I step back and look at them holistically, Play Obscure is the one that I gravitate towards from the perspective of level of achievement that it is, sort of the ideas that it has, what it does. Kingdom Come is a sort of a continued expression of what they did with the first one, and also itself is sort of a deliberate de-escalation of the, let's call it, the Bethesda formula, which is fine. But there's something about what Claire Obscure puts forward that I think is really really special, and I think will probably be quite important in years to come. But that's where I'm at anyway.
I am a little bit torn because like it feels like to me like if building games was like meeting a rubric and a lesson plan, I feel like Kingdom Come is the game that understood the assignment and then just executed to a really high level across the board. And then Claire Obscure feels like the one that just like the student that went out of their way just to do something no one was expecting them to do, and that was also something really, really
Mm.
profound and high quality, even if it didn't like look at the rubric and build itself to that. I don't know if that analogy makes sense, but it's kind of like how I'm trying to compartmentalize it in my head in terms of like
It's heart. It's heart. I think you just saying that made me like reflect on like it's about heart, and I guess that's when I think 5 years time from now, I think I will remember Kingdom Come Deliverance fondly as a really good game, but I will remember Clair Obscur as like an important game to me, to the industry, and also as a I don't know, as a piece of art, I guess. Um, it's sort of, again, I'm just pulling out old comparisons, but it's sort of like we had. Uh, it's sort of like Fire Emblem Awakening versus Fire Emblem Three Houses. Three Houses was that game that just had all that heart. It just burst through. And Clair Obscur's got all just that's what it's got in spades, is heart.
I think the only thing I'd say about this is if I was picking game of the year, I would pick Claire Obscure, but if I was picking RPG of the year, I would pick Kingdom Come.
Well,
that's
it's
a
that's a
we've
funny
had that
definition.
discussion in the last week. But
Yeah.
you're not wrong there. Like in terms of like we are picking RPG sites RPG of the year, which these both are. So you might say like, well, then what's the difference? It's a lot of those kind of like unstated expectations about what that means versus game of the year. But then of course it's like also our review as a genre site where a lot of times the decisions made for us it's like, oh, that's a new racing game. We don't need to cover that. Oh, a new Doom game released this year. We don't need to think about it in terms of our coverage. But then you have both of these where it's like, well, one of these is an RPG of one flavor, and one of them is an RPG of another flavor that are very, very different,
They
but both under
demonstrate
our
the
purview.
breadth. Yeah, they demonstrate the breadth of the genre. I guess it comes into that whole. I don't want to get too into the weird weeds about this game mattering because of the rest of that genre, that subgenre. But I think that's the other thing is that to me, I feel like there's quite a lot of really good games in that open worldy sort of space in which open world narrative, relatively gritty space Kingdom Come exists in. Whereas Clair Obscur just broke through with something that to be honest, we haven't seen for quite a while. And with new ideas on top of that, which is sort of what I was getting at when we were talking about the mechanical side. That's what I was getting at when I was talking about how I think the mechanics are richer than perhaps it's sometimes being given credit for.
I'm sitting here just kind of like stewing on what you're thinking, on what you're saying. I'm curious if other people have opinions on like where they're falling, because for me it's very tough. I'm like, if it comes down to a vote, and I'm like, I don't know who I'm voting for. Adam, I don't know where you're thinking on this. Just to pick a name out of
No,
a hat.
I'm in the same boat. Like I think what you said earlier, Brian, like, and also a hint of what Mikhail just said, like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 pretty much checks every box for like great RPG should do this, and it does. But Clair Obscur is a messier game, mechanically and narratively, but is like there's like a level of like heart and creativity. There's something bigger than the sum of its parts that Alex mentioned. I mean, maybe the situation of its development also is like a component. I mean, it obviously is. These games don't come out of nowhere. Um, and so, in terms of like a game, like Alex said, is more important. Obviously, importance is a very hard thing to quantify. So, but I do think Clair Obscur does have that sort of, that more less
And when you're talking
tangible.
about hard, it's always hard to like
Yeah.
I was gonna say tangible. It's hard to put a latch on it. Like, what do you mean by that? It's like I don't know what I mean. I just know it in my heart, sort of thing.
It's sort of like if I dip into another stretched analogy, it's sort of like a car, right? Where um, it's like Kingdom Come is like a really well built like high end performance machine, and it's really featureful and really impressive. It's sort of like this is not going to be a popular comparison, but it's sort of like going and buying Tesla, which is like super fast off the mark, 0 to 60 in 4 seconds, and does X and Y, and has really good range, and is actually, as long as you're not using the stupid features, quite safe and stuff like that. But sometimes you sort of want to tear around in an old Ford Focus or a fucking, you know, Dodge that's
Mazda
got
Miata, I
a
don't know.
Chev, you know, you want your banged up ancient Prius or something, and it's sort of and or something. I'm thinking in European terms, so I'm thinking like hot hatches. I'm thinking Fiestas and Focuses and Volkswagen Golfs, where they've just got that weird little heart and soul, but you might need to kick it to get it to start. And that's sort of how I feel about Expedition 33 in a weird way. Um, and it's a funny thing.
I see where you're coming from.
I think about those guys in the future. I think they're going to have a tremendously hard time because the irony is now that they're big, successful game developers, I think they will struggle to find the heart they found when they made this. You know, so they're going to have to make a game that is, to be blunt, much tighter, much more polished, much better in those terms than Expedition 33. Yeah.
James and Josh, in no particular order, just your thoughts. We'll do James first.
Yeah, I definitely see the arguments, and it really is tough because both of them are exceptional games, exceptional RPGs, and yet they're so different because they showcase the breadth of the genre that it's kind of hard to directly compare to them in a lot of ways. It's really just going to come down to personal preference, and I do think that for the type of RPGs I like, I would probably give it. Josh,
You
what
don't
do
have
you
to say
think?
now if you're not ready. Yeah.
I think it'd be extremely funny if people saw our game as the game of the year as Clear Obscure, and then but most of the categories went to Kingdom Come, and not to say like that should be the thing, but
But you know
I'm
what?
just saying that'd be extremely funny.
Oh yeah, but but I think that reflects what those games are. It's the discussion we've been having about Kingdom Come is this beautifully designed, really tight, absolutely. Um, it's absolutely I'm going to keep comparing to other games. It's absolutely a Mass Effect 2 situation there, where it's like they looked at what they built something good but flawed the first way around, and they absolutely understood the fucking assignment on how to fix that and get it to be awesome. Um, and and so I think the awards for the categories absolutely reflect the level of artistry and cleverness and deftness in the design. It doesn't, but I don't think these categories are cumulative.
Yeah,
You
obviously
know,
not. I'm just like if it were up to me, I'd be like fuck both and just put Fantasy Life I as number one. But that's me personally.
That's
But
not bad.
like in terms of like these two, there's enough about Clear Obscure because I like I said, I fucking love Clear Obscure. I admire a lot of the things that it's doing. I just think that there's fundamental things about it that really just are its big Achilles heel. Like for example, just even if you separate it from its mechanics, just in terms of game feel and the way that like you're navigating around it, pain in the ass. When you're trying to fucking do like tuning your party and having to go to a menu in that game, it's not a very pleasant experience. Not to say that's like it's something that's like you'll learn to live with it and get over it.
yeah, yeah,
Yes, obviously, but I'm like when you're thinking about like we're talking about like best game of the year, and that has to encompass an all-around overall achievement in that, and which I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 edges that out, even though I agree that Clair Obscur is a more interesting game on the basis that, yes, it's the studio's debut project, and there are innovative ideas that they've introduced in it that could potentially be the future of the genre moving forward. But, it is that studio's first time out debut project. It's very much like, there are some mistakes in it that hopefully can be improved upon on future entries. But as of this moment, if I were to compare these two alone on their own merits, like I'm not thinking about like the potential it brings to the future of RPGs. I'm thinking about their merits right now, of what they both present. And one of
No,
them,
no, it's what they
unfortunately,
are
one of
now.
them is more refined than the other in terms of like how you're playing it, how you're engaging with it. Yes, I understand that like one is considered like the more like radical design of the two.
It's also, like I say, it's also just, yeah. None of this stuff exists in a vacuum, because it is. I think the the obstacles overcome by both teams on both sides are relevant to the discussion in a way. I think, but in the end, it always comes down to me. If I was just gonna flat out, if someone approached me, in fact, it happened last night. If someone approached me and said, I need a game for Christmas, what should I try? I think I would first and foremost recommend Obscure myself, but that again, it comes back to, why is that? That's because it's that hard. It's that hard. I'm not always going to recommend someone the most polished thing. I don't think. Um, yeah, it's. I'm not always going to recommend someone the most polished thing, because there's sort of an emotional component to it as well, and I think that's the component that game really touches to. And that's not to say I do really like Henry, and I do really
Me
like the
too.
world they've built, but it's not in the same way. I can't, and I struggle to articulate why. I don't know if it's because seeing a lot of that. Yeah, I don't know if it's a freshness factor where we've seen a lot of that before, whereas
Well, when was the last
although
time
there's a,
we? Well, I mean, when was the last time we saw something like this that was as polished as this? Skyrim? Because like Cyberpunk was a sci-fi thing, but
And
I just
multiple
keep
games that
going
not
back to
polished.
like I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I just keep saying that we're choosing RPG of the year, not game of the year. So that's just how I'm just like laser focused on.
when
If we're
I
going purely by that, I'm just like Kingdom Come straight up.
the way I think about it is that there's friction that exists in both games, but the friction that's in Clear Obscure comes from stuff that is genuinely going to be it just genuinely. I mentioned I've had friends that have dropped Clear Obscure because of issues with like the user interface, and you can say, yeah, that's like one of the issues, like it's a new team and whatnot, but the friction that's in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is in service of the experience that the developers want you to have with the game world, much like the first one, from what I understand. And I do think that we don't get enough RPGs like that these days that aren't just Souls-likes. And I think saying that Clear Obscure is doing something truly new isn't well, it's not even I what's the best way
There's
of putting that?
there's a lot of games out there beyond Clear Obscur that are doing something new, but people don't usually acknowledge them, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean
it's the ambition and the level of scope that has got this game noticed. Let's be fair, right?
yeah.
If they could have released exactly this game, this exact same incredible soundtrack, and released it as a 16-bit tribute or a 32-bit tribute, released it a lot cheaper, and let's be honest, it probably wouldn't have got the attention. It's the presentation, but also that's the stuff that makes the story hit and stuff like that. The reason that people are in tears is the story staging, the presentation, the performances, etc., etc., etc.
At this point, I do think it comes down to a vote. Like, I know that sounds really silly, and I'm
Are
sitting
just
here
be talking
like,
in circles. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
and this is the sort of thing, like, I know personally that I might vote for something, and then in a year being like, "Man, I should have voted for the other one," because opinions aren't made in stone, they change over
Yeah,
time.
and
Uh,
like no matter what I was saying, I'm really incredibly torn too. I don't know which one I would specifically say. I'm leaning towards Kingdom Come, but the thing is it's like they're so different, and it's like I always tell people when people ask me what my favorite, like my top 10 games are, it's like it changes based off when you ask, because it depends on what I'm thinking about and what I'm currently value most in a game. It's like it's the
Yeah,
same thing here.
and in fairness, you know, I've been thinking a lot about this with the website's anniversary coming up in the new year. You get weird omissions. You know, we never gave The Witcher 3 an award. We never gave Dragon Age Inquisition an award on that year when it won all the big Game of the Year awards. We Fallout New Vegas never got anything from us. Never even got best writing. I suppose it was up against Mass Effect 2, so complicated. Disco Elysium. So these things do happen. We don't need to feel guilty
Disco
about
Elysium did
anything.
make top 10 that year, I think. But
Yes, it did make top 10,
alrighty.
yeah. But I mean, the main, yeah.
But yeah, like, we're not perfect. We haven't played everything. This vote is as much a um reckoning. I don't know if that's the right word, of like who's here, the time it is, our feelings at the time the argument's made, all those sorts of things we always talked about. But to boil it down, let's let's go ahead and make it a vote. Sorry, I had to look away from my microphone for a bit. Let's go ahead and make it a vote. Now we do have an even number of people left because Chow had to step out. So let's see how this goes. Now someone has to vote first, and I don't want to like put undue pressure on anyone to like be that first cast vote. But I'm going to vote for Claire Obscure. I think the argument that made it for me was the fact that what Alex stated, that the category awards are not cumulative in that way. Like they don't add up fractions to a whole. It's not as clean as that. So I am going to vote for Expedition 33 out of my heart more than out of my head. So I'll take a volunteer to who wants to vote next.
I'll do next.
I'll go. Okay.
Okay,
Whichever.
You pick.
Mikhail.
Okay, I'll quickly go because my reasoning is the same as yours. It's cumulative, and I actually think it creates a nice symmetry in a way, in that the split represents the way these two have been the banner bearers for the genre this year.
Mikhail.
I'm gonna still say that I think Expedition 33 is a game I enjoyed more, but as an RPG, Kingdom Come for sure. Just
Josh?
because of its immersive and deep systems, and yeah, it's just incredible.
Pass me for now.
Okay, Adam.
I'm gonna do Kingdom Come.
James.
I feel like
I know it's not fair. I know it sucks.
yeah,
And I'm
let's
saying it to everyone.
man.
Alex has got
I'm
like a foot out the door going to his taxi or whatever.
We got Alex's vote. He can leave.
No, I'm here.
the thing that sucks here is that like part of me, like I'm running through the same thoughts from my mind where it's like if I said Claire Obscure here, it would make it a tie. It would make it a tie because I know what Josh is going to say.
You need to answer what you think
You
the
need to
answer
answer your
is.
thing.
Claire Obscure.
Oh man!
Isn't it crazy that this happens every year? And we're like, sure, it's a good thing next year is not going to be as hard. And then it is every damn time. It always is.
This feels like Elden Ring versus.
This is my
Xenoblade.
past.
Yeah, I knew it was gonna happen. You were passing on me because you knew that I was split too.
So funny. So funny.
Look. The main reason I'm doing is I have not finished like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I've put like 20 hours into it. And I've loved every bit of it, and it's like I'm sure I'm gonna feel the same way the rest of the experience. But I haven't finished it yet.
And that's valid. Yeah.
Can
And
I
it's
still
also
just
like a
vote for
little
Fantasy Life I and whatever the results are? Whatever the results are.
You may.
I mean, look. If I vote Kingdom Come, it's fucking over. It's gonna be a tie in forever.
Then we have to do Night Rain, like the trio of Night Rain, and then decide.
God. Look, if I had luck, I can't do this the rest of the podcast. I just can't. I don't have it in me. I don't want to make it a tie.
Have we ever like had a genuine tie?
No, I don't think we've allowed it.
It'd be really cool if we could just have a fucking 2 number ones, and that'd be hilarious and awesome and funny. But I don't think the rules allow it.
It feels, it just feels like weak. Like we
Yeah.
couldn't decide.
Allow me to make a pitch. I know this isn't strictly speaking about the quality of the games, but this is more talking about impact. Yeah. Who's been to a convention this year?
I've been to several conventions and I've seen those. I've never seen a
Right, I
single
was just
person
gonna say-
cosplay Kingdom Come Deliverance, but I've
And that's
seen.
not-
Look how
that's
that's our
not what
deciding
this is.
factor.
No,
I saw
this
a
is just-
dog
I-
cosplay as the baguette outfit
yes.
at the Game Award. That's exactly what you're
That's
thinking of.
why
with
I
it.
didn't vote for any, because I don't think we could go.
But basically, what it's obviously it's not. But we're obviously at this stalemate, and we're saying that really what this stalemate indicates is the games are much of a muchness, as in for very different reasons. And yes, even their quality varies a lot. But we're saying that that a hair or a breath barely separates them. And so all I'm saying in relation to that, as far as by making this point, is clearly this is a game that I think this is a game that in years to come is going to be on a lot. Clay Obscure is going to be on a lot of people's. This is my favourite game of all time, and I keep thinking about my friend Sam, who is a core video gamer. I would call him. He's a busy man now, and he doesn't get to play many games, and he's played both this year, and he loves them both. And I remember he was texting me when he finished Kingdom Come, and what he was texting me when he finished Kingdom Come is he was texting me saying I could probably get my phone out and find the text, but the gist of it was that's one of the best games of that kind I've ever played. That was really fucking good. He texted me when he finished Clay Obscure, and the text said, "I haven't had a game affect me in that way in 20 years." That's what I'd say, to quote Sam, who will probably hear this because I think he does listen sometimes.
I think this just goes back to the same thing, right? Like, are we voting for Game of the Year or RPG of the Year?
Well, I think
Again,
we're
I just sound
voting
like a
for. I think
broken
we're
record.
voting for our favourite. Like, I think we can get hung up on that because then you get into what is mechanically the most pure RPG. And I think ultimately what we're saying is because we've look. This is what I'll say about that. In 2015, I was outvoted significantly, and we gave it to Bloodborne and not The Witcher. And I love Bloodborne, but and I think that's fine. Actually, I'm quite proud of that decision. We stand apart because of it. It's a bit like giving it to Scarlet Grace instead of Disco that year. But what I'd say is, if we were then running on the argument of what is the best RPG and not the best game or whatever, if we were drawing those lines, Bloodborne probably wouldn't have won because Witcher 3 is an incredibly accomplished RPG. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I guess I do, because I was looking at like when Fantasian won, like that was the standout as well, and I was looking at the other games over there, so it just reminds me of that as well. Like I feel like Fantasian won because it was the best RPG that year.
Well, I think Fantasian beat out SMT 5, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and I think over the years we have run the gamut on that. We've had Metaphor, we've had Baldur's Gate, we've had Elden Ring, we've had Fantasian, we've had FF7 Remake, we've had Scarlet Grace Ambitions, we've had Monster Hunter World, which was only the first Monster Hunter to even get a little bit RPG. We've had Nier, we've had SMT, we've had Bloodborne, then you get a super hardcore RPG, we did Divinity, Original Sin. You get like Mass Effect 2, which is like a very light touch action RPG. So it does. We have always run the gamut because our job is to represent everything the genre can be. And that sometimes is going to
Sounds
mean
easy.
super crunchy, hardcore RPGs, and sometimes that's going to mean stuff that is only RPG by hair, like a Monster Hunter. Although Monster Hunter's getting more as the time goes on, obviously.
Well, more than less, but we can talk about that later or in a different context.
Yeah.
But
I mentioned earlier that we do sometimes take into account like how much of an RPG something is, but I don't want to like overstate like it has to like adhere to some, rubric or guidelines, but it just for fringe cases, like when we're talking about these roguelikes like Hades and Night Rain, But for both these games, I think both these games are very clearly RPGs of different styles that I don't think that really applies as strongly.
It's RPG Site's game of the year. It's not most RPG of the year, I guess, is what I'm saying.
That's fair.
I took the coward's way out.
Coward.
Someone had to.
Now, if I had had like 20 more hours to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, we might have had a different outcome.
Or like if we held this podcast on a different day of the week in a different phase of the moon.
Remember
But
that
all right.
one year when Discord was having connection issues, so we all had an extra
moment
week to
when-
play Saga.
Yep.
Yep.
And I think if we
All right.
if we are doing this, we can. I think the write-ups will represent what we're talking about. The write-ups will represent the idea that it's the write-ups will represent the idea that what's the word I'm searching for.
This is not an
The
algorithm.
awards aren't cumulative. It's not an algorithm, and actually, they're them being spread in the way they're spread is representative of what the year's been about.
Kind of in an inverse. I need to look this up to make sure. But I believe in 2023, Baldur's Gate 3 got like runner up in like many of the categories, but I don't think it won any. I had to double check. But then it ended up our game of the year. It's kind of like the opposite, where it didn't really do well.
I've got it in front of me now, so let's.
I don't. Did it win any categories? Or I know it was runner up in a few.
Best writing in Stars and Time, runner up BG3. Best art, World of Horror, runner up BG3. Best music, Octopath Traveler 2, runner up Fate Samurai Remnant. Design and Immersion, Tears of the Kingdom, runner up Baldur's Gate 3.
So it's kind of the opposite, where in that year, Baldur's Gate was our winner overall, but I don't think it won a category. So
No, it
it
didn't.
happens. It was just such a good game overall throughout, even though like other games may have had like the edge in very specific categories.
So here we are, 7-ish hours later. I don't know what the final time is going to be. If you listen to this podcast all the way to the end, you knew 7 hours before we did time, in that context, what the final decision was. But if you listen to the end and you're either excited or dismayed, you now know how we arrived at our finish line. But we arrived in our game of the year for RPGsites.net for 2025. Our winner is Claire Obscure, Expedition 33, and I still can't believe it's this close like every other year. The closest second place it could possibly be since like the last time it happened, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. With strong showings in the top 5 with Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time. I don't think any of us called that in the beginning of the year. Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D Remake. And then Look Outside, rounding up the top 5. In the top 10, we have Dynasty Warriors Origins, in no particular order. Dynasty Warriors Origins, Digimon Story Time Stranger, Trails in the Sky First Chapter, Lies of P Overture, and Inazuma 11 Victory Road. Just missing out of the top 10 for various reasons. We've got games like Outer Worlds 2, 100 Line, Elden Ring Night Rain, and Hades 2. Category, I guess I'll quickly go through them one last time. Remaster re-release, Final Fantasy Tactics, Ivalice Chronicles, runner-up Suikoden. Writing and storytelling, winner Kingdom Come Deliverance, runner-up Claire Obscure. Art, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, runner-up Fantasy Life. Design, winner Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, runner-up Dynasty Warriors. Music, winner Claire Obscure Expedition 33, runner-up Promise Mascot Agency. So, if you listen to this Tetracast every week, or you just tune in once a year for this, or if this is your first time listening, the fact that you've made it to the end, if you're listening to this recording now, you're probably one of a select few that's listened all the way to the end. So we appreciate you, listener, whoever's listening right now. We appreciate you, and that's really a true statement. So if you like what we do, if you like this podcast, first of all, I hope you participated, or if you have the chance to, still participate in our reader poll. That's that way, because we always do compare our results with the reader results every year. Last year it was a good agreement on games like Metaphor, but it's not always that way. So please do vote in that poll, both for your favorite game in 2025 and your most anticipated game for 2026. We will be back with our regular episodes of the Tetracast, I believe on January 10th is the date that we kind of earmarked. So, yep, January 10th, we should be back with regular episodes of Tetracast. If you liked us, if you listen to this podcast regularly on whatever podcast service, give us a like, give us a rating. If you have any comments that you have about your favorite games of 2025, you can join our Discord, discord.gg/RPG site. You can comment on our Game of the Year post. You can reply to our social media channels. However you best want to engage with the site, we encourage it. But we don't do this. We do this for you guys. Like this deliberation, we could have held off screen and then just told you what the results are. But it's good for both like us as participants and the listeners to know how we arrived at what we arrived at. It's not just simple as a straw poll or something like that. But as you can see, it's always a very difficult thing to do. So if you're wondering how something didn't or did make the list, hopefully this kind of gave some rationale to how that ended up being. But I think that's kind of all I have to say. Any other final thoughts from any other cast? I'll start with Josh.
Um, yeah, I mean, it was one hell of a ride. I think it went way longer than any of us thought it was going to be, but ultimately,
Yeah.
I'm satisfied with the results. You know, I mean, there's definitely a lot of things that I didn't think it was going to make top 10 that I'm glad it made top 10. You know, it was a great year for RPGs. It truly was.
Mikhail?
I'm surprised that I only added one game to my wish list after the episode. I was hoping to get two, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna play Look Outside. And I say that and I already own it. I forgot about that. So yeah, I was waiting for the final update which just hit recently. So now I think I'm gonna play it since it's been praised quite a bit. So yeah, very happy with I'm happy with the results overall. Like nice top two, not top two specifically. We don't order the last five or whatever, but yeah, very happy with the results. Very happy that Fantasy Life I made it into the top five. That's like my big win of the year, I'd say.
Adam?
I'm always it's always nice to see what happens each year in terms of surprises and expectations, and some of these games probably aren't too surprising to people who see this list, but some maybe there's a game here you're like, oh, this game was well regarded, maybe I should look into that. So that's always fun to see.
James?
Yeah, I was expecting this to be a shorter year, but it ended up being one longer ones. Man, it was a really damn good year for RPGs across the entire spectrum. If anything, that's like the one takeaway I have. There's still plenty I have on my backlog I need to get to, and early next year is not making it look like I'm gonna be able to catch everything before everything starts hitting. So, man.
The eternal struggle. Then finally, Alex.
Yeah, it has been it's been said already. It's been a really good year for the genre, I think, and for the site too. So thank you everyone for your support. And yeah, it's been a tremendously lovely year, and I've got really high hopes for next year actually as well. And next year is our 20th year, so folks listening can expect some fun stuff from us, whether that's fresh new content, whether that's some cool stuff we're planning with some of the world's biggest RPG developers, some new ways to support us and stuff. We're gonna make a good year of it, but also I think we're very lucky because we're going to be having our 20th on coming off the back of a really good year for RPGs and in another really good year for the genre, which is nice. And we won't even have to cover GTA, although maybe we still will. Who knows?
As always, thank you all so much for listening. Until you hear from us next time, stay safe, take care. Hope you have a good holiday. And we'll talk to you again on January 10th once we restart our regular episodes of the Tetracast. So talk to you next time.
Here's to a great 2026. Woo!